Volume 1, Chapter 1 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Tunner Smith. Volume 1, Chapter 1. In an old manor house in one of the most southern cities of England, resides some few years since the last of a family that had for a long series of years possessed it. Mrs Rayland was the only survivor of the three co-heiresses of Sir Hildebrand Rayland, one of the first of those to whom the title of baronet had been granted by James the First. The name had been before of great antiquity in the country, and the last baronet having only daughters to share his extensive possessions, these ladies had been educated with such very high ideas of their own importance, that they could never be prevailed upon to lessen, by sharing it with any of those numerous suitors who for the first 40 or 50 years of their lives surrounded them. And Mrs Barbara the eldest, and Mrs Catherine the youngest, died single, one at the age of 70, and the other that of 68. By which events the second, Miss Grace, saw herself at the advanced age of 69 sole inheritor of the fortunes of her house, without any near relation, or indeed any relation at all, whom she chose to consider as entitled to possess it after her death. About 4 miles from the ancient and splendid seat she inhabited, dwelt the only person who could claim any affinity with the Rayland family. This was a gentleman of the name of Somerive, who was considered by the people of the country as heir at law, as he was the grandson of one of the sisters of Sir Hildebrand. But Mrs Rayland herself, whose opinion was more material, since it was all at her own disposal, did not by any means seem to entertain the same idea. The venerable lady and her 2 sisters had never beheld this their relation with the eyes of their friendly interest, nor had they ever intended towards him that generous favour which they had so much the power to afford, and which could not have failed to prove very acceptable, since he had married early in life, and had a family of 2 sons and 4 daughters to support on the produce of an estate which, though he funded himself, did not bring in a clear £500 a year. Various reasons, or rather prejudices, had concerned to occasion this coolness on the part of the ladies towards their cousin. Their aunt, who had married his ancestor, had, as they had always been taught, degraded herself extremely by giving herself to a man who was a mere yeoman. The son of this union had however been received and acknowledged as the cousin of the illustrious heiress of the house of Rayland, but following most plebeian-like the unaspiring inclination of his own family, he had fallen in love with a young woman, who lived with them as companion, when it was believed that, as he was a remarkably handsome man, he might have lifted his eyes with impunity to one of the ladies. This occasioned an estrangement of many years, and had never been forgiven. The recollection of it returned with acrimonious violence, when the son of this imprudent man imitated his father, 25 afterwards, and married a woman, who had nothing to recommend but her beauty, simplicity, and goodness. However, notwithstanding the repeated causes of complaint this luckless family of Somerive had given to the austere and opulent inhabitants of Rayland Hall, the elder lady had on her deathbed recollected that, though displayed by the alloy of unworthy alliances, they carried in their veins a portion of that blood which had circulated in those of the august personage Sir Orlando de Rayland, her grandfather; and she therefore recommended Mr Somerive and his family, but particularly his youngest son, who was named, by reluctantly obtained permission, after Sir Orlando, to the consideration of her sisters, and even gave to Mr Somerive himself a legacy of £500, a gift which her sisters took so much amiss, for they possessed between them a yearly income of near twice £500, that it had nearly rendered her injunction abortive. and they treated the whole family for some time afterwards with the greatest coolness, and even rudeness, as if to convince them that though Mrs Rayland had thus acknowledged their relationship, it gave them no claim whatever on the future kindness of her surviving sisters. For some years afterwards, the dinners, to which in great form the whole family were invited twice a year, were entirely omitted, and none of them admitted to the honour of visiting at the Hall but Orlando, then a child of 9 or 10 years old; and even his introduction was principally owing to the favour of an old lady, the widow of a clergyman, who was among the ancient friends of the family, that still enjoyed the privilege of being regularly sent for in the old family coach once a year, a custom which, originating in the days of Sir Hildebrand, was still retained. This lady was a woman of sense and benevolence, and had often attempted to do offences to the Somerive family, with their rich maiden relations; but the height of her success amounted to no more than obtaining a reward of the very little notice that had ever been taken of them, after those capricious fits of coldness which sometimes happened, and once, some time after the death of the elder Mrs Rayland, bringing Orlando to the Hall in her hand, whom she had met by chance fishing in a stream that ran through their domain, without being children, for encouraging an idle child to catch minnows, or for leading him all dirty and wet into their parlour, at a time when the best embroidered chairs, done by the hands of Dame Gertrude Rayland, were actually unpampered and uncovered for the reception of company. There was indeed in the figure, face, and manner of the infant Orlando something so irresistible, that if Mesdames Alto Disfron and Magrath had seen him, they would probably have been softened in his favour; and this something had always so pleaded for him with the 3 equally formidable ladies his relations, that notwithstanding the opposition of their favourite maid, who was in person and feature well worthy to make the 4th in such a group, and the tales of their old and confidential butler, who did not admire the introduction of any competitor whatever, Orlando had always been in some degree of favour, even when his father, mother, and sisters were shut out, and his elder brother entirely disclaimed as a wild and incorrigible boy, who had been caught in the fact of hunting divers cats, and shooting one of their guinea hens. Orlando, though not at all less wild than his brother, and too artless to conceal his vivacity, was still endured. A new half crown from each of the ladies was presented to him on every return to school, together with abundance of excellent advice; and if any one observed that he was a remarkably handsome boy, the ladies never contradicted it, though when the same observation was made as to the rest of the family, it was declared to be most absurd and utterly unfounded in truth. To the beauty indeed of any female of the ladies of Rayland Hall had a particular objection, but that of the Miss Somerives was above all obnoxious to them; nor could they ever forget the error the grandfather of these children had committed in marrying for her beauty the young woman, whose poverty having reduced her to be their humble companion, they had considered as an inferior being, and had treated with supercilious insolence and contempt. To those, therefore, to whom her unlucky beauty was transmitted, they bore irreconcilably enmity, even in the second generation; and had any one been artful enough to have suggested that Orlando was like his grandmother, it would probably have occasioned the loss of even the slight share of favour he possessed. When Orlando was about 12 years old, the younger of the 3 antique heiresses died. She left not, however, even a small legacy to the Somerive family, but gave everything she possessed to her surviving sister. Yet even by this lady, though the coldest and most unsociable tempered of the 3, Orlando was not entirely forgotten. She left him the Bible she always used in her closet, and £10 to buy mourning. The other members of his family were not even named. One only of the Mrs Raylands now remained, a woman who, except regularly keeping up the payment of the annual alms which had by her ancestors been given once a year to the poor of her parish, was never known to have done a voluntary kindness to any human being; and though she sometimes gave away money, it was never without making the wretched petitioner pay most dearly for it, by many a bitter humiliation; never but when it was surely known, and her great goodness, her liberal donation to such and such people, was certainly related with exaggeration, at the 2 market towns within 4 or 5 miles of her house. With a very large income and a great annual saving, her expenses were regulated exactly by the customs of her family. She lived generally alone at the old Hall, which had not received the slightest alteration, either in its environs or its furniture, since it was embellished for the marriage of her father Sir Hildebrand in 1698. Twice a year, when courts were held for the manors, there were tenants' feasts, and twice there was a grand dinner, to which none were admitted but a neighbouring nobleman, and the 2 or 3 titled people who resided within 10 miles. Twice too in the course of the year the family of Somerive were invited in form, but Mrs Rayland generally took the same opportunity of asking the clergy of the surrounding country with their wives and daughters, the attorneys and apothecaries of the adjoining towns with theirs, as if to convince Somerive that they were to expect no distinction on account of the kindred they claimed to the house of Rayland. And indeed it was on these occasions that Mrs Rayland seemed to take peculiar pleasure in mortifying Mrs Somerive and her daughters, who dreaded these dinners as those of their greatest penance, and who, at Christmas, one of the periods of these formal dinners, have blessed more than once the proportionate Snow, important and magisterial personage. The body coachman of Mrs Rayland did not choose to venture himself, or the 6 sleek animals of which he was sole governor, for on these occasions it was the established rule to send for the family with the same solemnity and the same parade that had been used ever since the first sullen and reluctant reconciliation between Sir Hildebrand and his sister, when she dared to deviate from the fastidious arrogance of her family, and to marry a man who farmed his own estate, and who, though long settled as a very respectable landowner, had not yet written a meagre after his name. But when the snow fell not, and the ways were passable, or when in summer no excuse was left, and the rheumatism of the elder or the colds of the younger ladies could not be pleaded, the females of the family of Somerive were compelled to endure in all their terrific and tedious forms the grand dinners at the Hall. And though on these occasions the mother and the daughters endeavoured by the simplicity of their dress and the humility of their manners to disarm the haughty dislikes which Miss Rayland never took any pains to conceal, they never could obtain from her even as much as common civility as she deigned to bestow on the ladies who were not connected with her; and Mr Somerive had often been so much hurt by her supercilious behaviour towards his wife and daughters, that he had frequently resolved that they should never again be exposed to endure it. But these resolutions his wife, hateful as the ceremony was to her, always contrived to prevail upon him to give up, rather than incur the hazard of injuring her family by an unpardonable offence against a capricious and ill-natured old woman, who, however oddly she behaved, was still by many people believed to intend giving all her fortune to those who had undoubtedly the best claim to it. Others indeed thought, with more appearance of probability, that she would endow an hospital or divide it among public charities. When the young Orlando was at home and accompanied his family in these visits, the austere visage of Mrs Rayland was alone seen to relax into a smile. As he grew older this particularly was observed evidently to increase, insomuch that the neighbours observed, and whatever aversion the old lady had to feminine beauty, she did not detest that which nature had very liberally bestowed on Orlando, who was now 17, and was not only one of the finest looking lads in the country, but had long since obtained all the knowledge he could acquire at a neighbouring grammar school, from whence his father now took him, and began to consider of plans for his future life. The eldest son, who would, as the father fondly hoped, succeed to the Rayland estate, he had sent to Oxford, where he had been indulged in his natural turn to expense, and his father had suffered him to live rather suitably to what he expected than to what he was sure of. In this Mr Somerive had acted extremely wrong, but it was from motives so natural that his error was rather lamented than blamed. An error, however, and of the most dangerous tendency, he had now discovered it to be. Young Somerive had violent passions, and an understanding very ill suited to their management. He had early in life seized with avidity the idea, which servants and tenants were ready enough to communicate, that he must have the Rayland estate, and had very thoughtlessly expressed this to those who failed not to repeat it to their present mistress, tenacious of her power, and jealous of every attempt to encroach on her property. He had besides trespassed on some remote corners of her manors, and her gamekeeper had represented him as a terrible depredator among her partridges, pheasants, and hares. These offences, added to the cat chases, and tying canisters to the tails of certain dogs, of which he had been convicted in the early part of his life, had made so deep an impression against him, that now, whenever he was at home, the family were never asked; and insensibly, from calling now and then to inquire after her while Mrs Rayland lay ill of a violent fit of the gout, Orlando had been admitted to drink his tea at the Hall, then to dine there, and at last, as winter came on with stormy evenings and bad roads, he had been allowed to sleep in a little tapestry room next to the old library at the end of the north wing, a division of the house so remote that from inhabited by the female part, or indeed by any part, of the family, that it could give no ideas of indecorum even to the iron prudity of Mrs Rayland herself. Though Orlando was of a temper which made it impossible for him to practise any of those arts by which the regard of such a woman could be secured, and though the degree of favour he had obtained was long rather a misery than a pleasure to him, his brother beheld the progress he made with jealousy and anger, and began to hate Orlando for having gained advantages of which he openly avowed his disdain and contempt. At his expenses, which his father could no longer support, had by this time obliged him to quit the university. He was now almost always at home, and his sneering reproaches, as well as his wild and unguarded conversation, rendered that home every day less pleasant to Orlando; while the quiet asylum he had obtained in the Hall, in a room adjoining to that where a great collection of books were never disturbed in their long slumber by any human being but himself, endeared him to the gloomy abode of the Sibyl, and recoiled him to the penance he was still obliged to undergo; for he was now become passionately fond of reading, and thought the use of such a library cheaply earned by acting as a sort of chaplain, reading the psalms and lessons every day, and the service in very bad weather, with a sermon on Sunday evening; and he even gradually forgot his murmurings at being imprisoned on Sundays and on Fridays in the great old long-bottomed coach, while it was dragged in a most sullen pace either to the next parish church, which was indeed at but a short distance from the mansion, or to that of a neighbouring town, whither on some propitious and sunny days of summer the old lady loved to proceed in state, and to display her rustic or more enlightened neighbours a specimen of the magnificence of the last century. But as history must conceal no part of the truth, from partiality to the hero it celebrates, it must not be denied that the young Orlando had, though insensibly and almost unknown to himself, another motive for submitting with a good grace to pass much of his time in a way, for which thinking, as he thought, the prospect of even boundless wealth could have made him no compensation. To explain this, it may be necessary to describe the persons who from his 9th year, when he became first so much distinguished by Mrs Rayland, till his 18th, composed the household of which he, during that period, occasionally made a part. End of Volume 1, Chapter 1. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 1, Chapter 2 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Smith. Volume 1, Chapter 2. The confidential servant, or rather companion and female decharge, of Mrs Rayland was a woman of nearly her own age, the name of Lennard. This person, who was as well as her mistress a spinster, had been well educated, and was the daughter of a merchant who lost the fruits of a long course of industry in the fatal year 1720. He died of a broken heart, leaving his two daughters, who had been taught to expect high affluence, to the mercy of the world. Mrs Rayland, whose pride was gratified in having about her the victim of unsuccessful trade, for which she had always a most profound contempt, received Mrs Lennard as her own servant. She was, however, so much superior to her mistress in understanding, that she soon governed her entirely; and while the mean pliability of her spirit made her submit to all the contemptuous and unworthy treatment which the paltry pride of Mrs Rayland had pleasure in inflicting, she secretly triumphed in the consciousness of superior abilities, and knew that she was in fact the mistress of the supercilious being whose wages she received. Every year she became more and more necessary to Mrs Rayland, who, after the death of both her sisters, made her not only governess of her house, but her companion. Her business was to sit with her in her apartment when she had no company, to read the newspaper, to make tea, to let in and out the favourite dogs (the task of confining and washing them was transferred to a deputy), to collect and report at due seasons intelligence of all that happened in the neighbouring families, to give regular returns of the behaviour of all the servants, except the old butler and the old coachman, who had each a jurisdiction of their own, to take special care that the footmen and helpers behaved respectively to the maids, who were all chosen by herself, and exhibited such a group as secured better than her utmost vigilance this decorous behaviour from the male part of the family, to keep the keys and to keep her mistress in good humour with herself, and as much as possible at a distance from the rest of the world, above all from that part of it who might interfere with her present and future views, which certainly were to make herself amends for the former injustice of fortune, by securing to her own use a considerable portion of the great wealth possessed by Mrs Rayland. Of the accomplishment of this she might well entertain a reasonable hope, for she was some few years younger than her mistress, though she artfully added to her age whenever she had occasion to speak of it, and was besides of a much better constitution, possessing one of those frames where a good deal of bone and no flesh seem to defy the gripe of disease. The sister of this Mrs Lennard had experienced a very different destiny. She had been taken at the time of her father's misfortunes into the family of a nobleman. She had married the chaplain, and retired with him on a small living, where she died in a few years, leaving several children, among others a daughter to whom report imputed uncommonly beauty, and scandal a too intimate connection with the noble patron of her father. Certain it is, that on his marriage he gave her a sum of money, and she married a young attorney, who was a kind of steward, by whom she had 3 children, of which none survived their parents but a little girl born after her father's death, and whose birth occasioned that of the mother. To this little orphan her great aunt Mrs Lennard, who with all her starch prudity had a considerable share of odd romantic whim in her composition, had given the dramatic and uncommon name of Monimia. Such at least was the history given in Mrs Rayland's family of an infant girl, which at about 4 years old had been by the permission of her patroness taken, as it was said, from nurse at a distant part of the country, and received by Mrs Lennard at Rayland Hall, where she at first never appeared before the lady but by accident, but was the inhabitant of the housekeeper's room, and under the immediate care of the still room maid, who was a person much devoted to Mrs Lennard. Mrs Lennard had an aversion to children, and had consented to the admission of this into her house on no other condition but that she should never hear it cry, or ever have any trouble about it. Her companion easily engaged for that, as Rayland Hall was so large, that les enfants trouvés at Paris might have been the inhabitants of one of its wings, without alarming a colony of ancient virgins at the other. The little Monimia, though she was described as having been the child of misery baptized in tears (Langhorne), was not particularly disposed to disturb by infinite expressions of distress the chaste and silent solitudes of the Hall; for though her little fair countenance had at times something of a melancholy cast, there was more of sweetness than of sorrow in it; and if she ever shed tears, they were so mingled with smiles, that she might have sat to the painter of the seasons for the representative of infant April. Her beauty, however, was not likely to recommend her to the favour of her aunt's affluent patroness; but as to recommend her was the design of Mrs Lennard, she saw that a beauty of 4 or 5 years old would be much less obnoxious than one of 15, or even 9 or 10; and therefore she contrived to introduce her by degrees, that when she grew older, her charms, by being long seen, might lose their power to offend. She contrived that Mrs Rayland might first see the little orphan as by chance; then she sent her in, when she knew her mistress was in good humour, with a basket of fruit, an early pine, some preserves in brandy, or something or other which was acceptable to her lady's palate; and on these occasions Monimia acquitted herself to a miracle, and presented her little offering, and made her little curtsy, with so much innocent grace, that Hetiquette, in the midst of her rites, might have suspended her inclinations to have admired her. At 6 years old she had so much won upon the heart of Mrs Rayland, that she became a frequent guest in the parlour, and saved her aunt the trouble of opening the door for Bella and Pompey and Julie. From the tenderness of her nature she became an admirable nurse for the frequent litters of kittens, with which 2 favourite cats continually increased the family of her protectress; and the numerous daily applications from robins and sparrows under the windows were never so well attended to as since Monimia was entrusted with the care of answering their demands. But her name Monimia was an incessant occasion of reproach. "Why," said Mrs Rayland, "why would you, Lennard, give the child such a name, as the girl will have nothing? Why put such romantic notions in her head, as may perhaps prevent her getting her bread honestly? Monimia, I protest I don't love even to repeat the name; it puts me so in mind of a very hateful play, which I remember shocked me so when I was a mere girl, that I have always detested the name Monimia. 'Tis so very unlike a Christian's name, that if the child is much about me, I must insist on having her called Mary." To this Mrs Lennard of course consented, excusing herself for the romantic impropriety of which her lady accused her, by saying that she understood Monimia signified an orphan, a person left alone and deserted, and therefore had given it to a child who was an orphan from her birth; but that, as it was displeasing, she should at least never be called so. The little girl then was Mary in the parlour, but among the servants, and with the people around the house, she was still Monimia. Among those who fondly adhered to her original name was Orlando, who then he first became a frequent visitor as a schoolboy at the Hall, stole often into the still room to play with the little girl, who was 3 years younger than himself, and insensibly grew as fond of her as one of his sisters. Mrs Lennard always checked this innocent mirth, and when she found it impossible wholly to prevent 2 children who were in the same house from playing with each other, she took every possible precaution to prevent her ladies ever seeing them together, and threatened the severest punishment to the little Monimia if she at any time even spoke to Master Somerive when in the presence of Mrs Rayland. But nothing could be so irksome to a healthy and lively child of 9 or 10 years old, as the sort of confinement to which Monimia was condemned in consequence of her admission to the parlour, where she was hardly ever suffered to speak, but sat at a distant window, where, whether it was winter or summer, she was to remain no otherwise distinguished from a statue than by being employed in making the household linen, and sometimes in spinning it with a little wheel which Mrs Rayland, who piqued herself upon following the notable maxims of her mother, had brought for her, and at which she kept her closely employed when there was no other work to do. When any company came, then and only she was dismissed; but this happened very rarely, and many hours poor Monimia vainly prayed for the sight of a coach or chaise at the end of the long avenue, which was to her the blessed signal of a transient liberty. Her dress, the expense of which Mrs Rayland had graciously took upon herself, was such as indicated to all who saw her at once the charity and prudence of her patroness, who repeatedly told her visitors that she had taken the orphan niece of her old servant Lennard, not with any view of making her a gentlewoman, but to bring her up to get her bread honestly; and therefore she had directed her to be dressed, not in gauzes and flounces, like the flirting girls she saw so tawdry at church, but in a plain stuff, not flaring without a cap, which she thought monstrously indecent for a female at any age, but in a plain cap and a clean white apron, that she might never be encouraged to vanity by any kind of finery that did not become her situation. Monimia, though dressed like a parish girl, or in a way very little superior, was observed by the visitors who happened to see her, and to whom this harangue was made, to be so very pretty, that nothing could conceal or diminish her beauty. Her dark stuff gown gave new lustre to her lovely complexion, and her thick muslin cap could not confine her luxuriant dark hair. Her shape was symmetry itself, and her motions so graceful that it was impossible to behold her even attached to her humble employment at the wheel, without acknowledging that no art could give what nature had bestowed upon her. Orlando, who had loved her as a playfellow while they were both children, now began to feel a more tender and more respectful affection for her, though unconscious himself that it was her beauty that awakened the sentiments. On the last of his holidays, before he entirely left school, the vigilance of Mrs Lennard was redoubled, and she so contrived to confine Monimia that their romping was at an end, and they hardly ever saw each other, except by mere chance, at a distance, or now and then at dinner, when Monimia was suffered to dine at table, an honour which she was not always allowed, but which Mrs Lennard cautiously avoided entirely suspending when Orlando was at the Hall, as there was nothing she seemed to dread so much as alarming Mrs Rayland with any idea of Orlando's noticing her niece. This, however, never happened at that time to occur to the old lady, not only because Mrs Lennard took such pains to lead her imagination from any probability, but because she considered them both as mere children, and Monimia as a servant. It was, however, at this time that a trifling incident had nearly awakened such suspicions, and occasioned such displeasure, as it would have been very difficult to have subdued or appeased. Mrs Rayland had long been confined by a fit of the gout, and the warm weather of Whitsuntide had only just enabled her to walk, leaning on a crutch on one side and on Mrs Lennard on the other, in the long gallery which reached the whole length of the south wing, and which was hung with a great number of family pictures. Mrs Rayland had peculiar satisfaction in relating the history of the heroes and dames of her family, who were represented by these portraits. Sir Roger de Coverley never went over the account of his ancestors with more correctness or more delight. Indeed, the reflections of Mrs Rayland were uninterrupted by any of those little blemishes in the history of her progenitors, that somewhat bewildered the good knight; for she boasted that not one of the Rayland family had ever condescended to degrade himself by trade, and that the marriage of Mrs Somerive, her aunt, was the only instance in which a daughter of the Raylands had stooped to an inferior alliance. The little withered figure bent down with age and infirmity, and the last of a race which she was thus arrogantly boasting, a race which in a few years, perhaps a few months, might be no more remembered, was a ridiculous instance of human folly and human vanity, at which Lennard had sense enough to smile internally, while she affected to listen with interest to stories which she had heard repeated for near 40 years. It was in the midst of her attention to an anecdote which generally closed the relation of a speech made by Queen Anne to the last Lady Rayland on her having no son, that a sudden and violent bounce towards the middle of the gallery occasioned an interruption of the story, and equal amazement in the lady and her confidante, who, both turning round, not very nimbly indeed, demanded of Monimia, who had been sitting in one of the old-fashioned bow windows, of which the casement was open, what was the matter. Monimia, covered with blushes, and in a sort of scuffle to conceal something within her feet, replied, hesitating and trembling, that she did not know. Mrs Lennard, who probably guessed the truth, declared loudly that she would immediately find out; but it was not the work of a moment to seat her lady safely on one of the leathern settees, while she herself hastened to the window to discover, if possible, who had from the court below thrown in the something that had thus alarmed them. Before she reached the window, therefore, the court was clear, and Monimia had recovered from her confusion, and went on with her work. Mrs Lennard now thought proper to give another turn to the incident. She said it must have been some accidental noise from the wainscot, cracking in dry weather, though I could have sworn at the moment, cried she, that something very hard, like a stone or a stick, had been thrown into the room. However, to be sure, I must have been mistaken, for certainly there is nobody in the court, and really one does recollect hearing in this gallery very odd noises, which, if one were superstitious, might sometimes make one uneasy. Many of the neighbours, some years ago, used to say to me, that they wondered I was not afraid of crossing it of a night by myself, when you, ma'am, used to sleep in the worked bedchamber, and I lay over the housekeeper's room. But I used to say that you had such an understanding that I should offend you by showing any foolish fears, and that all the noble family that owned this house time out of mind were such honourable persons, that none of them could be supposed likely to walk after their decease, as the spirits of wicked persons are said to do. But, however, they used to answer in reply to that some of your ancestors, ma'am, had hid great sums of money and valuable jewels in this house, to save it from the wicked rebels in the time of the blessed martyr, and that it was to reveal these treasures that the appearances of spirits had been seen, and strange noises heard about the house. This speech was so exactly calculated to please the lady to whom it was addressed, that it almost obliterated the recollection of the little alarm she had felt, and blunted the spirit of inquiry, with the twinges of the gout also contributed to diminish. Unfortunately, the arrival of the apothecary, who was that moment announced, and whose visits were always a matter of importance, left her no longer any time to interrogate Monimia; but Mrs Lennard, having led her down to her great chair, and seen her safely in conference with her physical friend, returned hastily to the gallery, where Monimia still remained demurely at work, and peremptorily insisted on knowing what it was that had bounced into the room, and struck against the picture of Sir Hildebrand himself, who in armour and on a white horse, whose flanks were overshadowed by his stupendous wig, pranced over the great gilt chimney piece, just as he appeared at the head of a country association in 1707. Monimia was a poor dissembler, and had never in her life been guilty of a falsehood. She was as little capable of disguising as of denying the truth, and the menaces of her aunt frightened her into an immediate confession that it was Mr Orlando, who, passing through the court to go to the cricket in the park, had seen her sitting at the window, and not thinking any harm, had thrown up his ball, only in play, to make her jump, but that it had unluckily gone through the window and hit against the picture. "And what became of it afterwards?" angrily demanded Mrs Lennard. "It bounded," answered the innocent culprit, "it bounded across the floor, and I rolled it away with my feet under the chairs." "And how dared you," exclaimed the aunt, "how dared you, artful little hussy, conceal the truth from me? How dared you encourage any such abominable doings? A pretty thing indeed to have happened! Suppose the good for nothing boy had hit my lady or me upon the head or breast, as if it was a mercy he did not, there would have been a fine story. Or suppose he had broke the windows, shattered the panes, and cuts us with the glass? Or what if he had beat the stained glass of my lady's coat of arms, up at top there, all to smash? What d'ye think would have become of you, you worthless little puss? What punishment would have been bad enough for you?" "My dear aunt," said the weeping Monimia, "how could I help it? I am sure I did not know what Mr Orlando was going to do. I saw him but a moment before, and you know that, if I had known he intended to throw the ball up, I dared not have spoken to him to have prevented it." "Have spoken to him indeed? No, I think not. And remember this, girl, that you have come off well this time, and I shan't say anything of the matter to my lady; but if I ever catch you speaking to that wicked boy, or even daring to look at him, I will turn you out of doors that moment, and let this teach you that I am in earnest." Having thus said, she gave the terrified trembling girl a violent blow, or what was in her language a good box on the ear, which, forcing her head against the stone window frame, almost stunned her. She then repeated it on the lovely neck of her victim, where the marks on her fingers were to be traced many days afterwards, and then flounced out of the room, and, composing herself, went down to give her share of information as to her lady's complaint to the apothecary. The unhappy Monimia, who had felt ever since her earliest recollection the misery of her situation, was never so sensible of it as this moment. The work fell from her hands. She laid her head on a marble slab that was on one side of the bow window, and gave way to an agony of grief. Her cap had fallen from her head, and her fine hair concealed her face, which, resting on her arms, was bathed in tears. Sobs that seemed to rend her heart were the only expression of sorrow she was able to utter. She heard, she saw nothing, but was suddenly startled by something touching her hand, as it hung lifelessly over the table. She looked up, and beheld, with mingled emotions of surprise and fear, Orlando Somerive, who, with tears in his eyes, and in a faltering whisper, conjured her to tell him what was the matter. The threat so recently uttered yet vibrated in her ears, and her terror, lest her aunt should return and find Orlando there, was so great that, without knowing what she did, she started up and ran towards the door, from whence she would have fled, disordered as she was, downstairs, and through the very room where Mrs Rayland, her aunt, and the apothecary were in conference, if Orlando, with superior strength and agility, had not thrown himself before her, and, setting his back against the door, insisted upon knowing the cause of her tears before he suffered her to sit. Gasping for breath, trembling inarticulately, she tried to relate the effects of his indiscretion, and that therefore her aunt had threatened and struck her. Orlando, whose temper was naturally warm, and whose generous spirit revolted from every kind of injustice, felt at once his indignation excited by this act of oppression, and his anger that Mrs Lennard should arraign him from a childish frolic, and thence take occasion so unworthily to treat an innocent girl, and be too rash to reflect on consequences. He declared that he would go instantly into the parlour, confess to Mrs Rayland what he had done, and appeal against the tyranny and cruelty of her woman. It was now the turn of poor Monimia to entreat and implore. She threw herself half frantic on her knees before him, and besought him rather to kill her than to expose her to the terrors and distress such a step would inevitably plunge her into. "Indeed, dear Orlando," cried she, "you would not be heard against my aunt. Mr Rayland, if she forgave you, would never forgive me; but I should be immediately turned out of the house with disgrace, and I have no friend, no relation in the world but my aunt, and I must beg my bread. But it is not so much that," added she, while sobs broke her utterance, "it is not so much that I care for. I am so unfortunate, and it does not signify what becomes of me. I can work in the fields, or can go through any hardship; but Mrs Rayland will be very angry with you, and will not suffer you to come to the Hall again, and I shall never, never see you any more." This speech, unguarded and simple as it was, had more effect on Orlando than the most studied eloquence. He took the weeping, trembling Monimia up in his arms, seated her in a chair, and drying her tears, he besought her to be comforted, and to assure herself that whatever he might feel, he would do nothing that should give her pain. "Oh go then, for heaven's sake, go from hence instantly," replied Monimia. "If my aunt should come to look for me, as it is very likely she will, we should be both undone." "Good God!" exclaimed Orlando, "why should it be so? Why are we never to meet? And what harm to any one is done by my friendship for you, Monimia?" "Alas!" answered she, every moment more and more apprehensive of the arrival of her aunt, "alas, Orlando, I know not. I am sure it was once, before my aunt was so enraged as it, all the comfort I had in the world; but now it is my greatest misery, because I dare not even look at you when I happen to meet you. Yet I am sure I mean no hurt to anybody, nor can it do my cruel aunt any harm, that you pity a poor orphan who has no friend upon earth." "I will, however," replied he warmly, "pity and love you too; love you as well as I do any of my sisters, even the sister I love best, and I should hate myself if I did not. But, dear Monimia, tell me, if I cannot see you in the daytime, is it possible for you to walk out of an evening, when these old women are in bed? When I am not at the Hall, they would suspect nothing, and I should not mind walking from home, after our people are in bed, to meet you for half an hour anywhere about these grounds." Ignorant of the decorum required by the world, and innocent even to infinite simplicity as Monimia was, at the age of something more than 14, she had that natural rectitude of understanding that at once told her these clandestine meetings would be wrong. "Ah no, Mr Orlando," she said sighing, "that must not be; for if it should be known –" "It cannot, it shall not be known," cried he, eagerly interrupting her. "But it is impossible, my good friend, if it were not wrong; for you remember that to day is Saturday, and your school begins on Monday." "Curse the school! I had indeed forgot it. Well, but promise me then, Monimia, promise me that you will make yourself easy now, and that when I come from school entirely, which I do at Christmas, we shall contrive to meet sometimes, to read together as we used to do the fairy tales and Arabian Nights last year and the year before. Will you promise me, Monimia?" Monimia, whose apprehensions every moment increased, and who even fancied she heard the rustle of Mrs Lennard's gown upon the private staircase that led down from the gallery, was ready to promise anything. "Oh yes, yes, Orlando, I promise. Do but go now, and we shall not perhaps be so unhappy. My aunt may not be so very ill humoured when you come home again." "And so you will not cry any more?" "I will not, indeed, I will not. But for God's sake go! I am sure I hear somebody." "There is nobody indeed, but I will go to make you easy." He then, trembling as much as she did, hastily kissed the hand he held, and gliding on tiptoe to the other end of the gallery, went through the apartments that led down the great staircase, and taking a circuit round another part of the house, entered the room where Mrs Rayland was sitting, as if he had just come up from cricket in the park. He had not left the gallery a moment before Mrs Lennard came to look for Monimia, whom she found in greater agitation than she had left here, and still drowned in tears. She again began in the severest terms to reprove her, as the sobs and sighs of the suffering girl deprived of answering her invectives. She violently seized her arm, and dragging rather than leading her to her own room, she bade her instantly undress and go to bed. "That you may not," said she, "expose your odious blubbered face." Poor Monimia was extremely willing to obey. She sat down and began to undress, listening as patiently as she could to the violent scolding which her indefatigable aunt still kept up against her, who, having at length exhausted her breath, bounced out and locked the door. Monimia, then left alone, again began to indulge her tears; but her room was in a turret over a sort of lumber room, where the gamekeeper kept his nets and his rods, and where Orlando used to deposit his bow, his cricket bats, and other instruments of sport, with which he was indulged with playing in the park. She now heard him come in, with one of the servants; for such an effect had his voice, that she could distinguish it amid 1,000 others, and when it did not seem to be audible to any one else, though she could not now distinguish the words, she heard him discoursing as if he seemed to be bidding the place farewell for that time. She got upon a chair, for the long narrow windows were so far from the ground that she could not see through it as she stood, and perceived Orlando across the park on foot, and slowly and reluctantly walk towards that part, if it that was next to his father's house. She continued to look at him till a wood, through which he had to pass, concealed him from her view. She then retired to her bed and shed tears. Orlando left his home the next day, for his last half year at the school, having that even taken leave of Mrs Rayland, and it was 6 months before Monimia saw him again. End of Volume 1, Chapter 2. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England.
Volume 3, Chapter 1 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 1, Chapter 3. However trifling the incident was that is related in the foregoing chapter, it so much alarmed the prudent sagacity of Mrs Lennard, that when on the following Christmas Mr Orlando returned to his occasional visits at the Hall, she took more care than before to prevent any possibilities of his ever having an opportunity of meeting Monimia alone, and as much as she could without being remarked by her lady, from seeing her at all. But while she took these precautions, she began to think them useless. Orlando was no longer the giddy boy, eager at his childish sports, and watching with impatience for a game of blindman's buff in the servants' hall, or a romp with any one who would play with him. Orlando was a young man as uncommonly grave as he was tall and handsome. There was something more than gravity, there was dejection in his manner, but it served only to make him more interesting. He now slept oftener than before at the Hall, but he was seen there less, and passed whole days in his own room, or rather in the library, where, as his quiet and studious temper recommended him more than ever to Mrs Rayland, she allowed him to have a fire, to the great comfort and benefit of the books, which had been without that advantage for many years. Mrs Lennard, who now beheld him with peculiar favour, though she had formerly done him ill offices, seemed willing to oblige him in everything but in allowing him ever to converse with her niece, who was seldom suffered to appear in the parlour, but was kept to work in her own room. Mrs Rayland's increasing infirmities, though not such as threatened her life, threw the management of everything about her immediately into the hands of Mrs Lennard, and occupied by the care of her own health, Mrs Rayland's attention to what was passing around her was less every day, and the imbecility of age hourly more perceptible. She therefore made no remark on this change of system, but if she happened to want Monimia, or, as she now chose to call her, Mary, she sent for her, and dismissed her when her service was performed, without any further inquiry as to how she afterwards passed her time. Orlando, however, though he had, since his last return, never spoken a word to Monimia, and though in her few and short meetings the presence of Mrs Lennard prevented their exchange even a look, was no longer at a loss to discriminate those sentiments which he felt for the beautiful orphan, whose charms, which had made almost in infancy an impression on his heart, were now opening to a perfection even beyond their early promise. Her imprisonment, the harshness of her aunt towards her, and her desolate situation contributed to rise in his heart all that was the most tender pity could add to the ardency of a first passion. Naturally of a warm and sanguine temper, the sort of reading he had lately pursued, his situation, his very name, all added something to the romantic enthusiasm of his character. But in the midst of the fairy dreams which he indulged, reason too often stepped in to poison his enjoyments, and represented to him that he was without fortune and without possession, that far from seeing at present any probability of ever being able to offer an establishment to the unfortunate Monimia, he had to procure one for himself. It was now he first felt an earnest wish that the hopes his relations had sometimes encouraged must be realized, and that some part of the great wealth of the Rayland family might be his. But with this he had no reason to flatter himself, for Mrs Rayland, though she seemed to become every day more fond of his company, never took any notice of the necessity there was, that now in his 19th year he should fix upon some plan for his future establishment in the world. This necessity, however, lay heavy on the heart of his father, who had long felt with anguish that the misconduct of his eldest son had rendered it impossible for him to do justice to his younger. With a small income and a large family, he had never, though he lived as economically as possible, been able to lay by much money, and what he had saved in the hope of accumulating small fortunes for his daughters had been paid away for his eldest son in the first 2 years of his residence at Oxford. The third had nearly devoured the £500 legacy given to the family by the elder Mrs Rayland, and the first half year after he left the University, and which he passed between London and his father's house, entirely exhausted that resource, while Mr Somerive in vain represented to him that, in continuing such a career, he must see the estate mortgaged, which was the sole dependence of his family now, and his sole dependence hereafter. So deep, and often so fatal, are early impressions in minds where reason slowly and feebly combats the influence of passion, that though nothing was more certain than that Mrs Rayland's fortune was entirely at her own disposal, and nothing more evident than her dislike to him, he never could be persuaded that, as he was their heir at law, he should not possess the greater part of the estate; and he was accustomed in his orgies among his companions to drink to their propitious meeting at the Hall, when the old girl should be in Abraham's bosom, and not infrequently to her speedy departure. He settled with himself the alterations he should make, and the stud he should collect; proposed to refit in an excellent style the old kennel, and to restore to Rayland Hall the praise it had formerly boasted of having the best pack of foxhounds within 3 counties. When it was represented that the possibility of executing these plans was very uncertain, since the old lady certainly preferred Orlando, he answered, "Oh, damn it, that's not what I'm afraid of. No, no. The old hag has been, thanks to my fortunate stars, brought up in good old fashioned notions, and knows that the firstborn son is, in all Christian countries, the head of the house, and that the rest must scramble through the world as well as they can. As for my solemn brother, you see nature and fortune have designed him for a parson. The tabby may like him for a chaplain, and means to qualify him by one of her livings for the petticoats. But take my word for it, that however she may set her weazen face against it, just to impose upon the world, she likes at the bottom of her heart a fairly young fellow of spirit, and you'll see me master of the Hall. Egad, how I'll make her hoards spin again! Down go those woods that are now every year the worse for standing. Whenever I hear she's fairly off, the squirrels will have notice to quit." It was in vain that the mild and paternal arguments of Mr. Somerive himself, or the tears and the tender remonstrances of his wife were employed, whenever their son would give them an opportunity, to counteract this unfortunate prepossession. He by degrees began to absent himself more and more from home, and when he was there, his hours were such as put any conversation on serious topics out of their power. He was never indeed sullen, for that was not his disposition, but he was so thoughtless, so volatile, and so prepossessed, that he had a right to do as other young men did with whom he had been accustomed to associate, that his father gave up as hopeless every attempt to bring him to his senses. The greater the uneasiness to which Mr. Somerive was thus subject by the conduct of his eldest son, the more solicitous he became for the future establishment of the younger. But he knew not how to proceed to obtain it. He had now no longer the means of sending him to the University, of which he had sometimes thought, in the hope that Mrs Rayland might, if he were qualified for orders, give him one of the livings of which she was patroness. Nor could he, exhausted as his savings were by the indiscretion of his eldest son, command money enough to purchase him a commission, which he had once intended. Sometimes he fancied that, if he were to apply to Mrs Rayland, she would assist in securing an establishment in future for one about whom she appeared so much interested at present; but he oftener apprehended, from the oddity and caprice of her temper, that any attempt to procure more certain and permanent favours for Orlando might occasion her to deprive him of what he now possessed. Mrs Somerive, though a woman of an excellent understanding, had contracted such an awe of the old lady that she was positively against speaking to her about her son; while maternal partiality, which was indeed well justified by the good qualities and handsome person of Orlando, continually suggested to her that Mrs Rayland's prepossession in his favour, if left to take its course, would finally make him the heir of at least a great part of her property. Thus his father, from uncertainty how to act for the best, suffered weeks and months to pass away, in which he could not determine to act at all; and as more than half those weeks and months were passed at the Hall, his mother fondly flattered herself that he was making rapid advances in securing to his family the possessions they had so good a claim to. Neither of them saw the danger to which they exposed him, of losing himself in an imprudent and even fatal attachment to a young woman, while they supposed him wholly given up to acquire the favour of an old one. For in fact Mrs Lennard had so artfully kept her niece out of sight, that neither of them knew her. They barely knew that there was a young person in the house, who was considered in the light of a servant; but whether she was well or ill looking, it had never occurred to them to inquire, because they never supposed her more acquainted with their son than any of the other female domestics. Poor Orlando, however, was cherishing a passion which had taken entire possession of his heart before he was conscious that he had one, and which the restraints that every way surrounded him served only to inflame. Monimia now appeared in his eyes what she really was, infinitely more lovely than ever. She was on his account a prisoner, for he learned that when he was not in the country she was allowed more liberty. She was friendless and harshly treated, and with a form and face that he had thought would do honour to the highest rank of society, she seemed to be condemned to perpetual servitude, and he feared to perpetual ignorance; for he knew that Mrs Rayland had, with the absurd prejudice of narrow minds, declared against her being taught anything but the plainest domestic duties and the plainest work. She had, however, taught herself, with very little aid from her aunt, to read; and lately, since she had been so much alone, she had tried to write; but she had not always materials, and was frequently compelled to hide those she contrived to obtain; so that her progress in this was slow, and made only by snatches, as the ill humour of her aunt allowed or forbade her, to make these laudable attempts at improvement. Her apartment was still in the turret that terminated one wing of the house, and Orlando had been at the Hall the greater part of a fortnight, without their having exchanged a single word. They had indeed met only twice by mere accident, in the presence of the lady of the mansion and of Mrs Lennard. Once when she crossed the hall when he was leading the lady to her chair out of the gallery, and the second time when she was sent for, on an accession of gout, to assist in adjusting the flannels and cushion, which Mrs Rayland declared she managed better than anybody. As she knelt to perform this operation, Orlando, who was reading a practical discourse of faith in opposition to good works, was surprised by her beautiful figure in her simple stuff gown, which had such an effect on his imagination that he no longer knew what he was reading; but after half a dozen blunders in less than half a dozen lines, he became so conscious of his confusion that he could not proceed at all, but affecting to be seized with a violent cough, got up and went out. Again, however, this symptom escaped Mrs Rayland, who, though she read good books as a matter of form, and to impress people with an idea of her piety and understanding, cared very little about their purport, and was just then more occupied with the care of her foot than with abstract reasonings on the efficacy of faith. In the meantime Monimia, who blushed if she even beheld a shadow of Orlando at a distance, and whose heart beat at the sound of his voice, as if it would escape from her bosom, had never an opportunity of hearing it unless he accidentally spoke to some person in the room under hers, where she knew he often went, and particularly at this season, which was near the end of February, when the ponds were drawn, and the nets and poles in frequent use. But the door by which this room opened to the court was on the other side. Monimia had only one high long window in a very thick wall, that looked into the park. Whenever, therefore, as she sat alone in her turret, she heard any person in the room beneath her, she listened with an anxious and palpitating heart, and at length fancied that she could distinguish the step of Orlando from that of the gamekeeper or any other of servants. If she was thus attentive to him without any other motive than to enjoy the pleasure of fancying he was near her, Orlando was on his side studying how to obtain an opportunity of seeing her, not in the intention of communicating to her those sentiments which he now too well understood, but in the hope of finding means to make her amends for the injustice of fortune. If there was any dependence to be placed on expression of countenance, the animation and intelligence that were visible in the soft features of Monimia promised an excellent understanding. What pity that it should not be cultivated! What delight to be her preceptor, and, in despite of the malignity of fortune, to render her mind as lovely as her form! This project got so entirely the possession of Orlando's imagination that he thought he dreamed of nothing else; and however difficult, or even impracticable it seemed, he determined to undertake it. Mrs Lennard slept at some distance, but there was no other way of Monimia's going into any part of the house but by a passage which led through her room, for every other avenue was closed up, and the last thing she did every night was to lock the door of the room where her niece lay, and to take away the key. The window was equally well secured, for it was in effect only a loop. Of this, narrow as it was, the small square of the casement that opened was secured by iron bars. The Raylands had been eminent royalists in the civil wars, and Rayland Hall had held out against a party of Fairfax's army that had closely besieged it. Great part of the house retained the same appearance of defensive strength which had been given it, and no knight of Romans ever had so many real difficulties to encounter in achieving the deliverance of his princess, as Orlando had in finding the means merely to converse with the little imprisoned orphan. Months passed away, in which his most watchful diligence served only to prove that these difficulties were almost insurmountable; nor would he perhaps with all the enthusiasm of love and romance have ever conquered them if chance had not befriended him. Mrs Rayland had given him, under restrictions that he should use it only while he was at the Hall, a very fine colt, which was a breed of racers, the property of the Raylands, and very eminent in the days of Sir Hildebrand. Out of respect to its ancient prowess, the breed was still kept up, though the descendants no longer emulated the honours of their progenitors on the turf; but the produce was generally sold by the coachman, who had the management of the stable, and who was supposed to have profited very considerably by his dealings. Orlando, highly gratified by this mark of Mrs Rayland's favour, undertook to break the young horse himself, and to give it among other accomplishments that of leaping. There was no leaping bar about the grounds, but in the lumber room on the ground floor of one of the turrets he had seen the timber of one that had formerly stood in the park. To this place therefore he repaired, and in removing the large posts, which were very little injured by time, some other slabs of wood, boards, and pieces of scaffolding were moved also, and Orlando saw that they had concealed a door, formerly boarded up, but of which the boards were now broken and decayed. He forced away a piece of rotten wood, and saw a flight of broken stone steps, just wide enough to admit one person with difficulty. His heart bounded with transport. He knew that this staircase must lead to the top of the turret, and consequently wind around the room occupied by Monimia, which it was probable had a communication also with the stairs. But unable to determine in a moment how he should avail himself or acquaint her of this fortunate discovery, and trembling lest it should be known and his hopes at once destroyed, he hastily replaced the spars of wood that concealed the door, before the return of the gardener and under the gamekeeper, who had been assisting him in his operations about the leaping bar; and hastily following them to the spot where they were putting it up, he affected to be interested in its completion, while his mind was really occupied only by plans for seeing without fear of discovery his adored Monimia. Chapter 3. Recorded by Rick Cornwall. Volume 1, Chapter 4 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 1, Chapter 4. Love rendered Orlando so politic, that he determined rather to defer the happiness he hoped for, in gaining unmolested access to Monimia for 2 or 3 days, than to risk by precipitancy the delightful secret of the concealed door, and to watch the motion of the dragon whose unwearied vigilance might at once render it useless. He therefore set himself to observe the hours when Mrs Lennard was most certainly engaged about her mistress, and he found that as she indulged very freely in the pleasures of good table, of which she was herself directress, she became frequently unwilling to encounter much exertion after dinner, and generally left Monimia, who either did not dine below or retired with the tablecloth, unmolested till 6 o'clock, when, if he was not there, she was called down to make tea. These hours therefore seemed most propitious for the experiment he must of necessity make, which was to ascend the staircase, and seek for the door that probably, though now blocked up, had originally led from it into the room inhabited by Monimia, from whence, as it was perhaps only boarded up, he hoped to make her hear, and to prevail upon her to assist in forcing a passage through it. He knew Mrs Lennard was less upon the qui vive when he was not about the house, and therefore the evening before that when he intended to put his project in execution, he took leave of Mrs Rayland, and told her that he was going home for a few days, when, with her permission, he would return. Mrs Rayland, who now thought the house melancholy without him, bade him come back to the Hall as soon as he could, which he promised with a beating heart, and departed. The next day, however, having taken the precaution to get a letter of compliment from his father to Mrs Rayland, the better to account for his quick return, if to account for it should be necessary, he set out on foot after dinner, and as he arrived at Rayland Hall just as the servants of that family were eating theirs, which was always a very long and momentous business, he had a good fortune not to meet any one, but to enter the lower room of the turret, and as he had often the key, he now locked the door, and listening very attentively, heard Monimia walking above, and convinced himself that she was alone. As silently as he could, he removed the planks and timber that concealed the door, and having so placed them without discovering the aperture, they leaned so hollow from the wall that he could get under them, he tore away the remaining impediments that obstructed him, and entered the low staircase, of which about 14 broken and decayed steps led, as he expected, to another door which was also boarded up, and then wound up to the top of the turret. He stopped a moment and listened. He distinctly heard Monimia sigh deeply, and open a drawer. He considered a moment what way of accosting her would least likely to alarm her too suddenly, and at length he determined to speak. After another pause, and finding all was silent in her room, he tapped softly against the boarded door, and lowering his voice, he called, "Monimia, Monimia!" The affrighted girl exclaimed, "Good God! Who is there? Who speaks?" "Be not affrighted," replied he, speaking louder. "It is Orlando." "Orlando! And from whence, dear sir, do you speak?" "I know not, for I cannot tell what part of your room this door opens to. Tell me, where do you hear the sound I now make?" "Against the head of my bed." "Cannot you then remove the bed, and see if there is not a door?" "I can," replied Monimia, "if my trembling does not prevent me, for my bed goes upon castors. But indeed I tremble so. If my aunt should come " "She will not come," replied Orlando impatiently. "Do not give way to groundless fears, Monimia. But if ever you had any friendship for me, exert yourself now to procure the only opportunity we shall ever have of meeting. Remove your bed, and see what is behind it." Monimia, trembling and amazed as she was, found in the midst of her alarm a sensation of joy that was indescribable. It lent her strength to remove the bed, which it was not difficult to do; but the room was hung with old fashioned glazed linen, when many years before it had been fitted up as a bedchamber. This kind of arras entirely hid the door. "Ah!" cried Monimia, "there is no door, Mr Orlando. The hangings are just the same here as about the rest of the room." "Cut them," cried he, "with your scissors, and you will find there is a door." "But if my aunt should discover that they are cut?" "Oh, heavens!" exclaimed Orlando, "if you are thus apprehensive, Monimia, we shall never meet. But if you have any regard for me " The adjuration was too powerful. Monimia forgot the dread of her aunt in the superior dread of offending Orlando. She took her scissors, and cutting the hangings, which through time were little more than tinder, discovered the door, which was very thin and only nailed up, strengthened on the outside by a few slight deals across it. Orlando, who, like another Pyramus, watched with a beating heart the breach through which he now saw the light, forcing away those slight barriers with very little difficulty; and then, setting his foot against the door, it gave way, and the remnant of tattered hanging made no resistance. He found himself in the room with Monimia, who, from mingled emotions of pleasure and fear, could hardly breathe. "At length," cried he, "I have found you, Monimia. At length I have got to you." "But we shall both be utterly ruined," interpreted she, "if my aunt should happen to come. Speak low, for Heaven's sake, speak low! I should die upon the spot if she should happen to find you here." "Let us consider," said Orlando, "how we may meet for the future. I do not mean to stay now, but you see this door gives us always an opportunity of seeing each other." "But how shall I dare?" cried the trembling Monimia. "My aunt watches me so narrowly that I am never secure of being alone a moment. Even now, perhaps, she may be coming." So great was the terror which this idea impressed on the timid Monimia, that Orlando saw that there was no time to be lost in settling their more secure meetings. "Have you," said she, "have you, Monimia, courage enough to make use of this door, to come down into the study to me when we are all sure the house is quiet? You know there is a passage to the end of the house, without crossing either of the great courts or any of the apartments, by going through the old chapel, and nobody can hear you. I only propose this, because I suppose you are afraid of letting me come up here." "Oh, either is very wrong," replied she, "and I shall be sadly blamed." "Well, then, Monimia, I am deceived, cruelly deceived. I did believe that you had some regard for me, and I protest to Heaven that I mean nothing but the purest friendship towards you. I want you to read, which I know you have no opportunity of doing. I would find proper books for you may one day have occasion for more knowledge than you can acquire in the way to which you now live. Perhaps clandestine meetings might not be right in any other case; but persecuted as you are, Monimia, we must meet clandestinely, or not meet at all. Alas! my dear friend, it may not be long that I may be here to ask this favour of you, or to request you to oblige me for your own good. My father is considering how to settle me in life." "To settle you!" said Monimia faintly. "Yes. I mean to put me into some profession in the world. and whatever it is, it will of course carry me quite away from hence. As soon as it is determined upon, therefore, Monimia, I shall go, and perhaps we shall never meet again. Yet you now refuse to grant me the only happiness that possibly my destiny will ever suffer me to taste. I mean that of being some little service to you. What harm can there really be, Monimia, in what I request? Have we not lived from children together like brother and sister? And why should we give up the sweet and innocent pleasure of loving each other, because your aunt is of a temper so detestably severe and suspicious?" "Indeed, I know not," said Monimia, whose tears now streamed down her cheeks. "But I know, Orlando, that I cannot refuse what you ask, for indeed I do not believe that you would desire me to act wrong." "No, I would die first." "Tell me, then, what would you have me do? I tremble so that I am really ready to sink, lest my aunt should come. Tell me, dear Orlando, what should you have me do?" "Replace your bed as soon as I am gone, and I will take care that no sign shall remain below of the discovery I have made. As soon as the family are all in bed, and you are sure that your aunt has gone for the night, I will come up and fetch you into the study, where, whenever I am here, we can read for an hour or two every night. Tell me, Monimia, do you agree to this?" "I do," replied she. "And now, dear Orlando, go, it will soon be tea time, my aunt will come to call me." "You will be ready then to night, Monimia?" "To night?" "Yes, for why should we lose an hour, when perhaps so few are left me? When I am gone to some distant part of the world, you may be sorry for me, Monimia, and repent that when we could see each other you refused." The idea of his going, perhaps for ever, was insupportable, and the timid doubts of Monimia vanished before it. She thought at that moment that to pass 1 hour with him were well worth any risk, even though her aunt should discover and kill her. She hesitated therefore no longer, but promised to be ready in the evening, and to listen for his signal. Having thus gained his point, Orlando no longer refused to quit her, but returned by his circuitous staircase, and replacing the boards at its entrance below, as nearly as possible as he found them, he went out unseen by anybody, and coming back to the road which led through the park, he walked hastily across that part of it that was immediately before the windows of the apartment where Mrs Rayland sat, and then went into the house, and sent up, as was his custom, to know if he might be admitted. She ordered him to be shown up, and received him with pleasure, for she just then was in very ill humour, and wanted somebody in whom she could find a patient listener while she related the cause of it, and declaimed against the person who had occasioned it, which was thus. The estates in this country were very large, and that possessed by the house of Rayland yielded in extent to none, but was equal to that of its nearest neighbour, a nobleman, who owned a great extent of country which immediately adjoined to the manors and farms of Mrs Rayland, and on which there was also a fine old house, situated in the midst of the domain. At the distance of about 5 miles from Rayland Hall, the estates divided by a river which was the joint property of both. Lord Carloraine, the last possessor of this property, was a man very far advanced in life. Many years had passed since the world in which he had lived had disappeared, and being no longer able or desirous to take part in what was passing about a court, to him wholly uninteresting, and being a widower without children, he had retired above 30 years before to his paternal seat, where he lived in splendid uniformity, receiving only the nobility of the county and the baronets, whom he considered as forming an order that made a very proper barrier between the peerage and the squirearchy, with all the massive dignity and magnificent dulness that their fathers and grandfathers had been entertained with since the beginning of the century. Filled with high ideas of the consequence of ancient blood, he suffered no consideration to interfere with his respect for all who had that advantage to boast; while for the upstart rich men of the present day he felt the most ineffable contempt, and while such were, in neighbouring counties, seen to figure away on recently acquired fortunes, Lord Carloraine used to pique himself upon the inviolability of that part of the world where he lived, and say that very fortunately for the morals and manners of this country it had not been chosen by nabobs and contractors for the display of their wealth and taste, and that none such might gain any footing in the neighbourhood, he purchased every farm that was to be sold, and continued to be so much of a despot himself, that those who were only beginning to be great shunned his established greatness as inimical to their own. Mrs Rayland perfectly agreed with him in these sentiments, and had the most profound respect for a nobleman who acknowledged, proud as he was of his own family, that it had no other superiority over that of Rayland than in possessing a higher title. He had been, though a much younger man, acquainted with the late Sir Hildebrand, and whenever Mrs Rayland and Lord Carloraine met, which they did in cumbrous state twice or thrice a year, their whole conversation consisted of eulogiums on the days that were past, in expressing their dislike of all that was now acting in a degenerate world, and their contempt of the actors. But the winter preceding the period of which this history is relating the events had carried off this ancient and noble friend at the age of 96, to the regret of nobody so much as of Mrs Rayland. His estate fell to the grandson of his only sister, a man of 23, who was as completely the nobleman of the present day as his uncle had been the representative of those who lived in the reign of George I. He cared nothing for the ancient honours of this family, and would not have passed a fortnight in the gloomy solitude of his uncle's castles to have been master of 6 times its revenue. His paternal property and parliamentary interest lay in a northern county, and therefore, as ready money was a greater object to him than land in another part of England, he offered the estate of Lord Carloraine to sale as soon as it came into his possession, and in a few months it was bought by the son of a rich merchant, a young man, lately of age, of the name of Stockton, whose father, having had very lucrative contracts in that war which terminated in 1763, had left his son a minor with a fortune, which at the end of 10 years' minority amounted to little short of $500,000. The purchase of Carloraine Castle by such a man had given Miss Rayland inexpressible concern and mortification, which every circumstance that came to her knowledge had contributed to increase. She had already heard enough to foresee all the inconveniences of this exchange of neighbours, on which she dwelt continually, yet seemed to take strange pains to irritate her own uneasiness by daily inquiries into the alterations and proceedings of Mr Stockton, who, even before the purchase, was generally known to be a complete, had begun under the auspices of modern tastes to new model everything. He came down to Carloraine Castle twice or thrice a week, every time with a new set of company. Almost every one of his visitors was willing to assist him in his plan of improvements, and he listened to them all, so that what was built up to day was pulled down to morrow. All the workmen, such as bricklayers, and etc. in the neighbourhood, for many miles, were engaged to work at the castle, and the delicacies which used to be supplied by the neighbouring country, and in which Mrs Rayland had usually a preference, were now offered first to his honour Squire Stockton; and his honour's servants, to whom the regulation of his house was entrusted, were so willing to do credit to their master's large fortune, that they gave London prices for everything. The vicinity of affluent luxury was thus severely felt by those to whom it was of much more real consequence than to Mrs Rayland. To her, however, this circumstance was particularly grating. She complained bitterly to everybody she saw that poultry, if she had by any accident occasion to buy it, was doubled in price; that the prime sea fish was carried to the castle, and more money was demanded for the refuse than she was accustomed to give for the finest. But with the beginning of September more aggravating offences began also. An army of sportsmen came down to the castle, who had no respect for the hitherto inviolate manors, nor for the preserved grounds around Rayland Hall, which not even the gamekeepers ever alarmed with an hostile sound. Her park, even her park, where no profane foot had ever been suffered to enter, was now invaded, and on the 2nd of September, the day of which the occurrences have been here related, 5 young men and 2 servants, with a whole kennel of pointers, had crossed the park, and killed 3 brace of partridges within its enclosure, laughing at the threats, and threatening in their turns the keepers who had attempted to oppose them. No injury or affront that could be devised could have made so deep an impression on Mrs Rayland's mind as such a trespass. She was yet in the first paroxysm of her displeasure, though the occasion of it happened early in the morning, when Orlando was admitted, whose mind, attuned to the harmonizing hope of being indulged with a frequent sight of Monimia, was but little in unison with the petulant and querulous complaints of Mrs Rayland. While she was above an hour held forth with unwearied invective against the new inhabitant of Carloraine. "These," cried she, "these are modern gentlemen! Gentlemen! A disgrace to the name! City apprentices, that used to live soberly at their shops, are turned sportsmen, forsooth, and have the impudence to call themselves gentlemen! I hear, and I suppose 'tis true enough, that Mr Philip Somerive thinks proper to be acquainted with this Mushroom fellow, and to be one of his party. Pray, child, can you tell me, is it true?" "I believe, madam, my brother has some acquaintance, but I fancy only a slight acquaintance, with Mr Stockton." "Oh, I have very little curiosity. I dare say he is one of the set, and it is very fit he should. Birds of a feather, you know, flock together. But this I assure you, Mr Orlando, take this from me, that if you should ever think proper to know that person, that Stockton, your visits here will from that time be dispensed with." Orlando, conscious that he had never exchanged a word with any inhabitant or visitant of Carloraine, and conscious too that all his wishes were centred in what the Hall contained, assured Mrs Rayland with equal warmth and sincerity that he never had, nor ever would have, any connection with the people who assembled there. "So far from my wishing to hold with such people any friendly converse, I shall hardly be able to refrain from remonstrating with them on their very improper and unhandsome manner of acting towards you, madam; and if I meet them on your grounds, I shall, unless you forbid me, very freely tell them my opinion of their conduct." Mrs Rayland had never in her life been so pleased with Orlando as she was at that moment. The readiness with which he entered into her injuries, and the spirit with which he undertook to check the aggressors, placed him higher in her favour than he had ever yet been; but her way of testifying this her satisfaction consisted in what of all others was at this moment the most mortifying, for she invited him to stay to supper in her apartment, which was a favour she hardly did him twice a year. Orlando, wretched as it made him, could not make any excuse to escape, and it was near an hour later than usual before Mrs Rayland, retiring, dismissed Orlando to watch for the silence of the house, which was a signal for his going to the beloved turret. End of Volume 1, Chapter 4. Recorded by Rick Cornwall.
Volume 1, Chapter 5 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenarden. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 1, Chapter 5. The clock in the servants' hall struck 12, and was answered by that in the north gallery. With yet deeper tone, the hour was re-echoed from the great clock in the cupola over the stables, when Orlando, listening a moment to hear if all was quiet, proceeded through an arched passage which led from the library to the chapel, and then through the chapel itself, whose principal entrance was from a porch which opened to a sort of triangular court on the back of the house next the park. He had previously unbarred the chapel door, which was slightly secured by an iron rod. The lock had long since been rusted by time, and the key lost. For since the death of Sir Hildebrand, who was buried with his ancestors in the chancel, the ladies, his daughters, had found themselves too much affected to enter the chapel, which was also the church of the small parish of Rayland, and had removed the parochial service to that of the next parish within a mile. And as both belonged to them, the livings were united, and the people of either were content to say their prayers wherever the ladies chose to appoint. Orlando, till he found it opened his way to Monimia, without going through or near any inhabited part of the house, had never explored the chapel; but the night before, that on which the experiment was to be made, he had taken care to see that, in his passage through it, he had no impediment to fear; for of those, superstition might have raised to deter a weaker mind, or one engaged in a less animating cause. He was insensible. He now, having convinced himself that all the family were retired, walked softly through the aisle, and having, without any difficulty, opened the door of the porch that adjoined the pavement around the east or back front, he stepped with light feet along it, entered the lower room of the turret, which was nearly opposite, and ascended still as silently as he could the narrow staircase. "Monimia! Monimia!" cried he in a half whisper. "Monimia, are you ready?" "I am," replied a low and tremulous voice. "Remove the hangings, then," said Orlando. Slowly the faltering hands of the trembling girl removed them. Orlando eagerly received her as she came through the doorway. "Are you here at last?" he cried vehemently. "Shall I be at liberty at last to see you? But how cold you are! How you tremble!" "Ah, Mr. Orlando," answered Monimia, half shrinking from him, "ah, I am so certain that all this is wrong, I so dread a discovery, that it is impossible to conquer my terrors. Besides, I have recollected that one of the windows of my aunt's closet upstairs looks this way. If she should be in it, if she should see us!" "How can she be in it without a light? She hardly sits there in the dark for her amusement. You know it is impossible she can have any suspicion, yet you torment yourself and destroy all my happiness by your timidity. Ah, Monimia, you are cruel to me." "I would not be cruel to you for 1,000 worlds, Orlando, you know I would not. But if I were to die, I cannot conquer my terrors. I tremble too with cold, as well as with fright, for I have waited so long past my hour of going to bed, that I am half frozen." "And yet you are not glad to see me, Monimia, when at last I have come." "Indeed I am glad, Orlando. But hush! Hark! Surely I hear a noise. Listen a moment, for heaven's sake, before we go down." "It is nothing," said Orlando, after a pause. "It is nothing, upon my soul, but the wind that rushes up the narrow staircase to the top of the tower." "Speak low, however," replied Monimia, as she gave him her cold tremulous hand to lead her slowly down the ruined steps. "Speak very low, or rather let us be quite silent, for you remember what an echo there is in the court." They then proceeded silently along the flagstones that surrounded the court opening on one side to the park, and entered the porch of the chapel, where, when Monimia arrived, she seemed so near fainting, that, as they were now sheltered from all observation, Orlando entreated her to sit down on one of the thick, old, worm-eaten wooden benches that were fixed on either side. Unable to support herself, Orlando made her lean against him, as endeavouring to reassure her. He besought her to conquer an alarm, for which, said he, "Monimia, I cannot account. What do you fear, my sweet friend? Do you really repent having entrusted yourself with me?" "Oh no, indeed," sighed Monimia, "but the chapel—" "What of the chapel?" cried Orlando impatiently. "It is haunted, you know, every night by the spirit of one of the Lady Raylands, who I know, not how long ago, died for love, and whose ghost now sits every night in the chancel, and sometimes walks around the house, and particularly along the galleries at midnight, groaning and lamenting her fate." Orlando, laughing at her simplicity, cried, "And who, my dear Monimia, who has violated thy natural good sense by teaching thee these ridiculous stories? Believe me, none of the Lady Raylands, as you call them, ever died for love. Indeed, I never heard any of them ever were in love, but my grandmother, who saved herself the absurdity of dying by marrying the man she liked, in despite of the opposing pride of her family; and as she was very happy, and never repented her disobedience, I do not believe her spirit walks. Or if it should, Monimia, if it were possible that it should, could you not face a ghost with me for your protector?" any living creature I should not fear, Orlando, if you were with me. But there is something so dreadful in the idea of a spirit." "This is not a place," said Orlando with quickness, "this is not a place to argue with your prejudices, Monimia, for you seem half dead with cold. But come, I beseech you, into the library, where there is a fire, and trust to my arm to defend you from all supernatural beings, at least on the way." He then drew her arm within his, and pushed open the door of the chapel. When Monimia felt the cold damp that environed her as he shut it after them, and found herself in such a place without any other light than what was afforded by 2 Gothic windows, half blocked with stonework, and almost all the rest by stained glass at midnight, in a night of September, she again shuddered and shrunk back; but Orlando again encouraging her, and ridiculing her fears, she moved on, and passing the stone passage, he at length seated her safely by the sturdy fire, which he now replenished with wood; and as she was still pale and trembling, he brought her a glass of wine, of which Mrs Rayland allowed him whenever he chose, which he insisted on her drinking, and then, seating himself by her, inquired with a gay smile how she did after her encounter with the lady who died for love. "You think me ridiculous, Orlando, and perhaps I am so; but my aunt has often told me that ghosts always appear to people who are doing wrong, to reproach them, and alas, Orlando, I am too sensible that I am not doing right." "Curse on her prudish falsehood," cried the impetuous Orlando. "If ghosts, as you call them, were always on the watch to persecute evil doers, I believe, from my soul, that she would have been beset by those of all the Raylands that are packed together in the chancel." Such was the awe of her aunt, in which Monimia had been brought up, that the little respect and vehement manner in which Orlando spoke of her had in it additional terror. She did not speak, she was not able, but the tears, which had till then trembled in her eyes, now stole down her cheeks. Orlando was tempted to kiss them away before they reached her bosom, but he remembered that she was wholly in his power, and that he owed her more respect than it would have been necessary to have shown even in public. "Let us talk no more of your old aunt," reassumed Orlando, "but tell me, Monimia, all that has happened in these long, long months of absence." "Happened, Mr Orlando?" repeated Monimia. "Nay," interrupted he, "let me not be Mr Orlando, my lovely friend, but call me Orlando, and try to fancy me your brother. Tell me, Monimia, how have you passed your time since I was allowed to see you last? What an age it is ago! Have you been practising your writing, Monimia, and has Leonard allowed you the use of any books?" "A few I got by the assistance of Betty Richards, who has the key of this room to clean it when you are absent, Orlando. But if my aunt had found it out, she would never have forgiven either of us. I was forced, therefore, to hide the books she took out for me with the greatest care, and to read only by snatches. As to writing, I have done a little of it, because you desired me, but it has been very difficult, for my aunt Leonard never would allow me to have pens and ink, and Betty Richards has given me these too by stealth, when she was able to procure them, as if they were for herself, of Mr Pattenson, the butler, who was always very kind to her about such things, till a week or two ago, when he was so cross at her for asking for more paper, that we thought it better to let alone, applying to him again for some time." "The old thief was jealous, I suppose," answered Orlando. "I believe he was," said Monimia, "for he has a liking, I fancy, to Betty, though to be sure he is old enough to be her father." Orlando was now struck with an apprehension which had never before occurred to him. He feared that, in the gratitude of her unadulterated heart for the kindness she received from this Betty Richards, she might betray to her the secret of their nocturnal visits, and he knew that the love of gossiping, the love of finery, the love of nice morsels, which the butler had it in his power to give, or even the love of showing she was entrusted with a secret, were any of them sufficient to overset all the fidelity which this girl, the under housemaid, might either feel or profess to feel for Monimia. Against this, therefore, it was necessary to put her on her guard, which Orlando endeavoured to do in the most impressive manner possible, and even urged her, with warmth, to give him her solemn promise, that she never would entrust this servant with any secret, or mention to her his name on any account whatever. 'Indeed, Orlando,' replied Monimia, when he had finished this warm exhortation, 'indeed, you need not be uneasy or anxious about it; for there is one reason, if I had no other, would never permit me to tell this poor girl that I meet you unknown to my aunt.' 'And what is that?' 'It is, that Betty is, like myself, a very friendless orphan, a poor girl that my aunt has taken from the parish; and as I know very well that all our meetings will one day or other be discovered, it would entirely ruin her, and occasion the loss of her place and her character, if Betty were supposed to know any thing about it. Therefore you may be assured, Orlando, that she never shall, for whatever misery it may be my fate to suffer myself, I shall not so much mind, as I should being the cause of ruining and injuring another person, especially a friendless girl who has always been kind to me as her situation allowed her to be.' Enchanted with her native rectitude of heart and generosity of spirit, Orlando rapturously exclaimed, 'Charming girl! how every sentence you utter, every sentiment of your pure and innocent mind delight me! No, Monimia, I am very sure that such a security as you have given me is of equal force, perhaps superior, as it ought to be, even to your faith to me; superior, Monimia, to the wish which I am sure you have, to spare me any sort of unhappiness.' The fine eyes of Monimia were swimming in tears, as, tenderly pressing her hand between his, Orlando said this. 'You do me justice,' said she in a faltering voice, 'and I thank you. I do not know, Orlando, why I should be ashamed to say that I love you better than anybody else in the world; for indeed who is there in it that I have to love? If you were gone, it would all be a desert to me; for though I hope I am grateful, and not undutiful to my aunt Lennard, I find I do not love her as I love you. But indeed I do believe she would not have me feel affection for anybody; for she is always telling me that it is the most disgraceful and odious thing imaginable for a young woman, dependent as I am, to think about any person, man, woman, or child; and that, if I would not be an undone and disgraced creature, I must mind nothing but praying to God, which I hope I never neglected, and learning to earn my bread by my hands. And then she tells me continually how much I owe her for taking me into her lady's family, and what a wicked wretch I should be if I were ungrateful.' 'Don't tell me any more about your aunt, do not, I entreat you,' cried Orlando impatiently. 'I should be sorry to say any thing that should stain, even with the most remote suspicion of ingratitude, that unadulterated mind. But I cannot, no, it is impossible to resist saying, that, like all other usurped authority, the power of your aunt is maintained by unjust means, and supported by prejudices, which, if once looked at by the eye of reason, would fall, so tender is the hold of tyranny, my Monimia.' 'Dear Orlando,' said Monimia, smiling through her tears, 'you talk what is by me very little understood.' 'No,' replied he, 'she has taken care to fetter you in as much ignorance as possible; but your mind rises above the obscurity with which she would surround it. She has, however, brought in supernatural aid, and fearful of not being able to keep you in sufficient awe by her terrific self, She has called forth all the deceased ladies of the Rayland family, and gentlemen too, for aught I know, and beset you with spirits and hobgoblins if you dare to walk about the house." "Ah, Orlando," answered Monimia timidly, and throwing round the room a half fearful glance, "I do believe you injure my Aunt Lennard in that notion, for I am almost sure she believes what she tells me." "Pooh," replied he, "she has too much sense. A good bottle of Barbadoes water or ratafia would call your pious aunt in the darkest night, and just as the clock strikes 12, into the very chancel of the chapel itself, or even into the vaults under it." "Do not laugh at such things, Orlando, do not, pray, unless you are very sure that they are all foolish and superstitious fancies. I assure you, Orlando, that having been used to walk about this great old rambling house by myself at all times of the day, and sometimes, when you have not been here, late of a night, I cannot have been much used to indulge fear; for, frightened or not frightened, I must have gone if my lady or my aunt ordered me. But though I am not the least afraid, or used not to be afraid, when I was assured in my own heart that I had never done or intended any harm, yet I have seen and heard.' 'Nay then, Monimia, tell me what you have seen and heard,' cried he, fixing his eyes eagerly on her face, and pulling his chair nearer to hers, 'and let us draw round the fire, and have a discourse upon apparitions.' 'You will smile at me, Orlando,' said she, looking smilingly, and yet grave; 'but what I have to tell you is true nevertheless.' 'Tell it then, Monimia. If any proofs have power to make me a convert, they must be yours.' 'Well then, Orlando, I assure you it is no fancy, but absolutely true, that some time last February, at which time my aunt was very ill by the fall she had down stairs, she used to entrust me with the keys, and to send me all about the house for things she wanted. You know that when Mr Patterson is out, she always insists upon having the keys of the great cellars, as well as all the rest, left with her; and that, after quarrelling some years about it, she has got the better, and though he will not give her his keys, has my lady's leave to have keys of her own, which he always takes particular pleasure in using when he is out, which he happened to be that night at the christening of Mr Butterworth's child, whether she really wants the things she sends for or no. It was a terrible stormy night, and very dark, when my aunt, who was but just well enough to sit in my lady's room, took it into her head, after everybody was gone to bed but Betty Richards and I, that she wanted some hot shrub and water. She sent me to look for shrub in her closet, where I believe she knew there was none; and when I came back to say there was none, she bade me to go into the east wing cellar, which goes, you know, under the house towards this end of it, and fetch half a dozen bottles, and she gave me the key and a basket. I stood trembling with fear, for had I been sure of being killed even at that moment, I am very certain I could not have determined to venture alone. 'What is the foolish girl afraid of?' said my aunt. 'Of going alone so far, ma'am,' said I, 'at this time of night.' 'And is not this time of night,' said my aunt angrily, 'or is it not any time of night, or any time of day, the same thing to you, idiot? And do you dare to affect any choice, how and when you shall obey my commands?' 'No, indeed, my dear, dear aunt,' answered I trembling, 'no, indeed; but remember, before you are so angry with me, that 100 times you have told me, that all the galleries and passages about this house are haunted, and that you have yourself seen strange sights and heard frightful noises, though you would never tell me what they were. How shall I, my dear aunt, encounter that which has terrified you? Pray forgive me, or, if you will not, inflict upon me any punishment you please, only be assured, my dear, dear aunt, that terrible as your anger is to your poor girl, she had rather endure it than go into those passages and vaults alone.' 'Why, thou art a driveller, a perfect idiot,' answered Mrs Lennard, 'and art fit for only a cap and bells, clean straw, and a whirligig. Apparitions, you stupid fool! But tell me, will you go for what I want, if this other moppet, who looks as white as a cheese curd, will go with you?' The offer of going with Betsy Richards had somehow quite a charm with it, compared with the terrors of going alone, and therefore I readily agreed to the proposal, flattering myself that Betsy would refuse, and that I should so be excused. But poor Betsy had, like myself, a most terrible awe of my aunt, whom, ever since she could remember, she had been taught to fear. 'To be sure I will go,' said poor Betsy, 'to be certain I will go, if madam desires it, though for certain—' 'None of your ifs, you silly baggage; but here, take the candle, and do you nonsensical ninny-hammer, take the basket, and fetch instantly what I want. The old shrub stands in a bin, quite at the lower end of the farthest arch vault, next to the chapel wing. Put your hands elbow deep in the straw dust, and you will feel it. Bring 6 bottles, and mind you take care of your candle, for the whole family of Rayland are piled up in their velvet coffins within 2 or 3 feet of you, and it would be a very unhandsome thing to set their old dry bones in a blaze on their own premises.' Neither Betsy nor I dared answer, for, as my aunt spoke these last words, she waved her hands for us to go. After we were out of hearing, I, who held Betsy fast by the arm, expressed my apprehension at what had passed. I did this more particularly because I had never heard my aunt talk so freely before. Betsy, frightened as she was at the thought of the expedition we were undertaking, could not help tittering at the surprise I expressed, and said, 'Lord! why, the old woman has been sitting so long after supper with madam, that she has been taking care to keep the cold out of her stomach,' meaning that Mrs Lennard had been drinking too much, which till then I had never any notion of. 'I am sure,' replied I to my trembling companion, as we went down the cellar stairs, and were frightened by the echo of our feet, 'I am sure, Betsy, we want something to keep the cold of fear out of ours.' 'Oh, hush!' said she, 'hush! I shall drop if I hear a voice. It sounds so among these hollow doors.' Her teeth chattered in her head, and she held the candle in her hand so unsteadily that I was afraid it would have gone out. In this manner we proceeded to the bottom of the stairs, which you know are very long, and had got 6 paces along the passage, which is, you may remember, very high and narrow and long, when we heard a loud rushing noise at the other end of it. Something came sweeping along, but Betsy let fall the candle, and fell herself against the wall, where I endeavoured in vain to support her. She sunk quite down, and, as I stooped to assist her, somebody certainly brushed by me. I know not what I heard afterwards, for fear deprived me of my senses. This, however, lasted but a moment; for, my recollection returning, I was sensible that, whatever there was to hurt us, we should do more wisely to endeavour to return back to my aunt's room, than to remain in that dismal place. With great difficulty, by rubbing her hands within mine, and reasoning with her as soon as she seemed able to bear it, I prevailed upon Betsy Richards to try to walk. The apprehension that this frightful apparition might return, which she whispered me had the figure of a tall man in a white or light coloured gown, had more effect upon her than any thing I could say, and she consented to try to return up the stairs. It was so dark, however, that we were obliged to feel our way with our hands, and I own I every moment expected to put them against the frightful figure which my companion had seen. 'But you were wrong there,' said the incredulous Orlando; 'for, if it were a ghost, Monimia, You know a ghost is only air, and of course you could not have touched it. But tell me how your aunt received you.' It was, I am sure, almost half an hour before we got back, more dead than alive, to the oak parlour. She asked us very impatiently what we had been so long about, but neither of us was presently able to answer. She saw how it was by our faces, but very sharply bade us tell her that moment what was the matter. Betsy had then more courage than I had, for I was more afraid of my aunt, if possible, than of the ghost, and so she related as well as she could all she saw or fancied she saw. Mrs Lennard was extremely angry with us both, and scolded us for a quarter of an hour, which I thought a little unreasonable towards me, since she was angry with me now for being afraid of the very things she had been teaching me to fear. However, as there was no chance of persuading us to make another attempt that night, she was disabled by lameness from going herself, she was forced to be content with some other of the cordials she had in her closet, and afterwards she rather wished to have the story hushed up and forgotten, for somehow or other the key of the cellar was never found after that night. The basket and the candle remained where they were dropped, yet the key, which was a very great heavy key, and which I had in my hand, was gone, and Mr Patterson would have made such a racket about it, that my aunt, as she had another, let the story drop, and contrived an excuse a week or two afterwards, when she was able to get about herself, to have the lock changed. And this is all the reason you have, my Monimia, for your own observation, to believe in spirits, said Orlando. All, replied she. Is it not then enough? Not quite, I fear, to convince the scepticism of the present day. I do not, however, wish to prejudice your mind on the other side, by bringing arguments against the possibility of their existence, but I will give your reason an opportunity of deciding for itself. Against tomorrow night, when we shall meet again, I will look out and mark for you all those stories of supernatural appearances that are related by the most reasonable people, and are the best authenticated. You shall fairly inquire whether any of those visits of the dead were ever found to be of any use to the living. We are told that they have been, as is reported of that vision which Clarendon tells of, to warn the persons to whom they appeared, or to some others to whom they were to repeat their mission, of impending danger. But the danger, however foretold, has never been avoided. And shall we therefore believe that an all-wise and all-powerful being shall suffer a general law of nature to be so uselessly violated, and shall make the dead restless only to terrify the living? Oh, but in the cases of murder, you know, what spectres have appeared! Yes, Monimia, to the conscience of the guilty, but even that is not always ready to raise hideous shadows, to persecute the sanguinary monsters who are stained with crimes. For if it were, Monimia, I am afraid not one of our kings or heroes should have slept in their beds. And yet, said Monimia, shuddering, and yet, Orlando, you sometimes talk of being a soldier. Ah, my sweet friend, replied Orlando, I have no choice, but must be what they would have me. Yet believe me, Monimia, if I had a choice, it would be to pass all my life in some quiet retirement with you. We should not want either of us to be very rich, for we should certainly be very happy. To this poor Monimia felt herself quite unable to answer, but sighing deeply, from the fear that it could never be, she tried to turn the discourse. Is it not very late, Orlando, said she, and had I not better go? If you insist upon going yet, I shall be half tempted to let you travel through the chapel alone, replied he, smiling, and to avenge myself for your desertion, expose you to meet the tall man in the white dress. He then led the conversation to other subjects, gave her some books he had selected for her reading, and some materials for writing; and after insisting upon her to promise to meet him the next night, he consented that she should return to her turret. As, with his arm around her waist, he conducted her through the chapel, and still found her tremble, he gently reproached her with it. "Ah," said she, "Orlando, you are surely unreasonable, if you expect me to be as courageous as you are." "Not at all," answered he, "for you may derive your confidence from the same source, and say, as I do, I fear no evil angel, and have offended no good one." Monimia promised to do all she could towards conquering her apprehensions. They were by this time arrived at the door of her chamber, where, tenderly kissing her hand, he again bade her good night, or rather good morning, for it was near 3 o'clock, and waiting till he heard the door safely concealed by her bed, and hearing that all was secure, he returned to his own room, and went to rest in spirits disposed to indulge delicious dreams of happiness to come. End of Volume 1, Chapter 5. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Volume 1, Chapter 6 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 1, Chapter 6. Another and another evening Orlando attended at the turret, and the apprehensions of Monimia decreased in proportion as her reason, aided by her confidence in him, taught her that there was in reality little to fear from the interposition of supernatural agency. The dread of being discovered by people in the house, however, still interrupted the hours which passed with imperceptible rapidity while they were together. This might happen 1,000 ways, which Monimia was ingenious in finding out, while Orlando was sometimes successful, and sometimes failed in ridiculing those apprehensions which he could not always help sharing. The mind of the innocent Monimia had been till now like that of Miranda in her desert island. To her, the world that was past, and that which was now passing, were alike unknown, and all the impressions that her infant understanding had received tended only to confirm the artificial influence which her aunt endeavoured to establish over her imagination. Her poverty, her dependence, the necessity of earning her subsistence by daily labour, had been the only lessons she had been taught, and the only hope held out to her, that of passing through life in an obscure service. But she had learned now that, abject poor as she was an object of affection to Orlando, who seemed in her eyes the representation of divinity. The reading he had directed her to pursue had assisted in teaching her some degree of self-value. She found that to be poor was not disgraceful in the eye of heaven, or in the eyes of the good upon earth, and that the great teacher of that religion, which she had been bid to profess, though very little instructed in it, was himself poor, and the advocate and friend of poverty. In addition to all this knowledge, so suddenly acquired, she had lately made another discovery. Her aunt had always told her that she was a very plain girl, had a bad person, and was barely fit to be seen; but since the marriage of the servant who had lived in the hall during the infancy of Monimia, Betty Richards, the under housemaid, had been ordered to do the little that Monimia was allowed to have done in her room. Mrs Lennard had taken her from the parish offices as an apprentice, and having long seen her only in her coarse gown and nailed shoes, and observed in her manner only a great deal of rustic simplicity, had not in the least idea that under the semblance she concealed the cunning and the vanity of a country coquette. and that the first week she passed in Mrs. Ryland's family had called forth these latent qualities. She was a ruddy, showy girl, with a large but rather a good figure, and her face was no sooner washed, and her hair combed over a roll, that she became an object which attracted the attention of the great Mr. Pattenson himself, who, proceeding in the usual way by which he had won the favour of so many of the subaltern nymphs in Mrs. Rayland's kitchen, began to make her many presents, and to talk of her beauty; and as she could not forbear repeating all these extravagant expressions of his admiration, Monimia could as little help reflecting, though she was somehow humbled as she made the comparison, that if Betty was so handsome, she could not herself be so ugly as her aunt had always represented her. The fineries which her new friend received, Monimia beheld without any wish to enjoy such herself, though on Betty, a poor girl bred in a workhouse, they had a most intoxicating effect. They were given under the strictest injunctions of secrecy, which was tolerably well observed towards the rest of the house; and the finery, which at first consisted only of beads and ribbons, was reserved for Sunday afternoons, and put on at a friend's cottage near a distant church. But it was not in female nature to conceal these acquisitions from Monimia, and it was in her drawers that they were often deposited, when there was reason to apprehend that the little deal box, which had till lately been amply sufficient for the check apron and linsey woolsey gown of Betty, might not safely conceal the ribbons colour of emperor eyes, the flowered shawls, the bugle necklaces, and caps with a new edging to them, which she now possessed. Sometimes, when Betty obtained leave to go out, and thought that Mrs. Lennard, being engaged with her lady, and the other servants gone different ways, she should escape unnoticed across the park, she persuaded Monimia, who knew not how to refuse her anything, to let her dress at her little glass, and there the progress of rural coquetry had full power to display itself. She tried on her various top knots, disposed her hair in 1,000 fanciful ways, and called to Monimia for her opinion which of them was most becoming, appealing for the authority of these variations to a certain pocket book, presented her also from the same quarter, which represented in one of its leaves 6 young ladies in the most fashionable headdresses for 1776. Monimia, with all her ingenuous simplicity, had sense enough to smile at the ridiculous vanity of the girl, and to know that her accepting of all this finery from the old butler was quite wrong. But she also felt that to reprove her for it would look like envy, and that to remonstrate would probably be vain. She contented herself, therefore, with keeping as much out of her confidence as she could, and had reasons enough of her own, which were continually strengthened by the exhortations of Orlando, for keeping her from being a too frequent visitor in her room. But the remarks she made upon all this, and upon the numberless circumstances in the house which Betty related to her, no longer left her in her original ignorance. In a great house there are among the servants as many cabals and as many schemes as among the leaders of a great nation, and few exhibited a greater variety of interests than did the family of Mrs. Rayland. Mrs. Lennard at once hated, feared, and courted Pattison, who, having been taken a boy from the plough, had been gradually promoted till he became the favourite footman of the elder Mrs. Rayland, who, on the death of an old man who had long occupied that post, made him butler, where he was supposed to have accumulated, in the course of 25 years, a great deal of money, was known to have several sums out at interest, and had bought 2 or 3 small farms in the county, with the approbation of his lady, whose favour had never once failed him, though various attempts had been made to injure him in her opinion by complaints of his amours. Though he was a perfect Turk in morals, and though in his advanced life he rather indulged than corrected his propensity to libertinism, he had hitherto contrived to escape his lady's wrath, and indeed knew that nobody but Mrs. Lennard or the old coachman had, among the domestics, interest enough to shake her good opinion of him, and of both the one and the other, though aware that neither of them bore any good will, he was tolerably secure. How the prudent and guarded Mrs Lennard came to be in his power was never fully understood, but in his power she certainly felt herself; for though they were in habits of frequent squabbling about trifles, which indeed with the lady seemed necessary to break the tedious uniformity of her life, yet whenever she found Mr Pattenson really angry, she, albeit unused to the condescending mood, began to palliate and apologize, and peace was generally made over some nice thing, and some fine old wine, by way of a petit souper in Mr Pattenson's parlour after Mrs Rayland was gone to bed. The old coachman, who was the other favourite servant, was always a third in these peacemaking meetings. He was a man grown unwieldy from excess of good living, and more than 70 years old; but he possessed an infinite deal of cunning, and knew how to get and how to keep money, with which it was his ambition to portion his 2 daughters, and to marry them to gentlemen; and his dealings in contraband goods, as Rayland Hall was only 8 miles from the coast, and his having the management of the great farms in hand, and his concern in buying and selling horses, were together supposed to have rendered this object of ambition an easy attainment. Of deeper sagacity than the other 2, he foresaw that the time could not be far distant when Rayland Hall, and all the wealth that belonged to it, must change its possessor. It was a plan of Mrs Lennard and Pattenson to enjoy and to secure all they could now, and to be well assured of a very considerable legacy hereafter. But old Snelcraft had further hopes, and for that reason, though he had at first opposed as much as he could the reception of Orlando, and since expressed displeasure towards him, he of late had in his head floating visions of the probability there was, that, if Orlando came into the estate, he might marry his favourite daughter, Miss Patty Snelcraft, who would have such a fine fortune, and was, as her father believed, the very extract of all beauty. Ridiculous and chimerical as such a project was, the old man, in the dotage of his purse-proud vanity, believed it not only possible but probable; for though he knew that Mrs Rayland would have disinherited her own son for entertaining such an idea for a moment, yet he saw that Mr Orlando had no pride at all; and he was pretty sure, from the arrangements that he believed were made as to money, that, great as the sum of ready money would perhaps be that Mrs Rayland might leave behind, none of it would be suffered to go to Mr Orlando. Miss Patty Snelcraft was, as this precious plan got more entirely the possession of her father's imagination, taken from a boarding school at a neighbouring town, and one luckless day brought to church in all the finery which she had there been accustomed to wear. But the effect was very far from that her parents intended, who expected that Madam would have sent for her to the Hall, as she used to do at breaking up, and have commended her beauty and elegance; instead of which, Mrs Rayland no sooner arrived at home, than she sent for Robin, as she still called her old servant, who now was seldom able to mount the box himself, and asked if it was possible that the tawdry thing she had seen with his wife was his daughter? He answered in all humility that it was his eldest daughter, who, as she now finished her learning, he had taken home from boarding school. 'Finished her learning!' exclaimed the old lady; 'and is that what she has learned? To dress herself out like a stage player, like a mountebank's doxy? Upon my word, Robin, I am sorry for you. I thought you and your wife had more sense. What! Is that a dress for a sober girl, who ought to be a help to her mother, and to take care of her father in his old age?' 'She does, ma'am, do both, I assure you,' answered Robin, terribly stung by this reproof, 'and is a very good and dutiful child. And as to her fineries, ma'am, and such like, you are sensible that I'm not myself no judge of them there things. and my wife, I believe, thought, that seeing how, by your goodness, and my long and faithful servants, we are well to pass, for our condition and circumstances, and such like, there would not be no offence whatsomedever in dressing our poor girls, being we have but two, a little decent and neat, just to show that one is no beggar after having served in such a good family so many years." The lady, a little softened by this speech, which was made in almost a crying tone of voice, replied, "Well, well, good Robin, I know how to make allowances, but do you and your wife learn for future to make a more modest use of the means you are blessed with, and to never encourage your girls to vanity and extravagance. Here's Mary here, Leonard's niece, whom I give leave to be in the house." Monimia stood waiting all this time with the chocolate, which the old lady always swallowed as soon as she came in from her devotions. She, I assure you, comes from parents that many people would call genteel, and yet, you see, it has pleased Providence to make her a dependent and a servant, and I never suffer her to stick herself out in feathers and flowers like a May-day girl." The lecture ended, and the old coachman withdrew, extremely discontent that his Patty had been compared to the housekeeper's niece, who was, as he muttered to himself, a mere pauper; and Monimia was not at all flattered by being brought forward as a comparison for Miss Snellcraft, whom the servants, and particularly Betty, had been turning into ridicule for her awkward finery and airs of consequence. Nor did the expression that she was born of parents whom some people would call genteel at all sweeten the bitterness of this comparison. Monimia, who had before in the course of the day received a severe mortification from her aunt in being refused leave to go to church, now, as soon as her service in waiting on Mrs Rayland with the chocolate was performed, withdrew to her own room and indulged her tears. At length she recollected that, though all the rest of the world might despise and condemn her, the heart of Orlando was hers. She was secure of his affection. He would repeat it to her at night, when he had promised to fetch her to his room; and these reflections dried her eyes, and dissipated her sorrows. They even lent her a force to bear, without betraying her impatience, the intrusion of Betty Richards, who soon after asked leave to come in. "Oh Lord, my dear miss," cried she, as soon as she entered the room, "how we be shut up in this here old place like two singing birds in a cage! I've been trying to persuade old Jenny to let me take her turn this afternoon to go to church, and have promised to give her 2 turns for one, but the cross old witch says indeed she chooses to go herself. Oh Lud, I'd give a little finger to go." "And why are you so eager to go to-day, Betty, more than any other afternoon?" "Oh gad," replied the girl, "for 500 reasons. First, because it's so early that I could get away to West Wolverton church with all the ease in the world, and 'tis such a sweet afternoon, and winter will be here now so soon. Besides that, but you must not tell for £100, my good old fat sweetheart brought me home last night the most beautifulest bonnet, such as the milliner told him was worn by the tip-top quality in London, and I die to wear it, and to go to West Wolverton church in this very afternoon, for at ours, you know, I dares as well jump into the fire as put it on." "But why do your bonnet and your piety conspire to carry you so far just this very evening, Betty," said Monimia, smiling, "when both East Wolverton and Barronwick have an evening church, and are not much more than half as far?" "Oh, thereby hangs a tale. What, you hadn't heard then, I suppose, of all the great doings at West Wolverton?" This was the name of the village in which was situated the house of Mr Somerive. "Great doings!" repeated Monimia, changing colour. "No, I have heard nothing." "Why then you must know, miss, that Mr Orlando, who was not here last night—" Monimia knew it well, for they had agreed 2 nights before not to meet till the present evening. "Mr Orlando, I say, came over about an hour ago, just as my lady came from church, and after walking backwards and forwards in his melancholy fashion, with a book in his hand, upon the broad pavement in the chapel court, which really oft time rives one's heart to see him, he went away to his study. For my part, I was sitting in the window upstairs for a moment, for I had just been making up my lady's fire before she came from church, when all of a sudden I saw John Dickman, Squire Summerev's groom, come riding up, so down I went to speak to him. He gived me a letter, which I carried into Orlando, who seemed monstrous surprised at it, as he was but that minute, as 'twere, come from home. And when I went back to the kitchen, John told me he was ordered to wait for this young master, for that Madam Summerev's brother, the London merchant, was come down, with some of his family, sons and daughters, and the gentleman from some part beyond the sea, who was to marry the eldest Miss Summerev, for he had got his father's consent, and the wedding was to take place out of hand. And so,' added Betty, who had almost talked herself out of breath, 'and so, as Mr. Phil is out, gone, as he always is, upon a visit to they newcomers up at the castle, the squire, he ordered John to fetch our Orlando out of hand home to entertain all his grand company.' 'And he went?' said Monimia in a faint voice, who had changed colour a dozen times during this narration. 'Oh Lord, yes, to be sure he went,' replied Betty. 'Yet somehow he looked to me as if he had rather of stayed and hung about for some time, as though unwilling to go. Lord, sir, said I, as I went to shut up his windows before he locked the study door, Lord, how strange it is you are not like the other young men, and never cares nothing for company and such like. He only sighed, a sweet creature, when I'm sure if all the grand lords and dukes, and even the king, and the Prince of Wales, and the Archbishop of Osnabig, and all his Majesty's court were collected together, there's not one of them to be compared to young Squire Orlando. Lord, what I would give to see all these gentlefolks together at West Wolverton Church, and that dear sweet Orlando outshining them all.' 'And that was the reason,' said Monimia, in a still fainter voice, 'that you are satisfied with no church but West Wolverton. But after all, Betty, pray are you sure these ladies and gentlemen will be there?' 'As sure as 5 pence, for John Dickman told me so. Oh, that I could but go! For Orlando, you know, miss, who is the sweetest tempered, good-naturedest creature in all England, would never tell if he saw one ever so smartly dressed. No, gullies, he's more like to give one some trifle or other to help one out, than to blab to get one anger.' 'Has he ever given you anything, Betty?' said Monimia, in a voice the tremor of which she could not disguise; for, mingled with numberless other sensations, something like a half-formed jealousy and suspicious apprehension now entered her heart. 'Tell me, Betty, what has he ever given you?' 'Why, I assure you,' replied the girl pertly, 'not above a month ago neither, after he had been here for almost a fortnight, he called me to him, as I was a dusting of them there guns and arrows and what you calls 'em, that hangs over the chimney in that parlour as you goes through to get to his study. And so, says he, Betty, you've a good deal of trouble in cleaning of my room and making my fire, and perhaps your lady may not recollect it, and so may not make you a consideration for it. And therefore, Betty, I beg you'll accept this, and I wish I had it in my power to do better. And if you'll believe me, miss, it was a brand new crown, quite new, a crown piece, they told me it was. I would have given anything not to have changed it, but to have it laid up as a keepsake. But there, I had not money enough without it to buy my new cotton gown when Alexander McGill the Scotsman came here, and so away went my poor dear crown, though I had lever have parted with one of my fingers.' 'You did right, however,' said Monimia coldly. 'The gown you wanted, and the crown, I dare say, Mr. Orlando meant you should use.' 'I suppose he did, a dear creature. Lord a mercy, what would I give to have a peep at his sweet face this afternoon? I'll tell you what, miss,
though you cannot go to church, nor I neither, we might 10 to 1 see these gentlefolks ride by, if we could but steal up to the other park, and so through the little common. 'Tis not much better than 3 miles, and we might not be missed.' 'No,' said Monimia dryly, 'I shall run no risk indeed of making my aunt angry; and besides, what would Mr Somerive, or Mr Orlando, or any other of them think if they saw us there?' 'Hang their thoughts!' replied Betty. 'What would it signify to us what anybody thought, if we pleased ourselves? I'll go and see how the land lays, and if the 2 old girls have done their dinner, and are set down together to take their afternoon's dose.' 'Do not come back then, Betty,' said Monimia, 'for I certainly will not go out without leave, and you know it nonsense to ask it; therefore, if you like it, go, but I assure you I shall not.' Having thus released herself from her inopportune visitor, Monimia sat down to consider all she had told her. That Orlando should quit the house without telling her, gave her at first extreme pain; yet a moment's reflection convinced her that, unless he had made a confidant of Betty, of which she now saw all the danger, there was no possible way of his conveying to her intelligence of the sudden summons he had received from his father; for Mrs Lennard was at home, and had shut herself up in her own room to do 20 little services which he frequently chose to have performed on Sunday mornings. 1,000 doubts now arose in the mind of Monimia, whether he would be able to call for her at night; 1,000 apprehensions lest the people he was with, particularly his uncle's daughters, who he said were very pretty women, should estrange his thoughts from her, and rob her of his affections. These fears were so acute, that she was trying to drive them from her, when Betty returned, and finding the door of her room fastened, tapped softly at it, and cried, 'Miss, Miss, who will refuse to go into the park now?' 'You have not surely got leave?' 'No, nor I have not asked it; but the old ladies are hard set in to their good things. Madam has a gouty feel in her stomach all day, she says, and that's always a symptom for a double dose. And as to your aunt, she has been ailing too, and will not flinch her share, you know very well.' Monimia, alarmed at this loud whisper, had opened the door before the end of this speech, and let in her unwelcome companion, who now repeated that everybody was safely bestowed who could interrupt them, and that, as it was still very early, they might have a good chance of seeing some of these comers, and above all Orlando, in their evening ride. But Monimia, who was displeased with the familiar way in which the girl named Orlando, and knew that he would object to her walking with her, assumed a virtue when she had it not; and though she believed they might safely go the way she proposed, and return before the hour when it was likely her aunt would want her, though she would have given half the world only for the chance of seeing Orlando at a distance, she positively refused, and had the resolution to see Betty set out by herself, with her new most beautifulest bonnet pinned under her petticoat, which she proposed putting on when she got clear of the house; and then Monimia, forcing her attention from what had the last few hours engaged it, sat down to the sort of lesson which Orlando had last marked for her, and which she had promised to make herself mistress of before she saw him again; though, alas! while she read, the idea of the superior advantages enjoyed by the Miss Woolfords, his cousins, their beauty, and the probability there was that one of them might be intended for him, too frequently distracted her thoughts, and impeded her good intentions. End of Volume 1, Chapter 6. Recording by Julia Lenarden. Volume 1, Chapter 7 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenarden. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 1, Chapter 7. Betty, sulky that Monimia refused,
and still more sulky that she got nothing by her long walk but nearly spoiling all her finery, had not come to Monimia's room any more, but she received at the usual hour the usual summons for tea. She thought both Mrs Rayland and her aunt uncommonly peevish and tedious, and that the sermon one was reading, while the other fell asleep, was most unreasonably long. At length she was dismissed, and retiring to her turret, began to listen to the wind, that howled in tremendous gusts among the trees, and to the rain, falling in torrents, the rushing of which was redoubled by the leaden pipes that, from the roof of her turret, threw the water in columns on the pavement below. Would Orlando come? Through such a tempest it were hardly to be wished he should. Having been absent all day, there would be no fire in his room. He would be drenched with rain, and half dead with cold. Monimia then could not desire he should come, yet she felt, in spite of her reason, that she should be very unhappy if he did not. For though so many causes might combine to detain him, her humble ideas of herself, and the pictures she made of the beauty and attractions of the Miss Woolfords, added another which rendered her wretched. 'Alas!' cried she, 'Orlando among them will be too happy to think of me; and it is quite ridiculous to suppose that he will quit these ladies to come through the storm almost 5 miles to poor Monimia. Oh no, Orlando will not come.' Still, however, she could not determine to go to bed, at least till the hour was past for which he had made the appointment. At the usual time her aunt, who was now frequently omitted to come herself, sent Betty for her candle, and her door was locked as usual, for that was a ceremony which either in person or proxy was always performed. But Monimia now no longer passed the long interval, between half after 9 o'clock and the hour when Orlando usually called her, in darkness; for he had furnished her with the means of procuring a light, and with small wax candles. One of these she now lit, and endeavoured to sit down and read; but the violence of the wind, which she fancied every moment increased, and the flashes of lightning, which she saw through the narrow casement to which there was no shutter, distracted her attention, and she could only sit in miserable anxiety, listening to the various noises, which in such a tempestuous night are heard around an old building, and especially in such a part of it as she inhabited, where, around the octagon tower or turret, the wind roared with violence from every point, while in the long passages which led from thence to her aunt's apartments it seemed yet more enraged from being confined. She now traversed her small room with fearful steps, now sat on her bed near the door, that she might more readily hear Orlando if he should come, and now got on a chair and opened her casement to observe if there seemed any probability of the storm's abating. But still, though the thunder had ceased, the clouds, driven against each other by violent and varying gusts of wind, produced vivid flashes of lightning, which suddenly illuminated the whole park. But Orlando came not, and it was now near an hour past his usual time. Again the poor anxious Monimia, now half despairing of his coming, and trying to persuade herself that she did not wish he should come, traversed her room again, went to her window. Another and another hour passed, amidst the heavy gusts and mournful howlings of the wind. She had counted the clock, that, with a more than usually hollow sound, told 12, 1, 2. Orlando certainly did not mean to come. No, it was unreasonable to suppose he would, unreasonable to flatter herself that he would quit a cheerful circle of his relations, to traverse the extensive commons and lanes, and all the park that lay between West Wolverton and the Hall, in such a night, when no person would think of going out but on life and death. Yet while she thus argued with herself, a few tears involuntarily stole from her eyes, and she gave up all hope of his coming, and lay down in her clothes on her bed, for she had not the resolution to undress herself. She sighed deeply, and said to herself, 'And yet, if it had been me who was expected, I do not believe any storm could have hindered me from trying to see Orlando, and I am sure no company would. Yet he is quite in the right, I know, and I do not blame him." She could not, however fatigued and weary, close her eyes for some time. The clock at length struck 3, and soon after, wearied with watching and anxiety, she fell into an unquiet repose. Suddenly, without being conscious how long she had indulged it, she started from her sleep, and fancied she heard the well-known signal. She listened a moment. It was repeated. Trembling with joy, yet equally agitated by fear, she arose and answered it, and removing the impediments that were between them, and again lighting her candle, Orlando stepped into the room. His clothes and his hair were streaming with water, and he said hastily, as he came through the hangings, "You had given me over, my Monimia, had you not?" "Long ago," replied she, with an apprehensive countenance, which yet was lighted up with pleasure. "And now I am come, Monimia," reassumed he, "you must suffer me to remain here, for I cannot get into my own room. The chapel doors, you know, are fastened within side, and by the usual way, at this hour of the night, it is impossible. I can but stay a moment, but I could not bear to be so many hours without seeing you, and besides, I had no means of letting you know why I went so suddenly from hence, and I fear you have been unhappy." "I should have been unhappy indeed, if Betty, who heard it from the servant who came for you, had not told me as a piece of news, that company had arrived unexpectedly at West Wolverton. And in such a night, Orlando, was it possible to expect you to leave them to come so far? How good it is of you! And yet you will suffer, I fear, from your wet clothes. Good God! What can I do to prevent your suffering?" "Be not uneasy about that, my angel friend," replied Orlando. "Such trifles I never attend to, and never suffer from. If you will let me sit down here with you, I will take off my great coat, and my other clothes are not so very wet. At this hour there will surely be nothing to apprehend from my staying here." "I hope not," said Monimia, "I hope not, if we speak low. The wind is so high, that any trifling noise could hardly be heard by my aunt, if she were upon the watch, which I hope she is not." "You are generous to indulge me," answered Orlando, "and I must be a monster to dream of injuring such innocence and candour. But, Monimia, there are 1,000 uneasy thoughts continually crowding upon me about you. This Betty Richards, I am afraid she is a bad girl. I am sure she is an artful one, and there is an alliance of some sort or other between her and the old butler. You will never trust her, Monimia." "Never indeed," replied Monimia; "for though she is of late much thrown in my way, since my aunt has become more indolent from her accident, I never willingly am with her, nor do I indeed like her so well as I used to do." "Continue to keep yourself then from much intimacy, Monimia, for the conversation of such a girl, to a mind pure and unsullied like yours, is to be dreaded. It is coarse at least, if not vicious, and if it be not dangerous, it is at all events improper. Discourage therefore her talking to you as much as you can, even about the little tittle tattle of the house." Monimia most readily promised to obey him; and then observing that he looked at her with a peculiar expression of uneasiness in his countenance, she said, "But is that all, Orlando? Is there not something else that gives you concern?" "Yes," replied he, "I will not conceal from you that there are many things. This wedding of my sister's, though I most sincerely rejoice that she is likely to be happily settled, seems to teem with troubles for me." Monimia turned pale, but only clasped her hands together as she sat by him, and did not interrupt him. He went on: "My uncle Woodford piques himself extremely upon having brought about this marriage; for the father of the young man, a merchant at Cork in very great business, for some time positively refused his consent, because of Philippa's want of fortune. My uncle, you know, or rather you do not know, is just the reverse of my mother, and is as bustling and spirited as she is mild and tranquil. Having got his money himself, he has no notion that anything but money is worth thinking about, and that the money is best that is made in trade, and therefore, as he has only one son, who does not choose to take up his business, but is studying at the Temple, he has adopted a notion that it would be much better for me to go with him to London, and learn his business of a wine merchant, to which I may succeed.' 'And marry one of your cousins,' said Monimia in a faint voice, 'who are, you have told me, such pretty women.' 'If that is part of his plan,' answered Orlando, 'my Monimia, he has kept it to himself; but I do not believe it is, as one of them is engaged, and the other would not think me either smart enough or rich enough. Whatever may be Mr Woodford's plan, however, that part of it will certainly never take effect, nor indeed will any of it, for I feel a total disinclination to it.' 'Why then are you so distressed, Orlando, at the proposal?' 'Because I see it makes my father restless; not exactly the proposal so much as the conversation my uncle has held with him. He has been declaiming against the folly of my dreaming away my time in waiting for a legacy from Mrs Rayland, which after all, said he, the whimsical old woman may not give him. And what if she does? If she acts as she ought, the estate, you know, my brother Somerive ought to be your eldest son Phil's; and if she gives the rest of your family 3,000 or 4,000 pounds each, what will that do for your youngest son? Why not give him salt to his porridge?' 'Dear papa,' said Maria, 'what an expression!' 'Well, well, child,' answered my uncle, 'I can't stand to pick my words when I am as anxious about a thing as I am about this. I say, and every man who knows the world will agree with me, I say, that a fine young fellow like my nephew here ought not to waste his life nailed to the gouty chair of a peevish old woman, who 10 to 1 dies and bilks him at last. Let him be put into some way of doing for himself. Every man who knows the world will agree with me. Let him be put into some way of doing for himself. And then, if Mrs Rayland has a mind to be a friend to him, take my word for it, she'll do it so much the sooner. I'm sure of it; for I've remarked in my dealings among mankind, that every man who knows the world will agree with me, that people are always more ready to help those who are in a way of doing well than those that hang about helpless. If Orlando here was in a way of getting forward in the world, why you'd see that the old girl would be twice as kind to him; or if she was not, why he need not so much care.' 'I found,' continued Orlando, 'that this discourse, though my father did not perfectly assent to the justice of all its arguments, made a deep impression on his mind, which had long been disturbed by the difficulty of finding for me some proper line of conduct for my future establishment; and the determination is, that Mrs Rayland is to be applied to for her opinion as to my sister's marriage, by way of compliment, and in regard to me, by way of sounding her intentions. It appears to me to be all very bad policy, and I foresee nothing but vexation, perhaps my removal from hence.' Orlando paused for a moment, and Monimia, with a deep and tremulous sigh, repeated, 'From hence! Alas, Orlando, I have foreseen that the happiness I have so little a while enjoyed of seeing you would not last long.' 'I know not,' replied he, 'I may be too easily alarmed; but, with the bustle and fuss my uncle makes about every thing he pursues, he seldom fails of carrying his point; and he is now elated with his success over the prudent and worldly minded Mr Fitz Owen, and believes his interposition would every where prove as infallible as it has done in hurrying up this marriage for Philippa.' 'Do you think it is then too much hurried?' said Monimia. 'I hardly know,' replied he, 'how to think otherwise. Mr Fitz Owen is a very young man. He only saw Philippa half a dozen times when she was in town last spring with my uncle, and he has insisted upon this match with as much vehemence as he could have done had he known all her good qualities.' 'That,' said Monimia, is a very grave reflection. If Philippa has the good qualities of which the gentleman is ignorant, the discovery that beauty is her least perfection will increase his happiness. But what does she know of him, Monimia? What opportunity can she have had to judge of a man with whom she is engaged to pass her life? Surely the acquaintance of a fortnight is very insufficient to form her judgment of a character on which the happiness of her whole life is to depend. Mr. Fitzowen may be a very good-tempered and worthy man, but, as he is the native of another country, it is impossible we should know whether he is or no. However, I keep all these reflections to myself, for the affair is settled, and my father seems pleased with it. Philippa too seems to become attached to Mr. Fitzowen. There is something very flattering to a young woman in the attention and perseverance he has shown. He has a good person, and she really, I believe, likes him. But you do not, Orlando? I do not dislike him. I only wish I knew more of his temper, and I wish too that my bustling, busy uncle had not contrived to connect my affairs with those of this wedding, and to hurry everything with a precipitation that hardly gives one time to breathe. It was only on Thursday evening that Fitzowen arrived from Dublin with his father's consent. On Friday he delivered his credentials, and on Saturday the impetuous Mr. Woodford whirled him, with his own daughters and his officious self, down to us, where he pursues his plan with the same vehemence. For he has already settled with my father that the letter to Mrs. Rayland is to be written tomorrow, and on Wednesday Philippa and Isabella, and, if Mrs. Rayland consents, I also return with them to London. Monimia shuddered, and checked in an involuntary emotion she felt to implore heaven aloud that Mrs. Rayland might be inexorably adverse to this scheme. Where, continued Orlando, the marriage is to take place as soon as the usual forms can be gone through. Philippa is to set off for Ireland with her husband, and Isabella is to remain the winter with the Woodfords, my uncle being sure, he says, of getting her married as well as he has done Philly. Alas, Orlando, you will go then, for Mrs. Rayland, however she may dislike such a proposal, will not, I am afraid, oppose it. There is something so odd in her temper, that though she is offended if her advice is not asked, she will seldom give it when it is, especially if she believes that any other person has been consulted first. I understand her perfectly, my Monimia, and I see nothing but vexation gathering for me in every quarter. Alas, it is not one of the least that, while these people remain, my father expects me to stay at home, though, as my brother is so good as to promise to come thither tomorrow, I think I might be spared. And has your brother, said Monimia, been consulted on this plan of your going into business with your uncle? Oh yes, it was open to him after dinner, while I had left the room a moment to consider what my means I could get to you, and I found him eagerly promoting it for reasons which I heartily forgive, while I, thank God, I feel myself incapable of harbouring such sentiments towards him, could we change situations. I must follow my destiny, Monimia, whatever it may be, for I must not make my poor father, and my still less my mother, unhappy. They have too many uneasy hours about Philip, and while the marriage of Philippa gives them some satisfaction, it shall not be embittered by any opposition of mine to what they may think right for me. And yet I own, Monimia, I own that to go with Mr. Woodford, to be confined to that sort of business, would make me most completely wretched. He said this in a tone of voice so expressive of despondence, that Monimia, oppressed as she was before, could conceal the anguish she felt no longer. Still, however, she tried to check the excess of her sorrow, while he tenderly soothed her, assuring her that, whatever might be his fate, he should love her to the end of his life; and if he thought that the drudgery of a few years at any business, however irksome to him, would enable him to pass the rest of his life in moderate competence with her, he would submit to it, not only as a duty, but as a blessing. And now, my Monimia, let us consider how we can meet tomorrow night. By that time something may have more decidedly be known. I will come then early in the morning, before this letter, of which I dread the event, is sent, and under pretence of inquiring how Mrs Rayland does, and then of going into the study for some of my clothes, which I often leave there, I can open the chapel door, and prepare every thing for our going to the study the next evening; for to live without seeing you, Monimia, is impossible, and I fear to meet here often might be too hazardous.' 'It would indeed,' replied Monimia, 'and even now I have been in misery the whole time; yet it was so late, Orlando, before you came.' 'It was 2 o'clock before I could leave the company; for my uncle is a man who loves to sit long over his wine, to tell what he thinks good stories, and call for toasts and songs, suffering nobody to quit the room as long as they can distinguish the glass from the candle. My father, very little used to this sort of conviviality, was tired, and left us to manage him as we could. My brother would have remained with him till now, I dare say, most willingly; but he had promised to be at Stockton's, with whom he now almost entirely lives, to a great hunting party this morning, and he dashed through the rain about 1 o'clock. Fitzowen got extremely drunk, and was extremely noisy, and I found there was no way for me to escape but by feigning to be in the same situation, by which stratagem I was at length released, and I flew, Monimia, with impatience to see thee, my dear source of all the happiness I have or ever hope to have on earth.' It was now so near the dawn of day, that Monimia besought him to consider the danger there was, if he stayed longer, of being observed in his departure by the labourers coming to their work. Orlando owned there was something to fear, yet felt unusually reluctant to go, and lingered till the break of day was very visible through the casement. He then tore himself away, and escaped from the turret without observation. But in crossing the park he was seen at a distance by the footman, who was up on some scheme of his own. As great rewards were offered for the detection of poachers, and the fellow concluded Orlando to be one, he hastily called one of the grooms, and they went round together to another part of the park, by which they thought this intruder must pass; and, as Orlando was mounting the stile, he was amazed to find himself suddenly collared by one man, and rudely seized by the arm by another. His uncommon strength and activity enabled him to disengage himself instantly from both. They as instantly discovered their mistake, and with 1,000 apologies returned to the house. But this unlucky encounter was afterwards talked of in the family, and though the conjectures to which it gave rise were remote from the truth, they yet failed not to disturb the tranquillity of the young lovers. End of Volume 1, Chapter 7. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Volume 1, Chapter 8 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 1, Chapter 8. Mr Somerive, after many debates with himself, and many consultations with his wife, at length determined to write to Mrs Rayland. It was indeed necessary to pay her the compliment of consulting her on the marriage of his daughter, and he thought it not an improper opportunity to try what were her intentions in regard to Orlando, by hinting that an occasion now offered to establish him advantageously in trade. The arguments of Mr Woodford had not, on this point, so much influence as to prevent his fearing the experiment he was about to make, but the conduct of his eldest son, which nothing could restrain, made him look forward with fear to the future. He found his own health very much injured by the uneasiness he had lately undergone, and he knew that, should he die, the only dependence of his wife and his unmarried sisters must be on Orlando and on the friendship of Mr Woodford. To put his son, therefore, into business with his wife's brother,
was certainly a very desirable plan, if Mrs Rayland did not intend better to provide for him, and it was certainly time to know whether she had or had not any such intentions in his favour. The letter then, which Orlando so dreaded, was written, after great precautions in choosing the words. It requested her approbation of his eldest daughter's marriage with Mr Fitzowen, the only son of an eminent merchant at Cork, and said, that as Orlando was now of an age in which it became necessary to think of his future establishment, thoughts were entertained of putting him into business with his uncle, but that nothing would be concluded upon without the entire approbation of Mrs Rayland, to whose notice and protection he was so much obliged. A servant was sent with this letter about noon. It was received and read in due form, and a verbal message returned, that Mrs Rayland would, at her leisure, write an answer, and send one of her own servants with it. On this occasion Mrs Rayland talked to Lennard, not to consult her, for it was an affair in which she thought herself alone competent to judge, but to give vent to her spleen, and to express her dislike of all people in trade, and particularly of poor Mrs Somerive. 'Those vulgar mundungus folks,' said she, 'will not suffer the family to better by their chance connection with a gentleman. Let them marry their girls, if they will, to dealers and chapmen. I shall never interfere. They are all like the mother, and may make good tradesmen's wives, though, if Mr Somerive had not, like his foolish father, had a low taste, his daughters might have married men of family, who would have been proud to be allied, though distantly, to ours. As it is, they must carry their cherry cheeks to a lower market. I shall never oppose it. But for Orlando, there was something of an air of good blood about him, that almost made me doubt at times his birth by his mother's side. However, if he gets these buying and selling notions in his head, and chooses his mother's low origin should continue to be remembered, I have done. I suppose he's got among them a fine flashy set of trade folks, and enters into their amusements and views. And if so, I shall never disturb him. Let him go his own way. Only I shall not choose to have a shopkeeper an inmate at Rayland Hall.' Monimia, who was called down a moment before to assist in cutting out linen, was present during this harangue, for they considered her a mere cipher. She found herself terribly affected by the opening of it, but when it proceeded to speak of Orlando, she measured 4 times instead of 2, notched a piece of Irish cloth in the wrong place, and was beginning to use her scissors the wrong way, when a severe look from Mrs Lennard, who snatched it out of her hand, with 'What are you about, mope?' restored her to her recollection. She begged pardon, and another look from her aunt bade her beware that she did not offend a second time, when Mrs Rayland thus went on. 'After a taste for such company, this place must be very dull. Drinking and jollity, I suppose, are soon learned. And so Mr Orlando has not been here these 2 days. Mighty well. He is his own master. Lennard, he has not called this morning, has he?' Monimia, by a glance of her eye, saw him at that moment pensively and dejectedly crossing the park on foot. She dared not, however, say so, but finding herself quite unequal to the misery of being present at an interview in which she foresaw that, in consequence of this fatal letter, he would be forbidden the house, and seeing that her aunt determined she should stay, she hung her foot, as if by accident, in the long roll of linen that was on the ground, and, in pretending to disengage it, fell with some violence against an old heavy gilt leather screen that went across one side of the large room, and ran the sharp pointed scissors, with which she was cutting the linen, into her arm a little above the wrist. Her aunt, however, did not perceive it, till the blood streamed from her arm, round which, without any complaint, she wrapped her handkerchief. The paleness and faintness, which she could not disguise, were accounted for when Mrs Lennard saw the handkerchief bathed in blood, Monimia, who was actually sinking to the earth, though not from the wound, was then dismissed, while Betty was called to take care of the careless girl, and ordered to put some friar's balsam to the cut. And she just tottered out one door as Orlando, after sending up for permission, entered at the other. This was fortunate, for had he beheld her in such a situation, and had she at that moment seen him, their intelligence could hardly have been concealed. The looks Mrs Lennard had cast on her, when she first appeared confused, had impressed her with terror, and, she fancied, menaced all that was dreadful. With difficulty, and leaning on Betty's arm, she reached the turret, where, under pretence, after the accident of having hurt her arm had turned her sick, she begged a glass of water, and lay down, being otherwise unable to conceal from Betty the agitation of her spirits, and the terror she was in for the reception of Orlando. Mrs Rayland, instead of the kindness she was used to show him, now received him with the most cold and repulsive formality. 'Your servant, Mr Orlando. Please take a chair,' was all she said; and in the manner of her saying it, Orlando saw abundant cause to fear that his father's letter had undone him with Mrs Rayland. 'I find we are to lose you, sir. You are going to turn merchant or shopkeeper.' 'Not, madam,' replied Orlando, 'if you think my doing so a wrong measure.' 'Oh, sir, I never pretend to dictate. Every one knows their own affairs best, and by all means you ought to follow your father's orders and your own inclinations.' 'Alas, dear madam,' replied Orlando, with a sort of spirited humility that well became him, 'my father's orders would, I believe, in this case, be given with reluctance; and though I should obey him, it would be with reluctance indeed.' 'What, sir,' relaxing a little of her vinegar aspect, 'it is not your own desire then that you should be put apprentice or journeyman to this person, this brother of your mother's? I thought, for my part, that finding perhaps, like your brother and other gay young men, that the country was very dull, you chose probably to figure in London; for it is tradespeople now that can best afford to show away, as witness the newcomers at poor Lord Calloraine's fine place. Those what-d'ye-call-'ems, they were tradespeople, yet nobody can attempt to live as they do. If such things can be done by trade, no wonder young men are eager to begin. The whole, Mr Orlando, must be a dull place, where once you have got these fine doings in your head.' 'Madam,' said Orlando, trembling, for he now found that his fate depended on the event of this dialogue, 'Madam, I have always avoided the meanness of adulation, nor will I use it now. You ought to despise me if I did, and I know you have generosity enough to have bestowed all the favours I have received from you, without expecting me to sacrifice my integrity or my freedom.' Mrs Rayland did not very clearly comprehend this sentence. It was partly complimentary, and therefore to her taste; but the words sacrifice and freedom at the end, on which a strong emphasis was laid, sounded a little like rebellion. She therefore screwed up her visage to its former asperity, and answered, 'No, indeed, sir, I expect no sacrifices from anybody; and as to freedom, everybody is free to do as they like best in their own affairs, as I told you before.' 'You will not then, madam, suspect me of meanness unworthy equally of my respect for you and what I owe you, if I declare to you that I have no wish to enter into trade, for which I am very certain I have no talents; and that, though I must obey my father if he insists upon it, yet I shall be very unhappy, and had rather, infinitely rather, if you will have the goodness to permit it, remain at home, with the advantage of being allowed sometimes, in paying my respects to you, to have, as I have had for some months, the use of your library, where I hope I am qualifying myself for one of the liberal professions, against the time when my father can find an opportunity to place me in one. And in the meantime I call God to witness, that to associate with such people as Mr Stockton, or to emulate his splendour, is so far from being my wish, that to be compelled to do it would be the greatest punishment that could be inflicted on me.
I believe, cousin Orlando, I believe, and I am pleased to see it, you have some understanding, and indeed, young man, I think too well of you to wish to see you a tradesman.
Cousin Orlando were, he knew well, words that always portended good humour, and were never used but on days of high favour. They now sounded most soothingly in the ears of Orlando. Will you then, madam, be so very good, when you take the trouble to answer my father's letter, to express your sentiments on this matter? I am sure he will then press it no farther.
I shall tell him, child, replied she, that I think you may do better, and for the present, as you are not idle, that you may go on with your studies at the Hall.
Orlando, in raptures at having carried his point, thanked his venerable cousin 1,000 times. He never thought her so reasonable before. She never fancied him so much like her grandfather, Sir Orlando, and so many civilities passed between them, that before they parted, she gave him a bank note of £10, and he was admitted to the honour of kissing her hands. In this excellent humour, which Mrs Lennard did not discourage, he left her, went into the study to secure his admittance in the evening, and to recover himself of the extreme perturbation he was in, before he returned to the party with whom he was to dine at home. Mrs Rayland then, having called for her writing materials, which seldom saw the sun, and being placed in form at her rosewood writing box, lined with green velvet and mounted in silver, produced, at the end of 4 hours, the following letter, piquing herself on spelling as her father spelt, and disdaining those idle novelties by which a few superfluous letters were saved.
Rayland Hall, 12th day of September, A.D. 1776. Sir, my kinsman, I have received your letter, and am obliged by your taking the trouble to inform me of your family affairs, to the which I am a sincere good wisher. In respect to your daughter Philippa, must beg to be excused from giving my opinion, not having the pleasure to know the gentleman, and being from my retired life no judge of the person's character, who are remote and in business, as I understand his person is. Wherefore I can only thereupon say, that doubtless you, being as you are a good and careful father, will take due care and precaution that your daughters shall not, by her marriage, be exposed to the mischance of becoming reduced by bankruptcies and other accidents, whereby people in trade are oft sometimes great sufferers. But your care herein for your daughter's security is not to be questioned. Furthermore, respecting your youngest son, Mr Orlando, he is very certainly at your disposal also, and you are, it may be, the most competent judge of that which is fitting to be done for his future good and advantage. I wish him very well, he seeming to me to be a sober, promising, and well-conditioned youth, and such a one as, were I his nearer relation, I should think a pity to put to a trade. I am at present always glad of his company at the Hall, and willing to give any little encouragement to his desire of learning in the liberal sciences, fitting for a gentleman, the which his entering on a shop or warehouse would destroy and put an end to. However that may be, I say again, that you, being his father, are to be sure the properest person to determine for him, and he is dutifully inclined and willing to obey you. Yet, by the discourse I have had with him thereupon, it does not appear that the youth himself is inclined to become a dealer, as you purpose. Heartily recommending you in my prayers to the Disposer of all good gifts, and hoping he will direct you in all things for the well-doing of your family, I remain, Sir, my kinsman, your well-wisher and humble servant, Grace Rayland.
This letter was received at Wolverton while Mr Somerive, his two sons, Mr Woodford and Mr Fitzowen, were yet over their wine. The anxious father opened it with a palpitating heart, nor were the younger part of the audience less solicitous to know its contents. As there were none of them towards whom secrecy was absolutely necessary, though it might have been more prudent, Mr Somerive, at the request of his eldest son, put it across the table to him, who, with that thoughtless indiscretion which marked his character, read it aloud, with comments serving to turn into ridicule the writer and the sentiments it contained. The description of Orlando, under that of a sober, promising, and well-conditioned youth, was read with a burst of laughter, while the slighting way in which trade was mentioned, and the contempt thrown on shopkeepers, under which Mrs Rayland seemed to describe wine merchants and every person in business, raised the indignation of Mr Woodford and Mr Fitzowen, who both agreed in declaring that the opinion of such an old crone was not worth consulting, that she was in a perfect dotage, as well from pride as old age, and that it was a condescension in Mr Somerive to have consulted her at all. Orlando, however, saw all this with concern mingled with joy. He was pretty sure, from the countenance of his father, which he solicitously watched as he perused the letter, that the part of it which related to himself was kinder than he expected, that it had turned the fluctuating and undecided opinion of his father in his favour, and that he should not now, by being sent with his uncle Woodford, be condemned to the double misery of quitting Monimia, and associating with persons whose manners and ideas were so different to his own, that it was a perpetual punishment to him to be in their company. The displeasure of his brother at the partiality Mrs Rayland expressed for him was easily accounted for, and Orlando had long accustomed himself to bear his rough jokes, and even his sarcastic reproaches, which he vented, whenever they met, without much uneasiness. As soon as Mr Somerive could disengage himself from his company, he withdrew to consult with his wife on the purport of Mrs Rayland's letter, and made a sign to Orlando to follow him in a few moments. He did so, and found his father and mother in consultation in the garden. The mother, whose heart was half broken at the idea of parting with her daughter so suddenly, was weeping for joy to find that Orlando would not yet leave her, flattering herself, from the purport of the letter, that the affluent fortune of Mrs Rayland would at last come centre with Orlando, and putting the most favourable construction on every expression that related to him, she agreed with Mr Somerive that nothing would be so imprudent as to think of removing him. And it was even determined that Mr Somerive should that evening write to her again, thanking her for her advice about his daughter, and leaving the future fate of Orlando wholly at her disposal; that Orlando should himself carry the letter, and ask leave to take his former apartments for some time, only returning once again to Wolverton to take leave of his eldest sister, whom he was to see no more before she went to Ireland, and of his second sister Isabella, who was to accompany her to London, and to pass some time with her uncle and aunt Woodford. Never did Orlando obey his father with more alacrity than on this occasion, and on his return Mrs Rayland never received him more kindly. He was now again invited to partake of her supper. Without putting much force on himself, he shewed her exactly that sort of attention which was the most agreeable to her, and appeared grateful without being servile. At length he was dismissed, and, when the house was perfectly quiet, he flew to Monimia, who accompanied him to the study; and when he related how much more happily the events of the day had passed than he had its beginning expected, she shed tears of delight,
and the sweet sensations of hope which they now dared to indulge more than there were ever yet appeared reason to indulge them, made this one of the happiest evenings they had ever passed together. The following day Orlando returned to the house of his father, and found that, in regard to some parts of his family, a new arrangement had taken place. Mrs Somerive, as the hour approached for her two eldest daughters to leave her, one to be separated from her perhaps for years, and to enter into another family, found herself so much affected, that her husband, who was very indulgent to her, agreed she should accompany the party to London, be present at the wedding of her daughter, and return in a fortnight, bringing Isabella back with her, if the idea of leaving her was at the end of that time uneasy to her. This being settled, Orlando took leave of his mother and sisters that evening, and the latter, but particularly the eldest, lamenting their separation with many tears; for Orlando, who was tenderly attentive to his sisters, was fondly beloved by them all, though to Selina, the third, who was a year younger than himself, he was more attached than to the rest. Pensively he returned back to the Hall after this melancholy parting. It was the first time the family had been thus separated; for, except the unhappy eccentricities of his eldest son, the union of Mr Somerive's children, and the promise they all gave of excellence, had hitherto made him amends for much of the difficulty he found in supporting them. But Orlando saw that the hour was now come when his father felt equal pain for the fate of those who were about to be what is called established in the world, and for those whom he knew not how to establish, or, in the case of his death, to provide for. All that filial tenderness and good sense could suggest to his ingenuous and generous mind, he said to console his father; but with infinite concern he observed, that the wounds inflicted by the profligacy of his brother festered more deeply every day, and that all he could do had little power to assuage the constant pain arising from this source, from which, though his father did not complain, Orlando thought it but too evident that his health was gradually impaired. Against this uneasiness these observations gave him, he found the only respite in his books, to which he assiduously applied himself, and in his evening conferences with Monimia, who every hour became more dear to him, and whose personal charms seemed every hour heightened by the progress of her understanding. As the nights became longer and more obscure, they met earlier, and with less apprehension of detection; and as Mrs Lennard seemed to become more and more remiss in her office of duenna, the opportunities they had of seeing each other in the course of the day, though they rarely ventured to hold any conversation, sweetened the tedious hours between their meetings. Thus almost a fortnight passed after the departure of Mrs Somerive and her daughters for London. Orlando, remaining constantly at the Hall, except dining occasionally with his father, or riding over in a morning to enquire after him; Mrs Rayland seeming every day more fond of his company, and everybody about the house, even the old servants, who had hitherto had such an ascendancy, appearing to consider him as the future master of the domain, where he was now invested with powers he had never before enjoyed. The gamekeeper was ordered to suffer no other person to have the liberty of shooting on the extensive manors, and Mrs Rayland was pleased when the game that was brought to her table was killed by Orlando; while, whatever diminution of consequence the confidential servants might suffer by this growing fondness of their mistress for him, there was something in his manner so fascinating, that their jealousy and anger were insensibly converted into attachment, and all, even the austere Mrs Lennard herself, seemed to wish him well, except Mr Pattenson, who, in proportion as he became in favour with others, appeared to dislike him. Orlando had some time before remarked his rudeness, and had often fancied that he watched him, and had some suspicion of his evening conversations with Monimia; yet if he had, it was more likely he would speak of what he knew than secretly resent what he had in fact nothing to do with. But some resentment he appeared to harbor, and whenever he met Orlando, surveyed him with looks which expressed anger, scorn, and apprehension. Orlando, conscious of never having injured him, and fearful only in one point, endeavoured to guard against any mischief he could do by discovering his evening visits to the turret, or those of Monimia to the library, and, for the rest, despised his wrath too much to attempt appeasing or resenting it. Mrs Lennard, to whom the constant residence of Orlando in the hall might be supposed to be disagreeable, was much more civil to him, now that he was a fine young man, than ever she had been during his childhood. To her he was always extremely obliging, and though he disdained to stoop to the meanness of flattering Mrs Rayland, where money might be supposed to be his sole object, he did not think it equally unworthy to use a little art to promote the interest of his love. Mrs Lennard was remarkably open on two sorts of adulation. She loved to be thought a woman of sense, and to hear how fine her person must have been in her younger day. She was even now accustomed to say, that though not so well to meet, she was still well to follow, for she fancied her tall perpendicular figure exhibited still a great deal of dignity and grace. These foibles were so evident, and whenever she was not with Mrs Rayland, she took so little pains to conceal them, that Orlando, who thought it too probable that on her future happiness of his life depended, believed it not wrong to take advantage of them, to acquire her favour, and he succeeded so well by adroitly administering now and then a little well-timed flattery, that Mrs Lennard not only held him in high esteem, but endeavoured to secure his by cultivating the graces he had remarked. She entered on a new course of reading, and a little modernized her appearance. To have made too many and too rapid improvements in the latter respect would have been attended with the hazard of displeasing Mrs Rayland. Hers, therefore, were confined to that sort of emendation which he was not likely to perceive. It happened that, in the progress of these refinements, Mrs Lennard had occasion for some articles which Betty Richards, who was a very great favourite from the assiduity which he affected in her service particularly, was commissioned to buy. The place she was to go to was rather a larger village than a town, and was about 3 miles and a half from the Hall, the way to it leading partly through the park and partly through some hanging woods and coppices which belonged to Mrs Rayland. Monimia happened to be in the room when Mrs Lennard was giving Betty this commission for the next morning, and as her aunt had promised her a few articles for herself, for which she had an immediate occasion, she ventured to solicit to leave to go with Betty to make these purchases. 'Dear madam,' said she, 'to indulge me this once. I have hardly been out of the park twice in my life, and though I have no desire to go anywhere where you disapprove of it, surely there can be no harm in my walking to such a place with Betty, just to buy what you are so good as to allow me. We shall not be gone above 2 hours and a half, for I will go as early as you please in the morning.' Mrs Lennard, who happened to be in a better humour than usual when this request was made, agreed to it under some restrictions. She said, that if Monimia did go, she must be back by 9 o'clock at the very latest, and not go in any house but that of the universal dealer with whom her business was, and she must make no acquaintance and enter into conversation with nobody. To all this Monimia most willingly agreed, and she believed that Orlando, whom she determined to consult in the evening, would not object to her going on such an occasion, so little away, whatever dislike he had to her associating much with Betty. To Orlando, therefore, she communicated her design as soon as they met, who did not seem much pleased with it, but to a matter apparently so trifling he was ashamed of making any serious opposition, when she said that she really wanted the articles her aunt had given her leave to buy, which no other opportunity might afford her. He therefore, after expressing his hopes that she would continue upon her guard against Betty, whom he told her he saw more and more cause to mistrust and dislike, consented to the little expedition she meditated, and directed her the nearest way through the woods and the preserved pheasant grounds of Mrs Rayland. 'I shall be out with my gun to morrow,' said he, 'but I suppose I must not venture to meet you as if it were by chance.' 'I think,' answered Monimia, 'you had better not. Were we to meet, it would perhaps look like design; and as we could not venture to enter into conversation, it is hardly worth the risk of Betty's talking about it, since we should only just pass each other in the woods.' 'I believe,' replied Orlando, 'it will be better not, especially as I told Mrs Rayland at dinner yesterday, and while your aunt was present, that I should walk with my gun to my father's, and try round his lands for some game to send up to my mother and sister.' Mrs Lennard had probably recollected this circumstance, when she so easily gave Monimia the permission she asked, her walk lying quite on the opposite side of the country. It was agreed, therefore, that Orlando should not incur any suspicion of a correspondence between them by changing his plan for the next day; and after that was settled, Orlando read to her a letter he had that day received from his mother. It related the marriage of Philippa, and her immediate departure for Ireland; described the state of her own mind on bidding adieu to her daughter, and said that Mr Woodford had insisted on her staying another week or two to recover her spirits, which however she should rather do to indulge Isabella, who had never been in town before with the sight of the playhouses and other public places, for that her own spirits would be infinitely more relieved by collecting around her the rest of her children. 'But,' added she, with a tear that blistered the paper where the sentence was written, 'why do I thus fondly flatter myself, and forget that your brother, my Orlando, is almost a stranger to us, and is, I much fear, by his thoughtless conduct, slowly destroying the invaluable life of your dear father? Alas! while I remember this, I know not how I should support myself if I did not find comfort in thinking of you.' Orlando's tears, while he read this letter, fell where the paper was marked by those of his beloved parent. The delightful visions he had been indulging but the moment before disappeared, and he hardly dared to think of Monimia, if it must be part of that experience of wounding the peace and destroying the hopes of his parents. One look, however, from her, the sound of her voice as she soothingly spoke of his mother, dissipated these mournful thoughts; and as he led her to the turret, he fancied that, if his mother could see her, she would love her as much as he did, and be happy to add to the family she wished to collect around her, so amiable and interesting a creature. End of Volume 1, Chapter 8. Recording by Julia Lenardon. Volume 1, Chapter 9 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenardon. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 1, Chapter 9. Early on the following morning, Monimia, awaking from her short repose, prepared herself for her little journey, which, unused as she was to go further than about the park or in the walled gardens, was to her an event of some importance. The best dress she had was a white gown, which she put on to make her appearance in the village, with a straw hat that tied under her chin with a blue riband. Her fine hair, which she had never attempted to distort with irons or change by powder, was arranged by only the hands of nature, and a black gauze handkerchief, which her aunt had given her from her own wardrobe, was tied over her shoulders. Nothing could be more simple than her whole appearance, but nothing could conceal the beautiful symmetry of her figure, or lessen the grace which accompanied her motions. Her companion Betty, as eager as she was for the walk, entered her room before she was quite ready, dressed in all the finery she dared to show at home, while she reserved the most splendid ornaments to put on at the park stile,
and to be restored in her pocket at the same place on their return. It was a clear morning in the middle of October when they set out. They happily executed their commissions, but Betty had so much to say, so many things to look at, and so many wishes for the pretty things she saw, and the man and his wife, who kept the shop, were so glad to see the ladies, as they called them both, and so willing to show all the newest things from the next provincial town as fashionable, and pressed them so earnestly to go into their parlour and eat some cake and drink some of their currant wine, that Betty had quite forgot Mrs Lennard's injunction to return at 9 o'clock, nor could the repeated remonstrances of Monimia prevail upon her to leave the house till the clock struck 11. Monimia, very much alarmed, and fearing that her aunt would, in consequence of this disobedience, never allow her to go out again, then prevailed upon her companion to set out, and to save as much time as they could, they walked as fast as possible up the path, which led from the village through a copse that clothed the steep acclivity of a hill, which, at the end of about 3/4 of a mile, led to Mrs Rayland's woods, the path still ascending. But when they came to the second, Monimia, from unusual exertion from the heat, and for the sun had yet great power and force, and the apprehensions of her aunt's anger, was quite exhausted, and begged Betty to let her rest a moment on the steps of the stile, to which she, who feared Mrs Lennard's displeasure much less than Monimia, readily assented. 'Lord, miss,' cried she as they sat down, 'how frightened you be at nothing! Why, what can your aunt do, child? She can't kill you; and as for a few angry words, I've no notion of minding 'em, not I. 'Tis hard indeed if one's to always be a slave, and never dares to sit ever so little. One might as well be a nigger.' 'I would not for the world,' answered Monimia, 'offend my aunt when she is kind to me; and it was very good in her to give me money to buy these things, and to let me go for them.' 'I see no mightier matter of goodness in it,' cried the other. 'Who is to provide for you, if she does not? Who is your own natural relation? Gollies, miss, if I was you, I should be very apt to show her the difference. Why, very often she uses you like a dog, and I'm sure she makes you work like a servant. There's Mr Pattenson always a telling me, that handsome girls have no occasion to be drudges as I be, for as I have been, for that in London they may make their fortunes, and live like the finest ladies of the land.' Thus she ran on, while Monimia, hardly hearing, and not at all attending to her conversation, sat silent, considering how extraordinary Orlando would think it, if by any accident he should know that she was out so long, and trying to recover her breath that they might proceed, when suddenly several spaniels ran out of the wood, a pheasant flew up near them, and the report of 2 guns was heard so near, that Monimia started in some degree of terror, while Betty, whose nerves were much stronger, clapped her hands, and laughing aloud cried, 'Oh, Jingo, if here be'n't some gentlemen shooting! Let's stay and see who they be.' 'No, no,' said Monimia, 'let us go.' She then rose to walk on, but the voices of the persons who were shooting were now heard immediately before them, and she turned pale when she thought she distinguished that of Orlando. Instantaneously, however, the sportsmen broke out of the thick underwood into the path before them, and Monimia beheld a young man, whom, from his distant resemblance to Orlando, she immediately knew to be his elder brother. With him were 2 other gentlemen, and a servant who carried their nets. 'Ho, ho!' cried the elder Somerive, 'what have we here? 2 cursed pretty wenches, Stockton? Here's a brace of birds that it may be worth a while to mark. Damn!' Then he approached Monimia, who shrank back terrified behind her companion, while Betty, far from feeling any apprehension, advanced with a curtsy and a giggle, and 'Pray, sir, let us pass.' 'Not so quickly, my little dear,' said Mr Stockton. 'I am a newcomer into this country, and I have a great inclination to be acquainted with all my pretty neighbours.
By heaven, you are as handsome as an angel. Pray, my dear, where do you live?" "With Mrs Rayland, sir," said Betty, dropping another curtsy, "and I beg your honour will not stop us, for my lady will be very angry." "Damn her anger!" cried Stockton. "Does she think to shut up all the beauty in the country in her old fortification? If she's angry, you pretty little rogue, leave her to vent it on her jolly favourite butler, that fellow who looks like the confessor to the convent, and do you come with me. I keep open house for the reception of all pretty damsels in distress, and bring your companion here with you."
He then looked forward towards Monimia, and saw in her an agony of tears; for the conversation of Philip Somerive and his companion, to whom he gave the title of Sir John, had terrified her so much, that she could no longer command herself.
"Why, what the devil's the matter?" cried Stockton. "Why, Sir John, why, Somerive, what have you said to that sweet girl?" "We've been asking her who she is," replied Sir John, "and it seems she does not know." "You are the housekeeper's niece, are you not?" said Somerive. "Tell me, my dear," addressing himself to Betty, "is it not this simpleton that falls a crying so prettily, the reputed niece of that old formal piece of hypocrisy, Leonard? Come, tell us. You have more sense than to cry because one asks a civil question." "Lord, sir," replied Betty, "to be sure you are such another wild gentleman, that I don't at all wonder you frightened our miss, who, poor thing, has scarcely ever been out of our house all her life. Yes, sir, 'tis Miss Monimia, sir, Madam Leonard's kinswoman; and I hope, sir, you'll please to give us leave to pass, for we shall have a deal of anger for being out so much longer than Madam Leonard she gived us leave to stay." "Tell us then," said Sir John, taking both Monimia's hands, which she in vain endeavoured to disengage from his grasp, "tell us where and when we can see you again, and then you shall go." "Yes," cried Stockton, addressing himself to Betty, "tell us, my dear girl, when can we see you again?" "We shall not easily relinquish the acquaintance," interrupted Somerive; "and if you are to be met with only at the Hall, I shall contrive to get into favour again with that immortal old frump, and I can tell you that's no small compliment." "Oh dear sir," giggled Betty, "I vow and declare you put me all in a twitter with your wild ways. Indeed, sir, you can't see us nowhere; for, as to Miss, she never goes out, not at all. For my share, to be sure, I now intend be at church and such like; but for all that, it's morally impossible for us to see you no how at all." "Well then," cried Stockton, "we'll have a kiss apiece somehow at all, now we do see you." Yes, says Somerville, "that we will." "Well, gentlemen," replied Betty, "I am sure this is very rude behaviour. Lord, miss, why'd you cry so? I warrant they won't do no harm; and if you insist upon it, I hope you'll let us go then." "Yes," answered Somerive, "we'll let you go then."
Betty went through the ceremony without making many difficulties; but when Stockton advanced towards Monimia, to whom Sir John had all this time been making professions of violent love, she retreated from him, and her alarm was so evidently unaffected, that Sir John stopped him. "Don't, Stockton," cried he; "Miss is apparently very new to the world, and we have distressed her." "Well, well," answered Stockton, "we won't distress her then. Come, Somerive, we shall meet these charming girls some other time. I see you are taking care of that," for he continued whispering to Betty, "so let us now go on to beat the wood." Somerive, who seemed to have made, during his momentary conversation, some arrangement with Betty, now agreed to this, and, as he passed Monimia, looked earnestly under her hat, and said in a half whisper, "Upon my honour, that sober, well conditioned young man, Mr Orlando, has a fine time of it.
these are his studies at the Hall."
Poor Monimia, sinking with terror and confusion, now endeavoured to disengage herself from Sir John, and to follow Betty, who, making more half curtsies, and looking smilingly after the gentleman, was walking on. But he, who had attached himself to Monimia, was not so easily shaken off. He told Stockton and Somerive that he should go home another way, and should shoot no more. "Good morrow, therefore," added he, "I shall wait upon these ladies through the woods; and as you do not want Ned," speaking of a servant, "he may as well go with me, and take home the birds." To this the other two assenting departed, while Sir John, giving his servant a hint to enter in conversation with Betty, and discover as much as he could relative to Monimia, again joined her, though she had walked forward as quickly as possible, and desired her, as he said she seemed tired, to accept of his arm. Monimia, more terrified every step she took, and dreading lest he should insist upon following her to the Hall, now acquired courage to entreat that he would leave her, while he, regardless of the distress so evident in her countenance, endeavoured to prevail upon her to listen to him; and in this manner they had proceeded nearly to the part of the woods which opened directly into the park, when suddenly, at a sharp turn of the path, Orlando, with his gun upon his shoulder, stood before them.
Amazement and indignation were pictured in his countenance when he beheld a stranger walking close to Monimia, and seeming to have his arm round her waist. Thrown totally off his guard by an appearance so sudden and so extraordinary, he cried, "Pray, who is this gentleman? Pray, what does this mean?" Betty, who had been detained some paces behind, now approached, and Orlando, recollecting himself, took no other notice of Monimia, who would, had she dared, have flown to him for protection; but slightly touching his hat, he advanced to Sir John, and said, "I suppose, sir, you have Mrs Rayland's permission to shoot in these preserved grounds?" "I always shoot, sir," answered Sir John haughtily, "in all grounds that happen to suit me, whether they are preserved or no, and take no trouble to ask leave of anybody." "Then, sir," said Orlando with quickness, "you must allow me to say that you do a very unhandsome thing." "And I," rejoined the other, "say, whether you allow it or no, that you are a very impertinent fellow." The blood rushed into the face of Orlando, and even the pale and terrified countenance of Monimia, who caught hold of Betty for support, did not deter him from resenting this insolence. "Who are you," cried he, seizing Sir John by the collar, "that thus dare to insult me?" "And who are you, scoundrel," answered his antagonist, endeavouring to disengage himself, "who dare to behave with such confounded impudence to a man of my consequence?" "Curse on your consequence!" exclaimed the enraged Orlando, throwing him violently from him. "If you are a gentleman, which I doubt, give me an opportunity of telling you properly who I am." "If I am a gentleman," cried the other, "am I questioned by a park keeper, or by some dirty valet?" Sir John, who was quite the modern man of fashion, did not much approve of the specimen Orlando had given him of athletic powers. He liked him still less when he replied, "My name is Somerive, my usual residence at West Wolverton, or Rayland Hall. Now, sir, as you speak neither to a park keeper nor a valet, you must tell me from whom I have received this brutal insult." "My servant will tell you," replied he; "and, if you are likely to forget his information, you shall hear it properly from me to morrow. In the mean time, my dear girl," added he, turning familiarly to Monimia, "let us leave this fierce Draken, sir, to watch the old lady's pheasants; and as you seem much alarmed by his ridiculous fury, let me have the pleasure of seeing you safe home." He would then have taken the arm of the trembling Monimia within his, but she shrunk from him, and would have passed on. He still insisted, however, on being permitted to attend her home, when Orlando, quite unable to command himself, sprung forward, and seizing the arm of Monimia, cried, 'This young lady, being under the protection of Mrs Rayland, is under mine, and I insist on her not being troubled with your impertinent familiarity. Come, madam, if you will give me leave, I will conduct you to your aunt.' He then, without waiting for any farther reply, walked hastily away, while Sir John, filled with rage and contempt, bade his servant follow him, and inform him that the person whom he had thus grossly affronted was Sir John Berkeley Belgrave, Baronet of Belgrave Park in Suffolk, brother-in-law to the Earl of Glenlyon of Scotland, and member of Parliament. Orlando heard this list of dignities with contemptuous coolness, and then, as he continued to walk on, bade the servant tell his master, Sir John Berkeley Belgrave, of Belgrave Park in Suffolk, brother-in-law to the Earl of Glenlyon of Scotland, and member of Parliament, that he expected to hear from him. They were no sooner out of sight than Orlando, addressing himself to Betty, for Monimia was quite unable to answer him, said, 'Where did you meet this man? How came you to be with him?' 'Lord,' said Betty pertly, 'how could we help it? And pray where was the harm? For my part, I always speak to gentlefolks that speak to me. I've no notion of sitting mumchance, when gentlemen are so civil as to speak genteel to one. Here's a fuss indeed about nothing. And so you've gone and made a fine piece of work, and had a mind for to have fit that barren night. I suppose there will be a pretty to do.' 'But where did you meet him?' repeated Orlando impatiently. 'Don't bite one's nose off,' said Betty. 'Gemini, what a passion you puts yourself into! Met him? Why, we met him, and two more very obliging civil gentlemen as I ever wished to see. Your brother was one of them. And what then? I'm sure it was ridiculous to quarrel and fall out about a few nasty pheasants, with all the gentlefolks about. That's the reason that mistress never has anybody come see her at the Hall, and one may as well live in a prison. I'm quite sick of it for my share.' As nothing but muttering were to be obtained from Betty, Orlando no longer questioned her; but as his first emotion of something like anger mingled with vexation towards Monimia had now subsided, he said to her, in a low and mournful voice, 'This is all very disagreeable. Would to God you had never gone this unlucky walk! Would to God I never had! For now I see nothing but misery will arise from it. But let us part here.' They were now in the park. 'It is quite enough for me to have gone through what has passed within this hour. There is no occasion to add to my terror by letting my aunt see us together. I thought I should suffer enough by being so late home; but, good God, what is that fear in comparison of what I suffer now about this quarrel?' 'The quarrel, as you call it, will be of no consequence, Monimia. I shall probably hear no more of it; or if I do, Mrs Rayland will not be displeased at my having spoken to those men who have so long impertinently trespassed on her manners.' 'But who,' said Monimia, 'who shall ensure your safety, Orlando, if you do hear more of it?' 'I must take my chance about that. Do not, my Monimia,' whispered he, 'make yourself uneasy about it. I shall see you at night, and now perhaps it will be better to part.' He then said aloud, that Betty might hear, who was a few paces behind, 'Since you seem now to be delivered from the persecution of this impertinent stranger, I wish you a good morning.' Orlando then walked another way, as if pursuing his diversion of shooting, and Betty joining Monimia, they proceeded together towards the house. As they went, Betty, who was very much displeased with Orlando, because he seemed to have given all that attention to Monimia which she herself had a great inclination to monopolize, began again to exclaim against the folly of his having driven away and quarrelled with a barren knight, as she emphatically termed it. 'Why would one have thought,' cried she, 'actually that the gentleman, who is in my mind a pretty gentleman, had done some great harm? If Mr. Orlando had been your sweetheart, miss, he couldn't have been brustled up in a greater passion.' 'My sweetheart!' said Monimia faintly. 'How can he be my sweetheart, when you know, Betty, I have hardly exchanged 10 words with him in my whole life?' 'Well, miss, you did not colour so about it. Lord, I suppose people have had sweethearts before now, and the better's their luck. Not that I say Mr. Orlando is yours, for I knows to the contrary.' 'I believe,' said Monimia, making an effort to command herself, 'I believe, Betty, it will be as well, on many accounts, not to say any thing about all this at home. If this unlucky quarrel should go any farther, which I hope it will not, it will make my aunt very angry, if she knows we were present at it; and upon the whole, I wish you would make a resolution not to speak of it.' 'Not I,' answered Betty, 'I shan't speak of it, not I. I'm none of your blabs, and scorn to say any thing to make mischief. Besides, we shall have anger enough for staying so much later than we had bid to stay. Yes, we shall have a fine rattle, and there stands Madam Lennard at the window, watching for us.' They were now near the house, and poor Monimia, looking up, saw her aunt indeed watching their return. She trembled so much that she could hardly find strength to get into the house, where as soon as Betty arrived she was hastening to the kitchen; but Monimia, finding it impossible to meet alone the first rage of her aunt, entreated her to go up stairs. 'Do not leave me, dear Betty,' said the timid Monimia. 'I am in such terror already, and if my aunt is very violent against me, I really believe I shall die on the spot. You have more courage than I have. For heaven's sake, do not leave me.' 'I don't know any good I can do,' replied Betty; 'but however, if I must go, I must.' They then ascended the stairs together, and entered the room where Mrs Lennard waited for them, in the disposition of a hungry tigress who has long been disappointed of her prey. She scolded with such vehemence for nearly half an hour, that she absolutely exhausted every form of invective and reproach which her very fertile genius and the vocabulary of Billingsgate could furnish her with; and then taking Monimia rudely by the arm, she led her to a turret, and locked her in, protesting that, so far from ever suffering her to go junketing out again to the village, she would not leave her room for a week. With this threat she left her weeping niece, and turned the key upon her. But Monimia, somewhat relieved by her departure, felt with secret delight that it was not in her power to confine her, and that at night she could see Orlando. Yet the danger he had run into occurred to her with redoubled force, and never did she pass such miserable hours as those that intervened between her aunt's fierce remonstrance, and that when she expected the signal from Orlando. End of Volume 1, Chapter 9. Recording by Julia Lenarden. Volume 1, Chapter 10 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenarden. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 1, Chapter 10. The unfortunate rencontre, which promised to produce so much uneasiness, was occasioned by the impatience of Orlando at Monimia's long absence. He had gone early in the morning to his father's, as he had the preceding evening proposed, and returning about 10 o'clock, anxious to know if Monimia was come back from her walk, he inquired among the servants for Betty, and was told that she was not yet come home from the village, whither Mrs Lennard had sent her early in the morning. 'What do you want with Betty, sir?' said Pattenson, who heard the inquiry. 'To make the fire up in my room,' replied Orlando. 'Any other of the maids can do that as well, I suppose,' answered the butler sullenly. And then, from his manner, Orlando was first struck with the idea that Pattenson, being an admirer of Betty, was apprehensive of his acquiring too much of her favour. This observation was a great relief to him, and dissipated the fears he had long entertained, that the old butler suspected his stolen interviews with Monimia. Uneasy, however, at her staying so much later than the hour when he knew she was ordered to return, he could not forbear making a circuit round the wood walks of the park, where he could not be observed, and passing towards the preserved pheasant grounds, through which her path lay, where he had not waited long before the appearance of Monimia, attended by Sir John Belgrave, produced the alarming conversation which the last chapter related. When Orlando parted from Monimia, and began coolly to consider what had happened, he felt no other uneasiness than that which arose from his apprehension that her name might be brought in question; for he was a stranger to all personal fear, and was totally indifferent to the resentment of Sir John Belgrave, which he thought it probable he might think it wise to lay aside, for he did not appear to be one of those who are eager to acquire fame by personal danger. However that might be, Orlando's principal concern was, how to appease the fears of Monimia, and as early as it was safe to go to the turret, he repaired thither. But this happened almost an hour later than usual. Pattison had visitors, some tradesmen from a neighbouring town, to sup with him, and Orlando, who was upon the watch, had the mortification to hear them singing in the butler's room at 11:30, and to find it near 1 o'clock before they betook themselves to their horses and departed. It was yet near half an hour longer before the lights about the house were extinguished, and all was quiet. The night, dark and tempestuous, added to the gloomy appearance of all that surrounded Monimia, while her imagination, filled with images of horror, represented to her that his delay was owing to the consequences of his morning's adventure, and these apprehensions, added to the fatigue and anxiety she had gone through during the day, almost overcame her, before the well-known, long-wished-for signal was heard. At length Orlando had safely placed her by the fire, and began to speak as cheerfully as he could of what had passed; but he saw her pale, dejected, and ready to sink, her eyes swollen with weeping, and her whole frame languid, depressed by the uneasy circumstances of the day, and the uneasy suspense of the night. For the latter he easily accounted, and he endeavoured to dissipate her dread as to the consequences of the former. 'This fine gentleman,' said he, 'who could persecute with his insulting attentions a young and defenceless woman, my Monimia, can never have much proper and steady courage; or, if he has, he will, if he has a shadow of understanding, be ashamed of exerting it in such a cause. Besides, after all the applications that have, with great civility, been made to Mr Stockton, entreating him to forbear, either by himself, his friends, or servants, trespassing on those woods, where Mrs Rayland is so fond of preserving the game, nothing can be more ungentlemanlike than to persist in it. It looks like taking advantage of Mrs Rayland's being without a man about her who has a right to enforce her wishes, which, whether capricious and absurd or no, should surely be respected. I feel myself perfectly justified for having spoken as I did, and only regret that you were present. Relate to me, Monimia, what passed before I met you. Did not Betty say that my brother was one of the people who were with this Sir John Belgrave?' Monimia then related all that had passed, as well as the alarm she had been in had allowed her to observe it; and in the behaviour of his brother, particularly in the speech he had made to Monimia as he passed her, Orlando found more cause of vexation than in any other circumstance of the morning. He foresaw that the beauty of Monimia, which had hitherto been quite unobserved, would now become the topic of common conversation. His father and his family would be alarmed, and his stay at the Hall imputed to motives very different from his love of solitude and study. Hitherto Monimia had seemed a beautiful and unique gem, of which none but himself had discovered the concealment or knew the value. He had visited it with fonder idolatry, from alone possessing the knowledge where it was hid. But now,
Half his happiness seemed to be destroyed since his treasure was discovered, particularly by his brother, who was so loose in his principles and so unfeeling in his conduct. As these painful reflections passed through his mind, he sat a while silent and dejected, till, being awakened from his mournful reverie by a deep sigh from Monimia, he saw her face bathed in tears. 'Ah, Orlando,' said she, in a tremulous voice, 'I see that you feel as I do. All our little happiness is destroyed. Perhaps this is the last night we shall ever meet. Something tells me that the consequences of this luckless day will be our eternal separation.' The sobs that swelled her bosom as she said this impeded her utterance. Orlando, with more than usual tenderness, endeavoured to soothe and reassure her, when suddenly, as he hung fondly over her, speaking to her in a low voice, she started, and said in a whisper, 'Hush, hush! For heaven's sake! I hear a noise in the chapel.' Orlando listened a moment. 'No, it is only the wind, which is very high tonight.' But listening again a moment, he thought, as she did, that it was something more, and before he had time to imagine what it might be, the old heavy lock of the study door, that opened from the passage to the chapel, was moved slowly. The door as slowly opened, and at it a human face just appeared. Starting up, Orlando, whose fears were ever alive for Monimia, blew out the single candle, which stood at some distance from them, and then springing towards the door, he demanded fiercely who was there. Monimia, whose terror almost annihilated her faculties, would have thrown herself into his arms, and there have waited the discovery which appeared more dreadful than death. But he was instantly gone, and pursued through the chapel a man whom, however, he could not overtake, and who seemed at the door to vanish, though the night was so dark that it was impossible to distinguish any object whatever. Through the chapel he had heard the sound of feet, but when he got to the porch, and from thence listened for the same sound to direct his pursuing along the flagstones, it was heard no more. All was profoundly silent, unless the stillness was interrupted by the howling of the wind round the old buildings. Orlando, after a moment's pause, was disposed to fasten the chapel door before he returned, but he recollected that perhaps he might enclose the enemy within it, or impede the escape of his Monimia to her turret. Uncertain therefore what to do, but too certain of the agonizing fears to which he had left her exposed, he went hastily back, and securing that door which led from the chapel to the passage as well as he could, for there was no key to it, and only a small rusty bar, and then fastening the door of the study, he approached, by the light of the wood fire which was nearly extinguished, the fainting Monimia, who, unable to support herself, had sunk to the ground, and rested her head on the old tapestry chair on which she had been sitting. Orlando found her cold and almost insensible, and it was some moments before he could restore her speech. Terror had deprived her of the power of shedding tears, nor had she strength to sit up; but when he had placed her in her chair, he was compelled to support her, while he endeavoured to make light of a circumstance that overwhelmed him with alarm for her, and with vexation beyond what he had ever yet experienced. They had both distinctly beheld the face, though neither had the least idea to whom it belonged. Orlando had as distinctly heard the footsteps along the hollow ground of the chapel. It was not, therefore, one of those supernatural beings to whose existence Monimia had been taught to give credit. Orlando would willingly have sheltered himself under such a prejudice, had it been possible, for all the ghosts in the Red Sea would have terrified him less than the discovery of Monimia by any of the family. Yet that such a discovery was made he could not doubt, and the more he thought of even its immediate consequences, and the impossibility there might be to reconvey his lovely trembling charge to her own room, the greater his distraction became, while all he could make Monimia say was, "Dearest Orlando, let me stay here and die. A few hours longer of such extreme pain as I at this moment suffer will certainly kill me, and if I die in your presence, my death will be happier than my life has been, or than now it ever can be." Orlando, being thus under the necessity of conquering his own extreme disquiet, that he might appease hers, began to make various conjectures as to this man, tending to encourage the hope that it was some accidental intruder, and not one whose business was to discover her. "But even if the villain came with that design," said he, "I do not believe he could distinguish you, so instantly I blew out the candle; or if he saw a female figure, he could not know it to be you. It might as well be any other woman." These suppositions had little power to quiet the fears with which Monimia was tormented. But when Orlando seemed so deeply affected by her situation, when he declared to her that he was unequal to the sight of her terror, and that not even the discovery they dreaded could make him so wretched as seeing her in such a situation, she made an effort to recover herself, and at length succeeded so well as to regain the power of consulting with him as to what was best to be done. It was now early morning, but still very dark, with rain and wind. It was, however, time to consider Monimia's return, for within 2 hours the servants would be up, and in even less time the labourers in the gardens would come to their work. It was at length agreed that Orlando should go through the chapel first, and try, if he could, discover any traces of their alarming visitor, and if, after his reconnoitring, all appeared safe, that Monimia should return as usual to her apartment. Orlando then, directing her to fasten herself the study door within side, went through the chapel with a candle in his hand, which he shaded with his hat to prevent the light being seen from the windows. He looked carefully among the broken boards, which had once formed 2 or 3 pews, and then went into the chancel, but saw nothing. He passed through the porch, leaving his candle behind the door on one of the benches, but nobody appeared. And by the very faint light of the first dawn, on a stormy October morning, which served only to make the darkness visible, he could just see round the whole chapel court, and was satisfied nobody was there. Thus convinced, he returned to Monimia, assured her that the wretch, whoever he was gone, and that there seemed to be no danger in her returning to her apartment. He endeavoured again to persuade her that her alarm, however just, would end without any of the consequences they dreaded, made her swallow a large glass of wine, and then, taking one of her hands in his, he put his other arm around her waist, and with uncertain steps himself, while through fear her feet almost refused to move, they proceeded slowly and lightly through the chapel. Neither of them spoke. Monimia hardly breathed. When arriving about the middle of it, they were struck motionless by a sudden and loud crash, which seemed to proceed from the chancel, and a deep hollow voice pronounced the words, "Now, now." There was a heavy stone font in the middle of the chapel, with a sort of bench under it. Orlando, unable at once to support and defend Monimia, placed her on this bench, and imploring her to take courage, he darted forward into the chancel, from whence he was sure the voice had issued, and cried aloud, "Who is there? Speak this moment. Who are you?" The words re-echoed through the vaulted chancel, but no answer was returned. Again, and in a yet louder voice, he repeated them, and again listened to hear if any reply was made. A slight and indistinct noise, like the shutting a distant door, and a low murmur which soon died away, left everything in profound silence. He remained, however, yet an instant listening, while Monimia, resting against a stone, a cheek almost as cold, was petrified with excess of fear.
and in the dread pause between Orlando's question and his awaiting an answer, the old banners which hung over the head, waving and rustling with the current of air, seemed to repeat the whispers of some terrific and invisible being foretelling woe and destruction, while the same wind by which these fragments were agitated hummed sullenly among the helmets and gauntlets, trophies of the prowess of former Sir Orlando's and Sir Hildebrand's, which were suspended from the pillars of the chapel. When Orlando returned to her, he found her more dead than alive. He soothed, he supported her, and earnestly besought her to exert herself against the fear that oppressed her. 'What shall we do, Monimia?' said he. 'For my own part, rather than see you suffer like this, I will take you in my hand, and declare at once to these people, whoever they are, that we cannot live apart; and should we, by such an avowal, forfeit the protection of our friends, what is there in that so very dreadful? I am young and strong, and well able to work in any way for a subsistence for us both. Tell me, Monimia, should you fear poverty if we could but live together?' 'No,' replied Monimia, acquiring courage from this excess of tenderness in her lover. 'No, Orlando, I should be too happy to be allowed to beg with you round the world.' 'What then have we to fear?' whispered he. 'Come, let us go and face these people, if, as their expression now seems to intimate, they are waiting for us without. In the chapel they are not, however the sounds seem to come from thence. I fear they waylay us at the door. But if we are thus prepared against the worst that can befall us, why should we shrink now, only to be exposed a second time to alarms that seem to threaten your life from your extreme timidity? Tell me, Monimia, have you courage to brave the discovery at once, which sooner or later must be made?' 'I have courage,' answered she. 'Let us go while I am able.' She arose, but could hardly stand. Orlando, however, led her forward, listening still every step they took. They heard nothing either in the chapel or in the porch, and being now on the pavement without, they stopped and looked around them, expecting that the person or persons whose words that had alarmed them would appear, but there was nobody to be seen. Yet it was now light enough to discern every part of the court. 'This is wonderful,' said Orlando; 'but since there seems to be nothing to prevent it, let me see you, my Monimia, safe to your room, and let me hope to have the comfort of knowing that after the fatigues and terrors of such a day and night you obtain some repose.' 'How can you know it, Orlando?' answered she, 'since it will be madness, if we escape now, to think of venturing a meeting tomorrow night.' 'I would not have you venture it; but, Monimia, I have thought of a way by which I can hear from you and write to you in the course of the day, which, under our present circumstances, must be an infinite satisfaction. As I have all hours access to the turret, I can put a letter at your door behind your bed, and there you can deposit an answer.' To this expedient Monimia readily assented. Without any alarm they passed the rest of their short walk. Monimia promised to go immediately to bed, and to endeavour to compose herself; and Orlando, having seen her secured in her turret, returned to the chapel, determined to discover, if possible, what it was that had so cruelly alarmed them. Again he went over every part, but could discover nothing. He then determined to go round the house, and resolute not to spare any wretch who might be lurking about it with evil designs, he went into a large uninhabited parlour that opened into the study from the body of the house, where, over the chimney, several sorts of arms were disposed, which for many years had never been used. He took down a hanger and a pair of horse pistols; both were somewhat injured by neglect, and of the latter he knew he could make no use till they had been cleaned; but drawing the hanger from its scabbard, he sallied forth in eager expectation of finding some means to discover, and at least to terrify from future intrusion,
the man he had seen and heard. But after wandering round the house, through the gardens, and even over the adjoining offices, for above an hour, he saw nothing that could lead him to guess who it could be. The workmen and the servants were all at their usual employments. He talked to some of them, but observed no consciousness of anything extraordinary in any of them. He then returned, not less uneasy than before his search. Sometimes the idea of Sir John Belgrave presented itself, but that he should have ventured to visit the Hall at such an hour he soon rejected as an impossibility. Had Mrs Rayland discovered his intelligence with Monimia, she would have signified her displeasure openly and at once. At length he supposed it might be his brother. This, as Philip Somerive knew the house, appeared the least improbable of all his conjectures. But still it was hardly to be supposed that he would leave his jovial companions on such a night, for the pleasure of persecuting him, when so many other means were now in his power, by which he might disturb the happiness of Orlando. Dissatisfied with every supposition, but becoming every instant more restless and anxious, he waited with impatience for the customary time of visiting Mrs Rayland. It came, and she behaved to him just as usual. Some hours, therefore, were still passed in fruitless conjectures and tormenting suspense. End of Volume 1, Chapter 10. Recording by Julia Lenarden. Volume 1, Chapter 11 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Lenarden. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 1, Chapter 11. Orlando left Mrs Rayland's about 12 o'clock, convinced that, whatever discovery had been made, she was yet perfectly unacquainted with it. He thought it best to tell her as much of what had happened the preceding day, as he was sure she would not disapprove. He therefore mentioned to her, in the presence of Lennard, who seemed as ignorant of any misadventure as she was, that he had gone round the park with his gun, after his return from his father's in the morning, and hearing several shots fired in the copses, he had followed the sound. "I met, madam," said he, "Mrs Lennard's niece and your servant Betty, and almost at the same moment a gentleman shooting, and a servant following him with several pheasants. I thought it necessary to speak to him, and we had rather high words. I found he had 2 companions with him whom I did not see. Stockton himself was one of them." Orlando always carefully avoided naming his brother. "The man to whom I spoke was, I found from his servant, a baronet." "A baronet, child," said Mrs Rayland. "Impossible! At least, if he is, it must be one of the new made baronets. These, as well as new created lords, spring up like mushrooms, from nobody knows where, every year. A man of family could not behave so. This person is some enriched tradesman, who has bought his title. Belgrave, I don't recollect the name. No, he cannot be a man of any family." Orlando saw that Mrs Rayland had not the least idea of the circumstances likely to follow his dialogue with Sir John Belgrave, and only dwelt upon the improbability that a man whose title was above 2 years old could commit so great an indecorum as he had been guilty of. Unwilling, therefore, to awaken in her mind those apprehensions of future consequences of which she seemed quite ignorant, he soon after turned the discourse, and leaving her and Mrs Lennard both in perfect good humour, he returned to his study, and sat down to give Monimia the satisfaction of knowing that, to whomsoever the affront of the preceding evening was owing, Mrs Rayland and her aunt had certainly no share in it, and as yet no suspicion of their intercourse. He had been employed thus near half an hour, and had just finished his letter, when Betty bounced into his room. "There's one without wants to speak to you," cried she, pouting, and sullenly she spoke,
and then, shutting the door as hastily as she had opened it, was going. But Orlando, following her, said, "Betty, who is it? If the person has a letter for me, let it be sent in. If not, beg to know his name." A letter or a message from Sir John Belgrave was what he expected. "I shan't carry none of your messages, indeed," replied the girl; "but I suppose the person without is your father. I never see him but once or twice, but I'm pretty sure 'tis he." "Good God!" exclaimed Orlando, "why then, if you knew him, would you let my father wait without?" "'Twas no business of mine, Mr Orlando, to show him in; and besides, folks sometimes has company with them in their rooms, you know, and then an old father may be one too many, Mr Orlando." "What do you mean by that?" cried Orlando eagerly. "Nay, never mind what I means, I know what I knows; but I think you mid as well take care not to get other folks into bad bread that are as innocent as the child unborn." "I insist upon you telling me," said Orlando, seizing her hand. "I insist, nay, I implore you, dear Betty, to tell me." At this moment the old butler appeared at the door in the parlour, in which they were standing, and seeing Orlando, apparently interceding with Betty, he said roughly, "Instead of pulling the wenches about, and behaving in this rakish sort of way in my mistress's house, it would be more becoming of you to go to speak to your father, who is waiting in the stable yard." "You are impertinent, Mr Patterson," answered Orlando, "and I beg you will understand that impertinence from any one I am not disposed to endure." Orlando then went hastily out, Patterson muttering as he passed, "I don't know how you'll help yourself." In the stable yard Orlando found Mr Somerive. He had not dismounted, having made it a rule for many years never to enter Mrs Rayland's house unless he was invited. Orlando saw by his countenance that he was under great concern, and respectfully approaching him, he said, "Dear sir, is all well at home? Is my mother returned? Is she well?" "Your mother is not returned, Orlando," replied Mr Somerive in a grave and melancholy tone, "but she is well, and all is well at home." "I hope then, sir, that I owe this visit merely to your kindness. Will you get off your horse and come in? I have a fire in the library, or shall I let Mrs Rayland know you are here?" "Neither one nor the other," replied Mr Somerive, "but get your horse immediately, and come with me. I have business with you." "I have only slippers on, sir. Will you walk in while I put on my boots?" "You will not need them. I shall not detain you long. Your horse is already saddled by my desire. You have your hat, and therefore hasten to follow me." Orlando would have given half a world to have had an opportunity of depositing his letter to Monimia, which he had put hastily in his pocket; but there was now no possibility of escaping to do it; and in the hope that his father would soon dismiss him, yet foreseeing that what he had to say was of a very painful nature, he mounted his horse, which one of the grooms brought out, and followed his father across the park. Mr Somerive was silent till they had got at some distance from the house. Orlando rode by his side a foot pace. He observed that his father sighed deeply 2 or 3 times, and at length said, "Orlando, I desire you will give me a faithful detail of all that passed yesterday." The events of the night dwelt more upon his mind than those of the day, and believing therefore that his father alluded to them, he blushed deeply, and repeated, "All that passed yesterday, sir?" "Yes," replied the father. "You certainly don't mean to affect misunderstanding me. You have got into a quarrel with one of the guests of Mr Stockton. I have heard it from one quarter. Let me now have your account of it." "That is very easily given, my dear sir," answered Orlando, relieved by finding that the adventures of the night were not meant. "I met a gentleman shooting in those woods, where, as you know, it has been for years the particular whim of Mrs Rayland, as it was, they tell me, of her father, to preserve the pheasants. You know that Mr Stockton has often been entreated to forbear, and you will allow that it is unhandsome to persist in doing what is offensive to a defenceless woman. Therefore, upon meeting with this Sir John something, with his servant carrying a net full of birds, I spoke to him on the impropriety of his shooting in those woods, and indeed almost within the park. He answered me very insolently, and I collared him, after which some rather high words passed between us. He sent his servant after me with his address, and I expected to have heard farther from him to-day.' 'And was that all, Orlando?' said Mr Somerive, looking steadily and somewhat sternly in his face. 'That was all that passed, sir,' replied Orlando, hesitating and blushing again. 'And there was no other person present when this quarrel happened? Was there no other cause for your displeasure against this gentleman than what arose from his having killed these birds? Orlando, I used in your infancy and early youth to have the firmest reliance on your veracity. Shall I have the infinite mortification now to find myself mistaken?' 'No, sir,' answered Orlando, 'nor now, nor ever. I have no reason to be ashamed of my saying the truth when called upon, though I should –' 'Come, Orlando,' cried his father, 'you would not tell it if you could, without being guilty of the meanness of a direct falsehood, conceal it. There were 2 young women present, and you thought it necessary to resent the behaviour of this Sir John Belgrave to one of them.' 'Yes, I thought him very impertinent. The young woman was terrified, and I considered myself bound to protect her from him. I am sure, sir, you would yourself have done the same thing.' 'Perhaps I might. You are acquainted then with this girl, for whom you exercised your chivalry?' 'Certainly,' said Orlando, again blushing so much that his father could not but perceive it. 'Certainly I am acquainted with her, that is, I know her, to be sure, a little. Indeed, as I live so much under the same roof, it would be odd and strange if I did not.' 'Very odd and strange indeed, Orlando,' replied Mr Somerive drily, 'very odd and very strange, especially as your brother tells me that the damsel is remarkable handsome.' 'Well, sir,' cried Orlando with quickness, 'admitting it to be so, does my brother think to do me an ill office with you, by telling you that I admire beauty, or that I defend a woman for whom, if she had been ugly, I should equally have interposed from the impudent persecutions of a coxcomb? I do not believe that your brother intended to do you an ill office. On the contrary, he came to me this morning, at an hour when a visit from him was very unexpected, to tell me that he was very uneasy at the resentment expressed by Sir John Belgrave, and to desire I would prevent this disagreeable affair from going farther, by prevailing on you to make some proper apology.' 'And if that was my brother's sole intention, I see no necessity for having named the lady. There was otherwise ground enough for the quarrel, if a quarrel it can be called. However, I heartily forgive Philip, and I am only sorry that he thinks he has cause to do me every disservice in his power.' 'Do you call his anxiety for your safety a disservice? He hopes to prevent any risk of it by telling me what has happened, and procuring, before it is too late, an apology.' Orlando checked his tears. 'And does my father really think,' said he, 'that I ought to make an apology? If the affair passed as Philip represented it to me, I think you ought, for you seem by that account to have been the aggressor.' 'No, sir,' cried Orlando, 'in everything else your commands should be my law; but here I hope you will not lay them upon me, because I feel that, for the first time in my life, I must disobey them.' 'And your mother,' said Mr Somerive, 'your mother, on her return, is to hear that you are engaged in a duel; that you have either killed a man, who is a stranger to you, for the sake of a few paltry pheasants, or you have yourself fallen. Oh, rash and headlong boy! If you did not feel deeper resentment than what a trespass on Mrs Rayland's ground occasioned, you would not thus have engaged in a dispute so alarming. I greatly fear your attachment to that girl.' Orlando, without denying or assenting to the truth of this accusation, related distinctly the very words that had passed. 'You see, sir,' continued he, 'that it was about no girl the quarrel began, for upon my soul these were the very words.' 'I still think,' said his father, 'that it is a very foolish affair; and, should Sir John Belgrave insist upon it, that you ought to make an excuse.' 'Never,' said Orlando; 'and do not, dear sir, do not, I conjure you, lay me under the cruel necessity of disobeying you. You cannot, with all the spirit you possess yourself, desire me to act like a coward. You must despise me if I did; and even my dear, my tender mother would blush for her son, if she thought him afraid of any man when he is conscious of a good cause.' 'What is to be done then?' cried Mr Somerive in great perplexity. 'You will certainly receive a challenge, Orlando.' 'And then I must certainly accept it. But indeed, dear sir, you are needlessly distressed. If this warlike Sir John must vindicate his injured honour by firing a brace of pistols at me, I have as good a chance as he has; and at all events, if I fall, you will be delivered of the anxiety of providing for me, and I shall die lamented, which is better than to live disgraced. But after all,' seeing his father's distress increase, 'I am much mistaken if this most magnanimous baronet had not rather let it alone. A few hours will determine it; and before my mother's return, whom I should be very sorry to terrify, it will be over one way or other.' 'You will not then, Orlando, settle it by an apology?' 'Never indeed, my dear sir.' 'Nor give me your word that there is no attachment between you and this girl, this niece of Lennard's?' 'Why, my dear father,' replied Orlando gaily, 'if I am to be shot by Sir John Belgrave, my attachments are of little consequence. It will therefore be time enough to talk of that when I find myself alive after our meeting.' 'Young man,' said Somerive, with more sternness than he almost ever shewed towards Orlando before, 'you were once accustomed to obey implicitly all my commands. At hardly 20, it is rather early to throw off all parental authority; but I see that the expectations you have formed of possessing the Rayland estate have made you fancy yourself independent.' 'Pardon me, dear sir, if I say you greatly mistake me. If I were to morrow to find myself, by Mrs Rayland's will, the owner of this property, which is of all things most unlikely, I should not at all be more independent than I am now; for while my father lived, I should be conscious that he alone had a right to the Rayland estate, nor should I then consider myself otherwise than as a dependent on his bounty.' 'There is no contending with you, Orlando,' said Somerive, bursting into tears. 'I cannot bear this. You must do, my son, as your own sense and spirit dictate, and I must leave the event to Heaven, to whose protection I commit you. Yet remember your mother, Orlando; remember your sisters, whose protector you will, I trust, live to be; and do not, more rashly than these unlucky circumstances require, risk a life so precious to us all.' Orlando threw himself off his horse, and seizing his father's hand, bathed it with his tears. Neither of them spoke for some moments. At length Orlando, recovering himself, said, 'My father, I would die rather than offend you. If I could, or if I can, without cowardice and meanness, evade a meeting which may give you pain, I will. In the mean time, let us say nothing about this squabble, to alarm my mother, if she returns, as you say you expect she will, to morrow. If anything happens worth your knowing, you shall instantly hear of it; and in the mean time let me entreat you not to make yourself uneasy, for I am well convinced all will end without any of those distressing events which your imagination has painted.' Mr Somerive shook his head and sighed. As he found nothing could be done with Orlando, he had determined to try to put a stop to the further progress of the affair by his own interposition with Sir John Belgrave; and therefore, bidding Orlando tenderly adieu, he told him to go back to the Hall, while he himself went to his own house, to consider how he might best ward off the impending evil from a son whom he every day found more cause to love and admire. He saw too evidently that Orlando had an affection for Mrs Lennard's niece, for which, though it might be productive for the loss of Mrs Rayland's favour, he knew not how to blame him. But these discoveries added new bitterness to the reflections he often made on the situation of Orlando, with which, notwithstanding the flattering prospect held out by Mrs Rayland's late behaviour to him, his father could not be satisfied while it remained in such uncertainty. The anxiety, however, that he felt for the immediate circumstances suspended his solicitude for those which were to come. A few hours might perhaps terminate that life, about the future disposition of which he was so continually meditating. Orlando, deeply concerned at the distress of his father, and too much confirmed in his opinion of his brother's treachery and malice, returned to the Hall filled with disquiet. He had now much to add to his letter to Monimia, for he resolved to keep nothing secret from her, and he went impatiently into his own room to finish his letter, when, upon the table, he found the following billet: Sir, as I find on inquiry you are by birth a gentleman, you cannot believe I can pass over the very extraordinary language and conduct you chose to make use of yesterday. Yet, in consideration of your youth, and of your relationship to Mr Somerive, the friend of my friend Stockton, I shall no otherwise notice it than by desiring you will write such an apology as it becomes you to make and me to receive. I am, Sir, your humble servant, J.B. Belgrave. Carroll Castle, October 18th, 1776. To this letter, which Orlando was told was delivered a few moments before by a servant who waited, he, without hesitation, returned the following answer: Sir, not conscious of any impropriety in my conduct, I shall assuredly make no apology for it, and I beg that neither your indulgence to my youth, or my relationship to Mr Philip Somerive, may prevent your naming any other satisfaction which your honour may require, and which I am immediately ready to give. I am, Sir, your humble servant, Orlando Somerive. Rayland Hall, October 18th, 1776. Having dispatched this billet, he continued very coolly to conclude his letter to Monimia, and this last circumstance was the only one he concealed from her. Having done it, he went to the turret, and softly mounted the staircase, flattering himself that, if he heard no noise, and could be quite secure that no person was with her, he might venture to see Monimia for a few moments. He listened therefore impatiently, but, to his infinite mortification, he heard Betty talking with more than her usual volubility, and as his name was repeated, he could not help attending to her harangue. 'Oh, to be sure,' said she, in answer to something Monimia had said, 'to be sure, I warrant Orlando is a saint and an angel in your eyes, but I know something.' 'Tell me, Betty,' said Monimia tremulously, 'tell me what you know.' 'Why, I know that though he looks as if butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, cheese won't choke him. I can tell you what, miss, he's slyer than his brother, but not a bitter gooder. What's more, he lets women into his room at night.' 'Women!' cried Monimia. 'What women? How should he do that, and who should they be?' 'That's more than I can tell, but some hussy or other he does let in, I tell you, for I know they as have seen her. There's Pattenson has been as mad as fury with me, saying as how it was me, and all I can say won't persuade him to the contrary. Egollies, if it had been me, I should not have gone to have denied it, in spite of Pattenson, but he's as mad as a dog, and won't hear nothing I can say, but he swears he'll tell my lady, though I can bring Jenny to prove that, at that very time he says I was sitting along with Squire Orlando in his own study, I was fast asleep upstairs. And so if Pattenson does make a noise about it, Jenny offers to take her Bible oath before the justice.' 'I think,' said Monimia, acquiring a little courage from the hope she now entertained that she had not been distinguished, I think it is much better to say nothing about it." "So I tells him," answered Betty, "but he is so crazed angered with me that he won't hear nothing I can say, and there to be sure I owns I should like to know who this puss is." "Why," replied Monimia, "what can it signify, Betty, to you?" "It signifies to everybody, I think, miss, especially to us poor servants, who may lose our characters. You see that I'm blamed about it already, and Pattenson is always a-telling me that Mr Orlando has a liking for me, and that I keeps him company. Not I, I'm sure. But it's very hard to be brought into such a quandary as this, when one's quite as 'twere as innocent as can be. I'd give my ears to see this slut." "Why, who did ever see her?" inquired Monimia. "Oh, that's neither here nor there. She was seen, and that's enough." "I think it's impertinent in anybody to pry into Mr Orlando's room, and I dare say it is all a mistake." "Please the Lord, I'll find out the mistake," said Betty, "and I warrant know who this dear friend of Orlando is before I'm 2 days older, and I know somebody else that won't be sorry to know." "Who is that?" "Why, his brother, a dear sweet man. He came up to our house last night, miss, after 'twas dark, on purpose to speak to me. I won't tell you half he said, but he's a noble generous gentleman, and has more genteel taste too than Orlando, and for my share I think he's as handsome."
Monimia now seemed to let the discourse drop, and to be considering what she ought to do. Orlando waited yet a little, in hopes that Betty would go, and that he might have an opportunity of seeing Monimia. But immediately the dinner bell rang, and as he now generally dined with Mrs Rayland, he was afraid of being inquired for, and retired silently to his room, somewhat easier from the strong reason he now had to believe, that whoever it was whose curiosity brought them the preceding evening to his door, they were actuated by no suspicion in regard to Monimia, and that they had not even distinguished her countenance and figure; and he meditated how to prevent any suspicion concerning her, content to be accused himself of any other folly or error, if Monimia could but escape. End of Volume 1, Chapter 11. Recording by Julia Lenarden.
Volume 1, Chapter 12 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simão. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 1, Chapter 12. It was probable that Sir John Belgrave's messenger would immediately return, fixing the time and place where he would meet Orlando, who debated with himself whether he should send the billet he had received and that he expected to his father. He had not yet determined how he ought to act, and was traversing the flagstones which went around the house considering of it, when his father's servant appeared and delivered to him the following letter. My dear Orlando, I have just seen Sir John Belgrave at Mr. Stockholm's, who, on my account, as this affair really gives me great pain, is willing to drop any further resentment, if you'll only say to me that you are sorry for your rashness. I entreat you to gratify me in this. I will not say I command you, because I hope that I need not. But this unlucky business must be settled before the return of your mother, from whom I have to-day heard that she will be at home to-morrow with Isabella, since she cannot determine to leave her in London. I have also a letter from my old friend General Tracy, of whom you recollect hearing me speak as one of my early friends. He is much acquainted with your uncle Woodford, and has been very obliging in promoting his interest among his connections, which are with people of the first rank. Having met your mother and sisters at Mr. Woodford's, he has renewed that friendship which time and distance, and our different modes of life, have for some years interrupted, and, as he is fond of field sports, and your mother has said how happy I shall be to see him, he intends coming either to-morrow, for 10 days, or a fortnight, and brings your mother and Isabella down in his post-chaise. This intelligence has put Selina, who is now my housekeeper, into some little hurry, as you know we are little used to company, and it prevents my coming to you myself, as I should otherwise have done. But I repeat, Orlando, that this uneasiness must be removed from my mind. Write me therefore such a letter as I might shoot to this Sir John Belgrave, and let us hear no more of it. I beg that you will inform Mrs. Rayland that I expect company, and that you will obtain her leave to be here tomorrow to receive them. Robert waits for your answer, which I am persuaded will be satisfactory to your affectionate father, B. Summerrive. To this letter, which was extremely distressing to Orlando, since it imposed upon him what he had thought with propriety refused, he knew not what to answer. To suffer his father to say to Sir John Belgrave that he was sorry for what had passed seemed to him even more humiliating than to say it himself. He could not bear to owe his safety to his father's fears. Yet it gave him infinite pain to disobey him, and was the first time in his life that he had been tempted to act for himself, in opposition to his father, and the apprehensions of what his mother would feel were still more distressing to him. Yet his high spirit could not stoop to apologize for what he knew was not wrong, nor to say he was concerned for having acted as he should certainly act again, were the same occasion to arise. After much and uneasy deliberation, he at last dispatched to his father the following lines: "My dear Sir, again I must entreat your pardon for the disobedience I am compelled to be guilty of. Indeed, it is impossible for me, highly as I honor your commands, and greatly as I feel the value of your tenderness, quite impossible for me to make any apology to Sir John Belgrave. For, were I to say that I am sorry for what passed, I should say what is false, which surely my father will never insist upon. I would grieve my very soul to alarm my mother, but surely there is no necessity for her knowing anything of this silly business. As you expect General Tracy tomorrow, of whose military character I have often heard you speak with applause, I entreat that you will rather entrust him with the affair, and ask him whether I ought, all circumstances fairly related, to make the submission required of me. And as I am sure I may leave it to him to decide for me, I promise that I will abide by his determination, and will not till then meet Sir John Belgrave, if he should in the meantime send me an appointment, though even this delay is, I own, incompatible with my ideas of that spirit which, in a proper cause, should be exerted by a son of yours. Let this promise, however, of a reference to General Tracy make you easy at present, my dear and honourable Sir, and be assured in every other instance of the obedience and in every instance of the affection of your Orlando. Rayland Hall, October 20th, 1766. Having dispatched this letter, Orlando dismissed the affair of Sir John Belgrave from his mind for the present, and gave all his thoughts to Monimia. The circumstance of the man's appearing at his door, though much less alarming than it seemed at first, was yet such as threatened to put an end to all those delicious conversations which had so long been the charm of his existence. Not to have an opportunity of seeing Monimia was death to him, yet to see her, were she exposed to such terrors as she had undergone at their last interview, was impossible. In order to turn all suspicion from her, he would very willingly have been suspected of a penchant for Betty, and have encouraged her flippant forwardness, but that, as it awakened the envy and jealousies of Pattinson, was likely to put him upon the watch, and to bring on the very evil he dreaded. During the day, indeed, he had now frequent opportunities of seeing Monimia, who was now, unless under her aunt's displeasure, less rigorously confined than formerly, but those interviews were never put in the presence of a third person. And after what his father had said, and what had happened on the alarming evening, he was compelled to be more than ever cautious. Tormented by uncertainty, and perplexed by apprehensions, he passed a wretched afternoon. impatiently waiting till he could ascend the turret, and at least, if he could not see Monimia, obtain a letter from her. The hour at length came when he believed every one in the house were occupied with their own affairs, and having excused himself from drinking tea with Mrs. Rayland, under the pretence of being busied in writing for his father, he stole softly to the room under that of Monimia, and from thence up the stairs. He listened, fearful of again hearing the indefatigable clack of Betty, but everything was profoundly silent. The letter which he had deposited there was gone, but there was no answer. He feared Monimia was ill. The terror, the fatigue of the preceding night had been too much for her. It was dreadful to be within 2 or 3 paces of her, and yet not dare to inquire. Still listening some time in breathless anxiety, he at length determined to tap gently at the door, for he was pretty well convinced she was alone. Monimia, who was really ill, had lain down, but, starting at the well-known signal, she approached close to the door and said, "Orlando, gracious heavens, are you there?" "Yes, yes," replied he. "Is it impossible you can admit me for a moment? I am miserable, and shall hardly keep my senses if I cannot see you." Monimia, without replying, moved her bed and admitted him. It was already dark, but she had a candle on her table, and Orlando was shocked to see how ill she looked. He spoke of it tenderly to her. She assured him it was only owing to her having been so much fatigued and frightened, and that a night's rest, if she could obtain it, would entirely restore her. "But you must not stay, Orlando," said she. "Indeed you must not." "Why?" answered he. "Is it not your door fastened? Who is likely to interrupt us?" "My aunt or Betty," replied she; "for, though my aunt is at her tea, there is no being secure of her. I have said I am ill, in which it can hardly be said I am guilty of a falsehood, and as I am under her displeasure on account of my unluckily staying beyond her orders, yet she may perhaps be seized with some whim, and even the voice of Betty would terrify me to death." Orlando, promising to go, yet finding it impossible to tear himself from her, began to speak of what he had heard from Betty in the morning, while he waited at the door of Monimia's room after depositing his letter. "You see, my angel," said he, "you see you are not suspected, and that the impertinent brute, whoever it was that dared intrude upon us, did not distinguish you. Make yourself easy, therefore, I conjure you, and let us think no more of this alarm, for which, though I cannot yet discover how, I am sure I shall in a few days be able to account." "But I shall never again have courage to venture to your room, Orlando." "You will," replied he, "surely, when I am able to convince you that such an interruption will happen no more. Until then I do not wish you to venture." "Hush, dearest Orlando," whispered Monimia. "Speak very low. I heard the door at the end of the passage open." They both listened, and instantly Betty, by attempting to open the door, convinced them their fears were not groundless. "Lud, miss!" cried she, pushing against the door, "what have you locked yourself in for? Open the door. I want to speak to you." "Don't speak," whispered Orlando. "Let me out as softly as you can, and then tell her you were sleeping." "She has the ears of a mole," said Monimia, "and I shall be undone." Quickly and softly, however, as her trembling hands would let her, she assisted in Orlando's evasion. Betty still thumping at the door. "I must come in, miss, this minute." "I am laid down for my headache," replied Monimia as soon as Orlando was gone. "It is strange that I can never have any repose. I was just asleep, Betty, and should be very glad not to be disturbed." "Glad or not glad," replied the other, "I must come in. 'Tis an odd thing, I think, for people to push their chairs and tables about in their sleep. If you can do that, I suppose you can open the door?" Monimia now opened the door, and tremulously asked Betty, who flounced into the room, What was the matter? Matter, said she. Why, there's a fine to-do below. There's your favorite young squire. He, as never does no wrong, has got into a fine scrape, just as I thought. Good God, replied she, in a voice hardly articulate. Tell me what you mean. Why, this great gentleman, as he affronted so, has determined to kill him outright. He had been writing to him about it this morning, and Orlando, he is so stomachful he won't ask the gentleman's pardon, and so now they be to fight. And how, said Monimia, speaking with difficulty, how did you hear all this? Why, from Sir John's own man, a smart servant as ever I see, who is just come with a letter to fix the time and place where they be to meet, and he have been telling us how it is to be. And so my mistress, she have heard of it, and there'll be fine to do, I can tell you. They have been going for to find young Squire Orlando, but he is out somewhere or another. Mistress is in a fine quandary, but she says Orlando was quite in the right. Betty, having thus unburdened herself of news which she is so anxious to tell, returned to see a little more of the smart servant, but not till Orlando, who had heard enough at the beginning of her conversation, had flown down to receive a letter which he had long expected, and now prepared to answer. Though he was convinced that by the bustle Sir John Belgrave chose to make, there was very little probability that he desired to be very much in earnest. The anxious night that this would occasion to his Monimia was his chief concern. He determined to attempt seeing her again, in hopes to alleviate her uneasiness. But he was first compelled to attend to Mrs. Rayland, who sent for him, and to whom he now related what had passed before, and read the letter which he had just received from Sir John Belgrave, which ran thus: Sir, in consideration of your respectable father, I did hope that you might have spared me this agreeable task of chastising your improper behavior. I shall be, on Thursday at 12 o'clock, in the meadow adjoining to West Wolverton, with a brace of pistols, of which you shall take your choice. I am, sir, your humble servant, John Berkeley Belgrave. Carloraine Castle, October 20th, 1766. To this billet Orlando answered thus: Sir, I will assuredly attend you at the time and place appointed, and have only to regret that the persons to whom this affair has most unnecessarily been communicated have so long an interval of uneasiness thus imposed upon them. I am, sir, your humble servant, Orlando Summerrive. Rayland Hall, October 20th, 1766. Mrs. Rayland, who entered into this business with an earnestness of which she seemed on most occasions incapable, approved of his letter, and admired the spirit he exerted in a cause which she considered as her own. Her fears for his safety seemed to be absorbed in the pleasure she felt in having found a champion who was so ready to take up her quarrel against those whose inroads had long disturbed her, and whom she hoped to mortify and humble. Orlando, therefore, never was so high in her favour. But his own heart was torn with anguish in reflecting on the situation of Monimia. As soon as the house was quiet, he returned to the turret, made desperate by reflecting on her distress, and thinking it better to hazard a discovery than to leave her a whole night in solicitude so alarming. Monimia, who little expected his return, admitted him as soon as she heard his signal. He found her in that state of mind which allows not the sufferer to shed tears. Pale and almost petrified, she sat on the side of her bed, with clasped hands and fixed eyes, while he related to her the whole of a transaction which he wished he could have concealed from her till the event could be known. But it was long before he could persuade her that the danger was infinitely less than it appeared. It was evident that Sir John Belgrave, by postponing to Thursday what he might as well have settled on Wednesday, had no objection to the interference of the family he had taken care to alarm, and rather wished to have the honour of appearing a man of nice honour and dauntless courage at little expense, than to run the hazard of maintaining that character by needless rashness. When Orlando therefore had represented his conduct in the ridiculous light it deserved, and shown her how probable it was that his father and General Tracy would contrive to prevent the meeting, the fears of Monimia were in some degree subdued. And at daybreak Orlando left her, having insisted on her promising to endeavour to sleep, and to make herself as easy as under such circumstances was possible. End of Volume 1, Chapter 12. End of Volume 1. Recording by Ana Simão from Portugal.
Volume 2, Chapter 1 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 1. Ah me! For aught that I could ever read, could ever hear from tale or history, the course of true love never did run smooth, that either it was different in blood, or else misgrafted in respect of years, or else it stood upon the choice of friends, or if there were a sympathy in choice, war, death, or sickness did lay siege to it. Shakespeare, Midsummer's Night Dream. Chapter 1. On the following morning Orlando received an early summons from his father, requesting him to be at home by 2 o'clock, when his mother, his sister, and General Tracy were expected, for, as the General travelled with his own 4 horses, which were very fine ones, and of which he was particularly fond, the ladies had agreed to remain one night on the road, and reach home early the second day, though the journey was otherwise easily performed in one, West Wolverton being only about 65 miles from London. Orlando, having informed Mrs Rayland of the reasons of his absence, having seen Monimia for a moment, again whispered to her to be less apprehensive for his safety, and promising to see her at night, he proceeded to obey his father. On his arrival, he found him walking with the General on the grass plot before the door, and, springing from his horse, paid his duty to him. He was introduced in form to the General, and then eagerly asked for his mother and his sister. They were within, and Orlando, flying to them, was surprised by his mother's throwing her arms around him, and falling into an agony of tears, in which his 3 sisters who stood around her accompanied her. He entreated an explanation, and learned from Isabella, who alone was able to speak, that the servants had been telling them instantly on their arrival at home that he was about to fight a duel in which it was the opinion of the informers that he must certainly be killed. Orlando, exaggerating the folly of the servants, or rather the paltry conduct of Sir John Belgrave, who had apparently made all this bustle on purpose, endeavoured to reassure and console his mother, but her alarm for his safety was too great to allow her to listen patiently to anything he could say, since the fact of having received and accepted a challenge from Sir John Belgrave he did not attempt to deny. The anxious mother, now that she saw him before her, thought only of preventing the meeting which might deprive her of that comfort for ever. She seemed afraid of his stirring from his sight, as if John Belgrave had lurked in every corner of the house, and desired he would remain with her in her own room, while she sent Isabella to entreat that Mr Somerive would come to her. When he saw her, her tears and agitation sufficiently explained to him that those he had expressly ordered to be silent had found it impossible to obey him. To Selina and Emma, the 2 youngest girls, who had remained at home, it had been known almost as soon as to himself that he had enjoined them to conceal it from their mother, and knew that, whatever it cost them to be silent on such a subject, neither of them would disobey him. It was, however, too late, or at least useless. to declaim against the folly of those who had, and he found sufficient employment in appeasing the distress of his wife and daughters, while he sent Orlando to entertain the General. General Tracy was the second brother of a noble family, and having entered very young into the army, had passed through the inferior ranks with that rapidity which interest always secures. At 35 he had a regiment, and as some of the fortunes of uncles and aunts had centred in him, he was now, at near 60, a man of very large fortune, and seemed to want nothing to complete his happiness but the power of persuading others, as he had almost persuaded himself, that he was but 35 still. To this effect, and maintain that favour which he had always been in amongst the ladies, was the great object of his life. His person had been celebrated for beauty, and he desired to preserve a preeminence, which was, in his opinion, superior to any fame he could derive from his bravery in the field, or his ability in the Senate, where he had long been a member, certainly voting with the minister of the day. He had a place about the court, at which he was a constant attendant, and where the softness and elegance of his manners, the pliability of his political attachments, and his very considerable interest and property, rendered him a great favourite. All the time he could spare from his duty there, he seemed to devote to the service of those fashionable women who give the ton, and whose favour he disputed with the rising heroes of the fashionable world; but he felt in reality only disgust and satiety in their company, and had no taste but for youth and beauty, of which he was continually in search; and with his fortune, his search could not be unsuccessful. He had no scruples to deter him from decoying any young woman whom he liked, that chance might throw into his power; but he usually avoided with care any scheme which was likely to be interpreted by the unpleasant remonstrances of a father or a brother, and generally persuaded only the indigent and the defenceless. As he purchased his wine of Mr Woodford, he had occasionally been at his house. His daughters were rather handsome and very lively girls, and though they did not come exactly under the description of those whose preference the General could without much trouble secure, he found himself pleased with their company, because they were greatly flattered by the admiration of such a fashionable man, and never so happy as when the General sent his superb coach for them, and gallanted them to some public place, or drove them in his phaeton through Hyde Park to Kensington Gardens. Their father, who thought more of the good customer which the General was himself, and the great families he had recommended him to, than of any necessity for reserve in his daughters, encouraged this acquaintance, which their mother was as well pleased with as the young women, till the neighbourhood talked loudly of their indiscretion, and till the youngest Miss Woodford, who was his peculiar favourite, was declared by many ladies to have considerably injured her reputation. This she herself considered only as a testimony of their envy, and her own superior attractions; and the more she heard of their malignant remarks, the more eagerly she endeavoured to shew her contempt of their opinion, and her power over the General, who, on the return of the family to town after their visit to West Wolverton, was more than usual at the house. But thither he was no longer attracted by the charms of Miss Eliza Woodford. The moment he beheld Isabella Somerive, he had no eyes for any other person; and though he soon learned that she was in a situation of life which placed her above those temptations which he generally found infallible, and had a father and two brothers to protect her, the impression she had made was such that he could not determine to lose sight of her; and as the discovery of the preference he gave her had made both her cousins very little desirous of her company in London during the winter, where she seemed too likely to rob them of all their conquests, he found she was to return home with her mother, and thither he resolved to follow her. An opportunity of introducing himself into the family of Somerive was easily obtained, when he recollected that in the preceding war, Somerive, in whose own country there was at that time no militia, had, being then an active man, procured a commission in that of a neighbouring country, and served in a camp then formed for the defence of the coast, where he himself was a captain. They had at that time been frequently together, and afterwards kept up some degree of intimacy, till Somerive's marriage fixing him wholly in retirement, the gay and fashionable soldier thought of him no more. The General, however, no sooner knew who the visitors at Woodford's were, than he most assiduously and successfully paid his court to Mrs Somerive, talked to her continually of her husband, whose merits he affected to remember with infinite regard, and for whose interest he appeared to feel the warmest concern. It was a theme of which Mrs Somerive, who adored her husband, was never weary; and while General Tracy so pathetically lamented the interruption of their friendship, nothing was more natural than her entreaties to him that he would renew it. That was the point he had laboured to gain, and he accepted the invitation she gave him, adding the opportunity of the shooting season to his other inducements. The better to colour so unexpected a visit, he had found it convenient to pretend a great passion for field sports, partly because it was fashionable, and partly because it shewed that his powers of enduring fatigue were equal to the youthful appearance he assumed; and to support this he now and then went through, what was to him most miserable drudgery, that of a day's hunting or shooting. But he more usually contrived, when he was at the house of his friends for these purposes, to sprain his ankle in the first excursion he made, or to hurt himself by the recoil of his gun; and by such methods he generally managed to be left without suspicion at home with the ladies, with whom he was so universal a favourite, and to whom he had so many ways of recommending himself, by deciding on their dress, reading to them books of entertainment, and relating anecdotes collected in the higher circles where he moved in the winter, that he found no loss of attention from the progress of years, a progress indeed which he took the utmost pains to conceal. His clothes, which were always made by the most eminent tailor, were cut with as much care as those of the most celebrated beauty on her first appearance at court. He had had several contrivances of his own invention to make them fit with advantage to his person. His hands were more delicate than those of any lady, and though he could not so totally baffle the inexorable hands of time as to escape a few wrinkles, he still managed a considerable share of the bloom of youth, not without suspicion of Olympian dew, cold cream, and Spanish wool. Certain it is that he was very long at his toilet every day, to which no person, not even his valet de chambre, was admitted. With all this he was a man of the most undoubted bravery, and had not only served in Germany with great credit, but had been engaged in several affairs of honour, in which he had always acquitted himself with courage and propriety. Such was the man of who now, from no very honourable motives, became an inmate in the house of Mr Somerive. When Mr Somerive had appeased the distress into which his wife was thrown by the intelligence she had so abruptly received about Orlando, and had prevailed upon her to compose herself and appear at dinner, he returned back to his friend, whom he found in conversation with Orlando, and he determined that he would, over their wine, relate to him what had passed between Sir John Belgrave and his son, who had put Sir John's last letter into his hands, and to take the General's opinion as to what was fit to be done. Dinner was announced, and the ladies of the family appeared, the mother with swollen eyes, which she could not for a moment keep from Orlando, and the daughters appearing to sympathize with her, particularly Selina, who was fondly attached to Orlando, and who, from the terror in which she saw her mother, having caught redoubled apprehension, could hardly command her tears. And though the General failed not to compliment her on her beauty, which even exceeded that of her sister, and to speak in the warmest terms to Mr and Mrs Somerive of their lovely family, Selina heeded him not. He observed that Isabella was less insensible of his studied eulogiums, and from thence drew a favourable omen. Emma, the youngest of the girls, was only between 12 and 13. As soon as the tablecloth was removed, Mrs Somerive, under pretence of being a good deal fatigued with her journey, and somewhat indisposed, withdrew with her daughters. Mr Somerive soon after gave Orlando a hint to go also, and then he opened to General Tracy the affair which lay so heavy on his heart, and entreated his advice how to act. "I am glad," answered the General, "to learn the cause of Mrs Somerive's concern, which was so evident at dinner, as well as that of her admirable daughters, that I was afraid some very disagreeable incident had happened in the family." "And is not," said Mr Somerive, "what I have related disagreeable enough?" "No, upon my honour, I see nothing in it but what is rather a matter of exultation. Your son is one of the finest and most spirited young men I ever saw. If he was a son of my own, I should rejoice that he had acted so properly, and be very proud of him." "But you would not risk his life, surely?" said Mr Somerive. "Why, as to that," replied the General, "in these cases there is some little risk, to be sure, but I should never check a lad of spirit. I know Belgrave," he added, smiling. "And what is his reputation for courage?" inquired Mr Somerive. "Oh, he is quite the fine man of the day," answered the General carelessly. "He will fight if he must, but I believe is quite willing to let it alone." "It would break my wife's heart," said Mr Somerive dejectedly, and amazed at the different light in which two people from their different modes of life consider the same object. "It will certainly break my wife's heart if any evil befalls Orlando." General Tracy now saw that an opportunity offered by which he might confer an obligation on the family, which must secure their endless gratitude, and he resolved to embrace it. "If it makes you all so uneasy," replied he, after a moment's pause, "and especially if her fears make Mrs Somerive so very wretched, suppose we try what can be done to put an end to the affair without a meeting. I dare say Belgrave will easily be induced on the slightest apology to drop the affair entirely." "But even the slightest apology Orlando will not be persuaded to make," said Mr Somerive. "He is right," answered the General, "and I honour him for his resolution. It is a thousand pities," he continued, again pausing, "that such a gloriously spirited young fellow should waste his life in seclusion, waiting on the caprices of an old woman. What do you intend to do with him?" "That," said Mr Somerive, "is what I have long been in doubt about. I had thoughts once of putting him into trade, but to that project Mrs Rayland's objections and Orlando's little inclination to follow it put an end." "I'm glad they did, for it would have been a sad sacrifice, I think, to have set so fine a young man down to a computing house desk for the rest of his life." "And at other times," reassumed Mr Somerive, "I have thought of the church. Mrs Rayland has very considerable patronage; but though I have hinted very frequently to her my wishes on this subject, she never would understand me to give me any assurance that she would secure him a living, or made any offer of assistance to support him at the university, which she knows that is quite impossible for me, circumstanced as I am at present, to do." "She was in the right of it," cried the General. "The old lady has more sagacity than I suspected, and knows that it would be absolutely a sin to make him a parson, and bury all that sense and spirit in a country vicarage. Why, my good friend, do you not put your son into the army? That seems to be the profession for which nature has designed him." "Because," answered Somerive, "I have in the first place no money to buy him a commission; and, if I had, there are two great objections to it. It would half kill his mother, and take him out of the way of Mrs Rayland, which appears to be very impolitic." "What if a commission were found for him?" said General Tracy. "Do you think the other objections ought to weigh much? Consider of it, my good friend, and if you think such a plan would be eligible, and the young man himself likes it, perhaps it may be in my power to be of some use to you." Mr Somerive warmly expressed his gratitude for the interest that his friend seemed to take in the welfare of his Orlando; and then, after a short silence, said, "But, my dear General, we forget, while we are planning schemes for the future life of Orlando, to morrow." "Well," replied he, "since I see you cannot conquer your alarm about this matter, and as I am still more concerned for Mrs Somerive, I will go over early in the morning to Belgrave, who has wisely appointed the meeting at 12 o'clock, and somehow or other we will get it settled. If I say to the doughty baronet that his honour will suffer nothing by dropping it, I am pretty well assured that he will be content to let it go no further. Make yourself easy, therefore, and go tell your wife that I will take care of her little boy, while I pay my respects to the young ladies in whom I see walking in the garden." Somerive, whose heart was agonized by the distress of his wife, hastened to relieve her, and the General went off at a quick march to overtake the three Miss Somerives, to whom he related some part of the conversation that had passed between him and their father, and the task he had undertaken of settling the affair with Sir John Belgrave. The sensible hearts of these charming girls were filled with the liveliest emotions towards the General, who, if he could save the brother from danger, which their timidity had dreadfully magnified, they believed would be entitled to their everlasting gratitude. The brilliant eyes of Isabella sparkled with pleasure, while the softer blue eyes of Selina were turned towards him and filled with tears of pleasure; and little Emma longed to embrace him, as she used to do her father when he had granted any of her infinite requests. While every one alternately expressed their thanks, Tracy whispered to Isabella, by whose side he was walking, "To give the slightest pleasure to my lovely Isabella, I will do indefinitely more, and rather than she should be alarmed, take myself the chance of Sir Belgrave's fire." Isabella, too ignorant of the ways of the world to be either offended or alarmed by such a speech, and naturally pleased by flattery and admiration, smiled on the enamoured General in a manner so fascinating as overpaid him for all the trouble he had taken or proposed to take; and while he meditated against his old friend the greatest injury he could commit, he reconciled himself to it, by determining to do such services to the other part of the family as would more than compensate for the inroads he might make on its peace by carrying off Isabella; for to carry her off he was resolved, if his art could effect it. His eagerness, however, to serve Orlando had another motive than this of retribution. He foresaw that no spirited young man might prevent, or, not being able to do that, would very seriously resent his designs upon a sister. The character of the elder brother, of which he had by this time formed a pretty clear idea, left him little to apprehend from him; but the fiery and impetuous Orlando would, he thought, be much better out of the way. His conversation with the Somerives now took a gayer turn, and so happy did he feel himself with three such nymphs around him, that he regretted the summons which called them in to attend the tea table. Mrs Somerive, who had now been long in conference with her husband, and afterwards with Orlando, appeared much more cheerful than at dinner, and surveyed the General with those looks of complacency which expressed how much she was obliged to him for the interference he had promised. The evening passed off pleasantly. Orlando stayed to supper, but then told his father that he had some business to do for Mrs Rayland early the next day, which was true, and therefore he would return to the Hall that evening. Mr Somerive, who still felt a dread which he could not conquer, entreated him to give his word of honour that he would not throw himself in the way of Sir John Belgrave till the hour of that gentleman's appointment. This Orlando, who was ignorant of the plans in agitation to prevent that appointment from taking place at all, thought himself obliged to comply with, on which condition his father, though reluctantly, suffered him at midnight to mount his horse and return to Rayland Hall, where he had desired Betty to sit up for him. fearful of entering through the chapel, lest his doing so should lead to those suspicions he was so desirous of avoiding. As soon as he left his father's door, he put his horse into a gallop, impatient to be with Monimia. As he crossed the park, he saw a light in the turret, and pleased himself with the idea of her fondly expecting his arrival. End of Volume 2, Chapter 1. Recording by Elaine Webb. Bristol, England. Volume 2, Chapter 2 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 2. Orlando, on entering the servants' hall, found Betty waiting for him as she had promised. "Lord, sir," she cried, as soon as he appeared, "I thought as you'd never come. Why, it's almost 1:30, and I'd be frightened out of my 7 senses, sitting up so all alone." "I beg your pardon, dear Betty," he replied, "but I could not get away sooner. I'll never detain you so long again, and now suffer me to make you what amends I can, by desiring your acceptance of this." He presented her with a crown, which she looked at a moment, and then archly leering at him, said, "If you give folks a crown for sitting up for you in the kitchen, I suppose they as bides with you in your study have double price." "Come, come, Betty," said Orlando, impatient to escape from her troublesome inquiries, "let me hear no more of such nonsense. I have nobody ever in my study, as you very well know. It is very late. I wish you a good night." He then, without attending to her further, as she seemed still disposed to talk, took his candle and went to his own apartment, where, after waiting about a quarter of an hour, till he thought her retired, and the whole house quiet, he took his way to the turret. Monimia had long expected him, and now received him with joy chastised by the fear which she felt on inquiring into the events of the day. Orlando related to her all that he thought would give her pleasure, and endeavoured that she should understand the affair of the next day settled, for he would not violate truth by positively asserting it, and Monimia, apprehensive of teasing him by her inquiries, stifled as much as she could the pain she endeavoured from this uncertainty. This she found it better to do, as she observed Orlando to be restless and dissatisfied. He complained of the misery he underwent in his frequent absences, and of the unworthy excuses he was compelled to make. He expressed impatiently the long unhappiness he had in prospect, if he could never see her but thus clandestinely, and risking every moment her fame and peace. Monimia, however, soothed him, by bidding him remember how lately it was that they both thought themselves too happy to meet upon any terms, and would very fain have inspired him with hopes that they might soon look forward to fairer prospects, hopes which he had often tried to give her, but, alas, she could not communicate what she did not feel, and whichever way they cast their eyes, all was despair as to their ever being united with the consent of those friends on whom they were totally dependent. Orlando, the solicitous for the peace of Monimia, had never been betrayed before into these murmurings in her presence, forgetting the threatening aspects of the future while he enjoyed the happiness that was present. But all that had passed during the day had assisted in making him discontent. His mother's tears and distress, the tender fears of his sisters, and the less evident but more heavy anxiety which he saw oppress his father, all contributed to conceive him that, in being of so much consequence to his family, he lost the privilege of pleasing himself, that his duty and his inclination must be for ever at variance, and that, if he could resign the hopes of being settled in affluence by Mrs Rayland, he still could not marry Monimia without making his family unhappy, unless, indeed, he had the means of providing for her, of which, at present, there appeared not the least probability. Mrs Rayland seemed likely to live for many years, or, if she died, it was very uncertain whether she would give him more than a trifling legacy. When he reflected on his situation, he became ashamed of thus spending his life, of wasting the best of his days in the hope of that which might never happen, while Monimia, almost a prisoner in her little apartment, passed the days in servitude, and divided the night between uneasy expectation, hazardous conference, and fruitless tears. It was these thoughts that gave to Orlando the air of impatience and anxiety, which, even in the presence of Monimia, he could not so far conquer but that she observed it, before he broke through the restraint he had hitherto imposed on himself, and indulged those fears which he had so often entreated to check. At length, however, the hope she affected to feel, the charm of finding himself so fondly beloved, and that his Monimia was prepared to meet any destiny with him, restored him to that temper which he was in when he proposed to brave the discovery of their attachment. With difficulty she persuaded him to leave her about 3 o'clock. He glided softly down the stairs, and when he came out of the lower room of the turret, he found the night so very dark that he could not see his hand. He knew the way, however, so well, that he walked slowly but fearlessly on, and had nearly reached the chapel door, when he found his feet suddenly entangled, and before he could either disengage himself or discover what that thus impeded his way, somebody ran against him, whom he seized, and loudly demanded to know who it was. "And who are you?" replied a deep surly voice. "Let me go, or it shall be the worst day's work you ever did in your life." Orlando, now convinced that he had taken the fellow who had so insolently intruded upon him, and so cruelly alarmed Monimia, felt himself provoked to punish him for his past insolence, and deter him from repeating it. He therefore grimly grasped his prisoner, who seemed a very stout fellow, and who struggled violently for his release, so violently indeed that Orlando, exerting all his strength, threw him down; but in doing so, the rope which he had at first trod upon being in the way, he fell also. Still, however, he held his antagonist fast, and, kneeling upon him, said resolutely, "Whoever you are, I will detain you here till daylight, unless you instantly tell me your name and your business." "Curse your strength!" replied the fallen foe. "If I was not a little boozy, I'd be dead before you should have the better of me." "Who are you?" again repeated Orlando. "Why, who the plague should I be," cried the man, "but Jonas Wilkins?" "Ah, Master Orlando, I knows you too well enough. Come, sir, let a body go. I know you'd scorn to do a proper man no harm." "Jonas Wilkins!" exclaimed Orlando, who knew that to be the name of an outlawed smuggler, famous for his resolution, and the fears in which he was held by the custom house officers. "Jonas Wilkins! And I pray," inquired Orlando, releasing him, "what may have brought you here, Mr Jonah Wilkins?" "Why, I'll tell you," replied the fellow, "for I knows you to be a kind-hearted gentleman and won't hurt me. The truth of the matter then is this: the butler of this here house, Mr Patterson, is engaged in a little matter in our business, and when we gets a cargo, he stows it in Madam's cellars, which lays alongside the house, and he have the means to open that door, and there in the wall, under that there old fig tree, which nobody knows nothing about, so here we brings our goods till such a time as we can carry it safely up the country, and we comes on dark nights to take it away. And you were here on Monday night, were you not? And came into my room through the chapel?" "Yeah, I did that, sure enough. Ah, Master Orlando, I think we've cotched one another." "If that be the case," replied Orlando, "it would have been well if we had kept one another's secrets. Why did you speak of having seen one in my room?" "Egod, old Patterson was down in the cellar himself, for we were helping up some heavy goods that night. I don't know what a devil ailed me, but I thought I'd just give a look into your room, where, you must know, before you come to live, we used now and then to put a few kegs or so upon a pinch, and damn it, there was you with a pretty girl. Ah, Master Orlando, who'd think you were such a sly one?" "Well, but," said Orlando, "what occasion was there, Jonas, for you telling Patterson?" "To tease the old son of a bitch," answered Jonas. "Why, don't you know that he's after Betty Richards, and as jealous as poison? So I made him believe 'twas she." "You made him believe?" "Aye, for it might be she or another. Curse me if I saw who it was, for you blowed out the candle, whisky in a minute." Orlando, heartily glad to hear this, pursued his inquiry further. "Pray," he resumed, "tell me why some person a little while after cried out, 'Now, now!'" "Why, we thought that all was quiet, and as I and a comrade of mine was waiting for the goods, we were going to heave them up, and that was the signal; but you were plaguy quick-eared, and began to holler after us, so we were forced to let the job alone till to night, and Pattenson let us out through the t'other part of the house. We've done the business now, and my comrades they be all off with the goods. I only stayed to gather up our tools, because I was going another way." Orlando, now finding himself thus unexpectedly relieved from the difficulty of accounting for the circumstance of the night of alarm, far from resenting the resistance of his new acquaintance had made, or heeding the pain he felt from some bruise which he had received in the struggle, but being rather pleased at this rencontre, and wishing to know how far the trade of worshipful Mr Patterson was likely to impede his future meetings with Monimia, he invited Jonas into his room, and told him he could give him, late as it was, a glass of wine. Jonas accepted his invitation, but desired he might stay to coil up his ropes, which he deposited in the porch, and then followed Orlando, who had taken his hanger from the chimney where it usually hung, and put his pistols, which were both loaded by him. These precautions were not meant against his guest, whom he did not suspect of any immediate intention to injure him, but to let him see that he was prepared against intrusion, from which whatever motive it might be made at any other time. When the man made his appearance, Orlando, prepared he was for the sight of a ruffian, felt something like horror. His countenance, shaded by two immense black eyebrows, his shaggy hair, and the fierce and wild expression of his eyes, gave a complete idea of one of Shakespeare's well-painted assassins, while, in contemplating his athletic form, Orlando wondered how he had been able a moment to detain him. He wore a dirty round frock, stained with ochre, which looked like blood, and over it one of those thick great coats which the vulgar call rascal wrappers. Orlando poured him out a tumbler of wine, and bade him sit down. The fellow obeyed, drank of his wine, and then, after surveying the room, said, turning with a sly look to Orlando, "What, master, she been here to night then?" "Who?" cried Orlando. "Let's forget that, good Jonas. Your eyes deceived you. There was nobody here, and I assure you it was well you disappeared as you did, or you would have paid for your peeping," showing one of his pistols. Aye, answered Jonas, "you've got a pair of bulldogs, I see. And I," added he, pulling a pocket pistol from his underfrock, "I've a terrier or two about me, and 'twas 10 to 1, Mr Orlando, if I had not given a pretty good guess who it was. that I had not taken you for an officer, and treated you with more sugar plums than would have not set easy upon your stomach." "We are good friends now, however," said Orlando, "so drink, Jonas, to our better acquaintance." He then gave him another full tumbler of wine, and began to question him on his exploits. He found him one of those daring and desperate men, who, knowing they are to accept no mercy, disclaim all hope, and resolutely prey upon the society which has shaken them off. He had been drinking before Orlando met him, and now the wine with which Orlando plied him, and the voice of kindness with which he spoke to him, contributed to open his heart. Jonas disclosed to Orlando all the manoeuvres, and it was not without astonishment that he found both Snellcraft, the coachman, and Pattenson so deeply engaged among the smugglers, and deriving very considerable sums from the shelter they afforded them, and the participation of their illicit gains. Orlando found that during the whole winter, in weather when no other vessels kept at sea, these adventurous men pursued their voyages, and carried their cargoes through the country, in weather when one's enemy dog would hardly be turned from the door. Orlando, after some consideration on the means of escaping that interruption which this combination among the servants in the house seemed to threaten, told the man, as if in confidence, that under the restraint he was in Mrs Rayland's house, he sometimes found it convenient to go out after the family were in bed, to see at a neighbouring town some friends among whom Mrs Rayland disliked he should see, and therefore said, "I wish, Jonas, that, as I should not wish to interrupt you, you would give me some signal on those nights when you are at work in the cellar." This the smuggler readily promised, and they agreed upon the sign which should signify the importation or exportation of the merchandise of Mr Pattenson from the cellars of his mistress. Orlando, possessing this secret, flattered himself that his very extraordinary acquaintance would keep his word, and that the communication between the study and the apartment of Monimia might once more be open, without making her liable to those terrors from which she had suffered so much. The man, whom Orlando continued to behold with a mixture of horror and pity, was now nearly overcome with the wine he had drunk, and began to relate long prosing stories of his escapes and his exploits, in which he related instances of dauntless courage, tarnished however by brutish ferocity. At length Orlando reminded him that day was soon approaching, and saw him out of the chapel door, repeating his assurances that nothing of what he had himself that night discovered should transpire. Orlando then fastened the chapel and the other doors, and betook himself to his repose, thinking less about the meeting that was to take place, as he believed, on the morrow, than on the recent discovery he had made, which nearly quieted his terrors in regard to Monimia's having been seen, and he impatiently longed for an opportunity to communicate with her the satisfaction which he hoped she would derive from his assurance. The late hour at which he had gone to bed, and the fatigue of the mind he had experienced the preceding day, occasioned it to be later than usual. When Orlando woke, he started up, and recollecting that he had some writing to finish for Mrs Rayland, and that he was to meet Sir John Belgrave at 12 o'clock, he hastened to dress himself, and had hardly done so before he received a summons to attend his father, who waited for him as usual in the stable yard. He found Mr Somerive again on horseback, and easily understood that his purpose was to keep him from his appointment, to which however he was positively determined to go. While his father, in a peculiar strain of detection and concern, was yet talking to him as he leaned on the horse, Mrs Lennard saw them from one of the windows, and having acquainted her lady, she, contrary to her usual reserved treatment of Mr Somerive, sent down a very civil message requesting his company with Orlando to breakfast. This invitation, so flattering because so unusual, was of course accepted. Somerive knew that Mrs Rayland was acquainted with the affair which hung over him with an aspect so threatening, and hoped that she would unite with him in persuading Orlando to those concessions which might yet afford the means of evading it, if the General's interposition should fail; instead of which he found her elated with the idea of punishing the audacity of Sir John, fearless of any danger which in the attempt might happen to Orlando, and piquing herself on the supposition that in him had received a spark of that martial and dauntless spirit which she had been taught to believe characterized the men of her family. She seemed surprised and somewhat offended at the alarm Mr Somerive expressed, and hinted, in no very equivocal terms, that this timidity was the effect of that mixture of plebeian blood, from that alloy of which Orlando, of all the family, seemed exempt; while Mr Somerive, in his turn, beheld, with a degree of horror and disgust, a woman who, to gratify her pride or revenge her quarrel on so trifling a subject, was ready to promote perhaps the death of one of her women who she had appeared to feel some degree of affection. With views and opinions so different, their conference was not likely to be either very long or very satisfactory. Mr Somerive knew that when Mrs Rayland had once taken up an opinion, argument against it offended but never convinced her, and that in proportion as her reasoning was feeble, her resolution was firm. Thus baffled in his hopes of her effectual interposition, and seeing that Orlando was bent upon keeping his appointment, of which the hour was now at hand, Mr Somerive sat a while silent, mortified and wretched, hoping, yet fearing, for the success of the General's interposition, and considering what he should do if it failed. He had just determined to obtain a warrant immediately, to put both parties under arrest, when a servant brought to him the following letter: 'My dear Sir, I am now with Sir John Belgrave, and as I know the very natural and tender solicitude which you and your amiable family are under, I lose not a moment in doing myself the pleasure to assure you that Sir John contests to give the matter up, and that without any occasion from your son that may be derogatory to his honour. If Sir John allows me to say that he is sorry for what has passed, it can surely not be too much for Orlando to make him the same concession. I have great satisfaction in communicating to you the success of my sincere endeavours to be serviceable and have the honour to be, my dear Sir, your most devoted servant, Charles Ferdinand Tracy.' Mr Somerive read this billet with a beating heart, apprehensive that the interposition of Mrs Rayland would prevent Orlando from making even the slight apology which General Tracy detected. Mr Somerive read this billet, and with a beating heart, apprehensive that the interposition of Mrs Rayland would prevent Orlando from making even the slight apology which General Tracy dictated, and seeing him restless, and meditating how to escape, he hastily bade Mrs Rayland good morning, and ordering in a more peremptory voice than he generally assumed Orlando to follow him, he left the room, and, as soon as he was alone with his son, put into his hands the letter he had received, at the same time telling him that he must be obeyed in the command he laid upon him, and to make immediately the concessions required. Orlando, convinced that he ought to do so after the appeal he had himself consented to make to the General, assured his father of his obedience. They found, on inquiry, that General Tracy's servant had been sent first to West Wolverton, from whence Mrs Somerive had, in the most terrifying state of suspense, hasted him to Rayland Hall, where he now waited. Orlando therefore attended his father into his own room, where, being furnished with pen and ink, Mr Somerive wrote to the General in those terms that appeared requisite, and to which Orlando did not object. The letter was then instantly dispatched by the servant, and thus ended an affair which had so much disturbed the peace of the Somerive family, and threatened consequences still more painful. Somerive now ordered his son to return to Mrs Rayland, show her the General's letter, and inform her that the business was ended as much to his honour as her highest notions of what was due to a descendant of Sir Hildebrand, whose blood was less allowed than that of the rest of his family could exact. Mr Somerive said this with some degree of asperity, for, though pleased with the partiality of Mrs Rayland for Orlando, he could not but feel the contempt which she expressed towards himself. He told Orlando he expected him to dinner, and then returned home, his mind relieved from intolerable load, and his heart swelling with gratitude towards his excellent friend General Tracy. End of Volume 2, Chapter 2. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 2, Chapter 3 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 3. Every one of the party who met at dinner at Mrs Somerive's were ready to worship the General except Orlando, who still felt himself dissatisfied, and much disposed to inquire by what conversation and accommodation had yet been so easily brought. This inquiry, however, he, at his father's request, forbade to make, and the General was perfectly satisfied with the gratitude expressed by the rest of the family, and in the distant but polite behaviour of Orlando saw what confirmed him in his original idea that it would be much better if he was out of the way. The charms of Isabella had now such an ascendancy in the General's opinion that he determined nothing should impede his designs, and he believed that the straitened circumstances of Somerive, of which he was no longer ignorant, would give him the means of obtaining his daughter. Somerive had indeed communicated to him, as a friend, the uneasy situation of his affairs. He deplored the conduct of his eldest son. At their next conference, therefore, alone Tracy contrived, without forcing the conversation, to bring it round to that point. And when Somerive spoke of the distress which arose from the misconduct of his son Philip, the General took occasion to say, "It is indeed, my friend, a circumstance extremely to be lamented, and, in my opinion, renders the situation of your youngest son much more critical. I hardly wish he was in some profession. Have you considered what I said to you about the army? I believe I could be of very material service to you in that line." "Dear General," exclaimed Mr Somerive, "how much I feel myself indebted to you!" "Yes, I certainly have thought of it; and the result of my reflection is, that if his mother consented, if Mrs Rayland did not object—" "My good friend," interrupted the General, "can a man of your understanding, when the well-doing of such a son is in question, think that these ifs should have any weight? Mrs Somerive, all tender as she is, has too much sense to indulge her fondness at the expense of her son's establishment; and as to Mrs Rayland, I have not indeed the honour to know her, but the only question seems to be, will she or will she not provide for Orlando? If she will, why will she not say so? If she will not, are you doing your son an irreparable injury in suffering him to waste, in fruitless expectation, the best of his days?" "It is very difficult," replied Mr Somerive, after musing a moment, "very difficult to know how to act. Mrs Rayland has a temper so peculiar, that if she is once offended, it is for ever. Perhaps, however, since I see she piques herself on the military honours of her family, perhaps she may not be displeased at Orlando's entering on the profession of arms. She seemed much more eager to promote than to check his ardour in the effect with Sir John Belgrave; and as the British nation is now engaged in a quarrel with people whom she considers as the descendants of the regicides, against whom her ancestors drew their swords, it is not, I think, very unlikely that she might approve of her favourite's making his first essay in arms against those whom she terms the rebels of America." "As to that," answered the General coldly, "it may be very well in starting the idea to give her that notion; but in fact this campaign will end the unworthy contest. Of this I have the most positive assurances from my military friends on the spot, as well as the firmest reliance on the measures adopted by ministers; and I am convinced that those wretched ragged fellows, without discipline, money, clothes, or arms, will be unable longer to struggle for their chimerical liberty. Probably they are by this time crushed; and therefore, as no more troops will be sent out, your son will not, if you adopt this plan, be separated from his family, and may still occasionally visit this capricious old gentlewoman, who, unless she differs much from the rest of her sex of all ages and descriptions, will not like a handsome young fellow the less for having a cockade in his hat." "Ah, General," returned Somerive smiling, "I fancy your own experience among the women well justifies the remark. Since you really are so sure that Orlando would not be sent abroad, which will make a great difference certainly in his mother's feelings on this point, and perhaps in those of Mrs Rayland, I will take an immediate opportunity of speaking it to my wife, and we will consider of the safest method of taking Mrs Rayland's opinion of it. As to Orlando himself, if there can be little doubt of his concurrence, at least I hope not; and there are other reasons, my friend, beside those that I have named to you, why his present situation is utterly improper, and why it seems to me that he cannot too soon be removed from it." Mr Somerive, in speaking thus, was thinking of Monimia, who, ever since he had first heard her described, had occurred to him continually. The necessities there was for attending immediate to the affair of the threatened duel had hitherto prevented his speaking of her to Orlando, in that serious manner which he thought the affair merited; but he had repeatedly touched on it, and finding Orlando shrinking from the investigation, he laid in wait for an occasion to probe him more deeply; an occasion which, perceived his father sought it, Orlando as solicitously endeavoured to avoid giving him, by contriving to be always busied in attending on his sisters or his mother. But while he thus got out of the way of his father, he was very much in that of the General, who could hardly ever get an opportunity of whispering to Isabella those sentiments which daily acquired new force. For, the week following that when the affair with Sir John Belgrave was settled, Orlando could find no excuse for returning to Rayland Hall of a night. He was therefore reduced to the necessity of going thither after his own family were in bed; and as the way through the chapel was not open to him, he could only see Monimia in her own room, and their meetings were therefore very short, and so hazardous, that the impatience and discontent of Orlando could no longer be repressed or concealed. The greater his attachment to Monimia became, and every hour it seemed to gather strength, the more terrible appeared her situation and his own. They were both so young that he thought he might easily obtain an establishment, and that the noon of their lives might pass in felicity together, where he, instead of remaining in a state of uncertain dependence, to be allowed to go forth into the world. Sanguine and romantic in the extreme, and feeling within himself talents which he was denied the power of exercising, his mind impatient on visionary prospects, which he believed might easily be realized, when to provide for passing his life with Monimia was in question, everything seemed possible; and as he heard much of the rapid fortunes made in India, and had never considered, or perhaps heard of the means by which they were acquired, he fancied that an appointment there would put him in the high road to happiness; and various were the projects of this, and of many other kinds, on which his thoughts continually dwelt. General Tracy, who had long read mankind, easily penetrated into the mind of a man so new to the world as Orlando; and though he saw that his young friend did not greatly esteem him, he was not by that observation deterred from conciliating as much as possible his good opinion, till at length Orlando communicated his discontent at being at his time of life so inactive and useless; and the General, having brought him to that confession, started the scheme he had before proposed only to his father, of procuring him a commission, and lending him all the interest which he was known to possess, to promote his fortune in the army. A proposal so friendly, and so much adapted to the warm and ardent temper of Orlando, was acknowledged with gratitude, and without farther consideration embraced, on addition that his family did not oppose it. The General told him, that it was in consequence of his father's apparent inclinations that he had at first thought of it; that his mother had certainly too much sense to reject such an advantageous offer for him, especially, added he, as from the present state of the war, there is not the least likelihood of your being sent abroad. You know best, however, my dear sir,' continued the General, with something on his countenance between a smile and a sneer, 'you know best how far your campaigns against the game on the Rayland manors may answer better than the services of a soldier, whether the old lady's hand can bestow a more fruitful prize than the barren laurels you may gather in bearing arms for your country.' There was in this speech something that conveyed to Orlando an idea that he was despised, and that there was meanness in his attending on Mrs Rayland like a legacy hunter. Of all characters the most despicable, the blood that rushed into his cheeks spoke the painful sensations this impression brought with it. He could not, however, express them with propriety to a man whose only purpose seemed to be that of befriending him, by rousing him from indolence, and even from a species of servitude. The General saw that what he said had the effect he wished, and Orlando left him, determining to avail himself of the opportunity that now offered for obtaining what he believed would be a degree of independence. He began to consider how he might prevail on Mrs Rayland to assist, indeed of opposing this scheme, and how he might thus obtain a certain portion of liberty, without offending one to whom gratitude and interest contributed to attach him. A deep and painful sigh, raised by the reflection of the misery of parting from Monimia, followed the resolution he adopted; but he recollected that by no other means he could remove the cruel obstacles between them, and that resolution became confirmed. He had not, however, the courage to communicate to her the probability there was that they must soon part. Their short conferences, in every one of which they incurred the hazard of discovery, passed on her side in mournful presentiments of future sorrow, which she yet endeavoured to conceal, and on his, in trying now to console her, and now in acknowledging that there was but too much cause for her fears, projects were considered, however, for their future meetings with less risk. She told him that during the time he was so much at home her aunt confined her less strictly throughout the day; that in proportion as she found herself become more necessary to Mrs Rayland, and more secure of a great provision after her death, Mrs Lennard became more indolent, and more addicted to her own gratifications. Betty, who was a very great favourite, had little else to do than to wait upon her, an employment in which Monimia herself was often engaged, although she was now more usually employed about the person of Mrs Rayland, who found her so tender and attentive that she began to look upon her with some degree of complacency. This task, while it added a heavy link to her fetters, she yet went through, not only with patience but with pleasure, for she hoped that by making herself useful to Mrs Rayland she might not only have more frequent opportunities of seeing Orlando during the winter, which she imagined he would pass at the Hall, but perhaps obtain from her such a share of recollection at her death as might remove the necessity of an entire dependence on Mrs Lennard, a dependence which some late observations had made her believe as precarious as she felt it to be painful. In consequence of General Tracy's visit to Sir John Belgrave at the house of Mr Stockton, he received from the master of it an invitation, which he accepted. Mr Stockton first waiting upon him at West Wolverton, Sir John and Philip Somerive, and several others of the late visitants at the castle were gone into Scotland on a shooting party. But Mr Stockton had a succession of visitors. His magnificent style of living, which it was known he had a fortune to support, attracted not only all his London friends by turns to his house, but from every part of the country acquaintances poured in upon him, acquaintances who desired nothing better in the way of entertainment than his French cook and his well-furnished cellars afforded them. The clergy were his very constant guests, and he loved to have 2 or 3 of them always about him, at whom he might launch those shafts of which he had picked up here and there, and which consisted of commonplace jokes upon religion, well knowing that with these select few, orthodox as they were, the excellence of the entertainment he gave them secured their silence and complacencies. The General, who was in manners really a man of fashion, was by no means delighted with the gross and noisy society he found at Stockton's, but he saw that if he would escape suspicion he must not make his visit at Somerive's too long, and therefore was glad to be assured that there was an house in the immediate neighbourhood where he might remain a fortnight or 3 weeks. After prudence dictated his departure from that of Mr Somerive, which he now feared must happen before his hopes of Isabella were successful, for he found it much more difficult to obtain any degree of favour than his own vanity and her giddiness had at first led him to suppose. Isabella Somerive was not naturally a coquette, but she had a greater flow of spirits than any of her family, except her older brother, whom she greatly resembled in the thoughtless vivacity of his disposition. From her sex and education, what was in him attended with dangerous errors was in her only wild but innocent gaiety, becoming enough to youth, health, and beauty. Of that beauty she had early learned the value. She had heard it praised at home, and found her father and mother were pleased to hear of it. But during her short stay in London she had been intoxicated with the incense that was offered her, and, notwithstanding the good humour inherent in her disposition, she failed not to enjoy, with some degree of feminine triumph, the preference that was given her over her cousins, whose admirers seemed all disposed to desert them on the first appearance of this rustic beauty, and she felt, too, the pleasure of retaliation for all the airs of consequences which the Miss Woodfords had assumed in their visits to West Wolverton, from their superior knowledge of fashions, public places, and great people. But, above all, Isabella was delighted by the preference given her by a judge so discerning as General Tracy, whose taste in beauty was so universally allowed, that his admiration had given eminence to several pretty women, who would never otherwise have been noticed. Far, however, from thinking of him as a lover, Isabella, who was, with all her vivacity, as innocent as little Emma herself, considered him merely as her father's friend, and would have applied to him for advice, in as much expectations of receiving it with disinterested wisdom as to her father himself. The fine speeches he took every opportunity of making, she believed partly arose from habit, and were partly proofs of his admiration, which she thought perfectly harmless, though it sometimes struck her as ridiculous; and in conversation with her sisters, and sometimes with her mother, she laughingly called the General her old beau, her venerable admirer, and said she wished he was 30 years younger. Mrs. Somerive sometimes checked her, but oftener smiled at the description she gave of the General's solemn gallantry, and of the trouble she knew his toilet cost him, which really, she cried, grieves one's very heart. Poor man! It must be excessively fatiguing, and after all, I think he would be 1,000 times more agreeable if he could be persuaded to appear as my father and other men do of the same age, instead of putting on toupees and curls, which it requires so much art and time to make it sit snug and look natural. How preferable would a good comfortable wig be to his poor old head, which I am sure must ache sadly every day, before Beaumichel has patched up the gaps that time has made. And besides, I know he is always in fear of some of his borrowed chevaliers coming off and disgracing him. I have absolutely seen him nervous about it." "Dear Isabella," said Miss Somerive, who was present at this description, "how you run on! The General, I dare say, has no false hair, and if he has, how does it materially differ from a wig?" "Oh, mamma," replied her daughter, "I believe it differs so much in the General's opinion, that he had rather have his head cut off than his hair. A wig! I have seen him shudder at the idea." "Have you seen him?" said Mrs. Somerive. "Pray when?" "The other day, when he rode out with us. There was a terrible high wind, and I knew the ancient view would be 10 times more discomposed by it than we were; so, as soon as we'd got upon the downs, I set off with a brisk canter directly against it, and the poor dear General was obliged, you know, to follow us." "Well?" "Well, and so he buttoned up the cape of his great coat round his ears, and set off after us; but, as ill fortune would have it, this cape, I suppose, loosened the strings of his curls, and the wind blew so unmercifully that he did not hear of their defection from his ears. But as he came galloping up to me and Selina, who were a good way before him, these ill-behaved curls deserted, and were flying like 2 small birds tied by the leg half a yard behind him; and if he had been commander of a town suddenly blown up by the enemy, he could not have looked more amazed and dismayed than he did when I called out to him, 'General, General, your curls are flying away!' He put up his hand to his alternatively, and finding it too true that those cowardly curls had left their post, and were retained only by a bit of black twist, he gave them a twitch and thrust them into his pocket. Ever since that fever I got last year by overheating myself walking with the King at Windsor, I have lost my hair in some degree, until it is restored I am under the necessity of wearing these awkward contrivances. Dear General, said I, as I pitied his distress, I am afraid you will catch cold without them. Had you not better wrap up a handkerchief about your head? I am sure you must feel a difference. I am in pain for you. It is indeed an awkward contrivance, and I should think you would find more comfortable and certain accommodation in a wig. A wig? Exclaimed he. A military man in a wig? Like a turtle-eating zit, or a stock exchange broker? Impossible! No, lovely Isabella, you can never suppose I ought to make myself such a figure, and I assure you I have, were not hurt by illness, a very tolerable head of hair for your time of life, General, I said. This completed the poor good man's dismay, and he set about answering me that the military hardships he had gone through in the younger part of his life, and perhaps a little irregularity since, made him look at least 15 years older than he was, and so went on making such fine speeches as he thinks becoming in so young a man. Upon my word, Isabella, remarked Mrs. Somerive, you will offend the General by all this flippancy, and your father, I assure you, will not be at all pleased if you should. No, indeed, my dear mamma, answered she, there is no danger of my offending him. The rattling speeches I make to him, and even my turning him to ridicule when my only Selina and I are by, is so far from offending him that he seems to like it. Does not he, Selina? It is not right, however, in my opinion, said Selina. Why not, if you please, my Lady Graveers? Because I do not think a person's age, replied Selina, a proper subject of ridicule. No, answered Isabella, not if they do not make it so, by attempting to appear young. But how is it possible to help laughing at a man who fancies that, at 60, he can pass for 26? If it is the General's foible, said Mrs. Somerive gravely, it seems to be the only one, and it makes him happy and hurts nobody. He is so a worthy man that it is immaterial whether he is 60 or 26, and if he has the weakness to prefer being thought the latter, which, however, Isabella, you know is not true, he should not be rudely reminded that nobody else thinks so. Well, if this worthy man will flirt with and make love to girls young enough to be his granddaughters, I must laugh if it be wrong, cried Isabella. Make love! exclaimed Mrs. Somerive. What do you mean, child? Why, only, mamma, that if he were a young man, the marvellously fine speeches he studies will seem like love-making speeches. I told him the other day that since he thought me so very charming a creature, I wished he would persuade his nephew to be of the same opinion, for there would be some sense in that. His nephew? Who is his nephew? inquired her mother. I never saw him, replied Isabella, but Eliza Woodford has often, and says he is the most elegant and the most handsome young man about town. Do you mean, said Mrs. Somerive, the son of his elder brother, Lord Taylor? Oh, not at all. He is a miserable-looking mortal. No, this nephew, as Eliza tells me, is the only son of his sister, Lady Tracy, who married a Mr. Warwick, who, though a gentleman, her family thought was a match so much beneath her that they never forgave her, and as she and her husband both died early, this young man, who was their only child, and had a very small fortune, was brought up by the General, who means to make him his heir. He is a good creature, said Mrs. Somerive, and everything I hear increases my esteem for him. You would consent then, my dear mamma, replied Isabella, to my having Captain Warwick? Alas, answered her mother mournfully, Captain Warwick, my dear girls, heir to the fortune of General Tracy, will never, I fear, ask my consent. Young women, without fortune, though their merit be indisputable, are not likely to marry at all, very unlikely indeed to meet with such high fortune." "I don't see that at all," cried Isabella. "Selina and Emma may determine to die old maids if they please; but, for my part, I'll try, as long as I am young and good looking, for a husband. And as to this Warwick, I am bent upon setting my cap at him without mercy. If his uncle would but give me an opportunity, that he will not do; for though he is so good to him, and gives him such an handsome allowance, he hardly ever sees him, and has brought him a company in another regiment, rather than have him his own, and so he is sent off to America, and—" "You have no chance then," interrupted Mrs Somerive, "of trying your power, Isabella." "No," cried she; "but it is excellent sport to tease his uncle about him, who always avoids talking of him, just like a perquisite mamma, who hates to hear that Miss is tall and handsome." Mrs Somerive, again gently reproving her daughter for speaking thus of the General, put an end to the conversation by sending her daughter away to dress for dinner, while she meditated alone on what her husband had that morning said to her on the subject of Orlando's entering the army. He had now, for the first time, explained to her all the reasons he had for wishing his son to be removed from Rayland Hall, and had communicated the principles of these, his suspicions of an attachment to Monimia. Mrs Somerive felt all the truth of what her husband urged in favour of this plan, and, particularly uneasy at the information he had given her about Monimia, she now tried to reason herself out of those fears of his personal safety, which yet led her to wish he might remain, on whatever terms, near her and his family. End of Volume 2, Chapter 3. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England.